Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Doctor. Thanks, Doctor. I appreciate it, my dear. Quick. Okay. Let's see. Nope. 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 All right. Okay. I need to pull that in a little bit more, hopefully. Hey, Lindsay, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? Okay. Alright. Alright, so hey, DeBron, what's going on? What's going on, guys? How's your life going? How things going? Oh, thank you for that, Ari. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Excuse me. Hey, what's going on? Thank you. Thanks, Mikey. think the eyes should come along. Thank you. Yes, Australia is a flashback app in a sketch. a sexy French baguette. So dumm. Okay, I got you. French furries. French furries. French furries. Oh, you really did something. Oh my god, you really want me a French baguette. Okay, I got you. Well, I'm so done with that, I'll do the French baguette. I got you. French baguette coming right up after this one. Luckily, I just have to sketch this. What's lovely? I'm doing this commission for my client. Apparently a Star Wars furry thing going on. So I'm drawing this Padawan character. Turn this way. What are you drawing? I'm doing a commission. Hybrid. I already have a gotcha good idea that's going on right now. The only reason why I'm not doing that right now is because I have to do this commission. Hello, what's going on? Paramex? Paramex? I don't like how I put the hair there. It's kind of distracting. Okay, this is where the problem comes in. Is this particular piece. Yep, I gotta draw the other half of them. I got 2 more poses of him for the animatic. Yeah. Dragon Wolf Hybrid Padawan. Apparently this character is 4, like 4 years old. So I try to keep it as cute as possible. So I tried my best to make it as close as possible if I could. Okay, like that. I don't really like this song very much at all. The rest of the other Mr. Not yet, huh? I'm sorry. I really wish I could. Trust me, I really wish I could. Just not there yet. I gotta get everything. I gotta get this Gachakuda thing out of the way, and then I gotta get the Stranger Things thing out of the way, and then after that, we're doing a full revamp of everything. I have to rebrand and all that stuff. I'll be doing all the tutorials and stuff I have to go do. Just want to get them all the way. Oh, and I'm not doing the auction anymore for a while. Till I master this course that I got. So it can help me with the coloring. So they'll look professional. Because I looked at the coloring and I was like, this doesn't look good. I don't know how I pulled it off in my first one. So I bought a course. Right? I don't know. Just like, you see what's going on TikTok. There's 0 people on the TikTok. I don't know what TikTok's doing. I don't know if they literally, like, suppressed me as shit. It's literally, like, it's kind of insane. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys are even watching on TikTok. It says 0. Flip the table. Mikey out here flipping tables. Okay. It's because you've been a naughty child. I'm not naughty. I'm usually good. I just sometimes say naughty things. I'm not naughty. What happened? I miss a lot when it comes to the mod chat. I'm usually just tunnel vision doing something, but not really focusing on what's going on there until later. I miss like several videos I have to go look over that Mikey sends. What happened? Damn it! Not the potato dinner! Not the potato dinner! Ah, that sucks. Why? What happened? Sound very Irish over there, bro. How about them potatoes? That is the most horrible mix of English I've ever heard. I don't know if I should take that as a joke or I should actually just be concerned and try to kick you out. Hey, what's up, Audrey? What's going on? I can't tell if that was a joke or not. Why they come and say hi but don't say anything after I say what's up, what's going on. I don't understand that. No, it's one thing they're lucky. It's another thing when they just say hi. Because I kind of expect them as they don't want an engagement or some type of form of talking. It's not like I'm against the idea of talking. I want to talk. Oh, don't worry about here. TikTok sucks. They suppress the shit out of me. You should come over here on YouTube instead. There's people over there instead. I see. If you're looking for engagement, you can stay over there on TikTok if you want, but if you want to have people talk and stuff, come over here on YouTube. TikTok suppressed the shit out of my streams now. That's why there's only one. I don't know what's going on with that. How can they see me, Ari? How can they see me, Ari? How can they see me, Ari? Tell me. Yep. Yeah, saying hello is so feisty. God, he's a feisty one. He said hello back to me. How dare you? I don't know. Maybe they're... I don't know, because it's not counting. Oh, it says there's like 2 people, but there's actually 1. I don't know what's going on. Now she talks. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That song's 11 minutes long. Holy shit. That song is 11 minutes long. That's crazy. One more song and then we'll do reactions. Because I know how much you guys like it when we do reactions. I have a bunch of videos that we're going to do reactions to. Let's get it, but we got one last song. This is from Nate for Have Fun Wants the Battle, so... What about them moon sounds? That's right, Audrey, you got the right. Posting to chat cheerful. Hello, Artextric. I love your work. You're talented. Teach. I'm not talented. This took years to achieve. Everyone says the same stuff over and over. Okay, I go now. Next. Oh shit. We're gonna do reactions after this video. Ah, I better show you. Nonsense. Scoopy whoopy. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Let's see the answer. I did nothing wrong. I just getting picked on. Oh, did it now? Did it now? I have to. Why? Wait. Why the eggplant? Don't touch me that. What the hell? I just realized. But yeah, I haven't watched Oshinori yet. That anime I haven't seen it yet. I have to put time to go watch it. I have not seen that one yet. I hear people say it's good. Hey, what's up, summer anime? What's going on? How's life going? The eggplants. That's not. I feel that's a stereotype somewhere down the line. Unless that sounds like a weird stereotype. Okay, that's done. Alright, let's go. Alright, what we're doing today, what is on the list for today? First, we're going to look at the CES 2016 20 best techs you'll actually want to buy. Hell no.
The software. It's pretty crazy.
Hell no.
You just pick a new pattern and the color, and then you hit apply, and then on the back you can watch it change and shift to your chosen style.
Ah, okay. So this is CES 2026, 20 best techs you'll actually want. This is from How to Men. I don't know why his name's that. How to Men. He has 800,000 followers and subscribers, and we're going to see what this is about.
So I went to CES 2026, and guys, I literally stumbled across a phone where you can change the back of it just within the software. It's pretty crazy. You just pick a new pattern and the color, and then you hit apply, and then on the back you can watch it change and shift to your chosen style. It's pretty mind-blowing. This was from Infinex, and they're using this e-color shift tech to make it happen. And that wasn't even all they had, too. They showed off these wild concept phones with built-in liquid cooling, and they looked really cool and futuristic. Plus, they had these crazy MagSafe ideas, too, like you had stackable wireless power banks, an attachable gimbal camera, and a lot more. Honestly,
I'm not gonna lie to you. Not that that's not cool, but I don't know, it's a good idea. Like, I don't know. It's weird because I wouldn't have a problem per se with a phone like that, but most people can't hold their phone because people use their phone as some type of like a type of like ball and like to throw their phone and then fuck up their phone. That's usually a lot. I know too many of my family members who fuck up their phone. You know, I just look at them like, how?
If any of this stuff actually hits the market, I think it will be a total game changer.
I never dropped.
Oh, and here's another one that was really cool and kind of spooky too. It's this digital photo frame called the Vina AF1 from VinaBot.
Thank you.
And you just give it any photo and it turns it into this moving portrait. But then, get this, you can actually talk to it and it'll respond to you in real time. So you can literally have...
Oh shit, this could be the Harry Potter thing. Right? You can have like the frames on the wall and they'll talk to you. Holy shit.
Conversation with your grandpa who passed away. So yeah, it's a little eerie, but also kind of amazing.
Pretty good.
Plus, VinaBot also showed me another cool item they had, which was this fancy album-style book where you open it up and a photo comes to life as a moving video above the page, and it's almost like you're reliving that moment again. It definitely was something else. And that's just 2 out of the 20 best tech products I found at CES 2026. If you don't know, CES is one of the biggest tech trade shows in the world. It's where companies bring out their coolest gadgets for the upcoming year, and there's a lot to see. My mission was really just to hunt down the best stuff that you'd actually want to buy and use in real life. Some of these products are even available or up for pre-order, so I'll drop the links down below if you want to check them out. Oh, and stick around to the end. I'll tell you which gadget was my absolute favorite from the entire show. Anyways, so on the show floor, I also found something really fun. It's this Wow Cube from Rubik's, and at first glance, it looks just like a regular cube, but once you pick it up and turn it on, you realize it has screens on every side, 24 to be exact. And then from there, it lets you play a bunch of different games. It shows you pictures in a fun way. You can have little widgets displaying useful info from your favorite apps and a lot more. It's basically a volumetric game console and brain gym, meaning all the games are built around puzzles, focus, and problem solving. It's the kind of screen time where you're actually thinking while you're playing. Plus, I loved how interactive it was. Every twist, every movement did something, and it constantly gave me these little, oh wow, like moments. Plus, there's already a bunch of games and apps you can download, so it doesn't get old. Honestly, this feels like one of those gadgets that works for a lot of people, gamers, puzzle lovers, families, and even as a gift if you want to give it to someone. It's different, it's fun, and easily one of those CES gadgets of the year. It's already on sale too on their website, wowcube.com, which I'll leave a link down below. And speaking of gaming, I found these super slick mobile controllers at CES called the MCon Lite and MCon Slim. They're the slimmest controllers I've ever seen. They just magnetically snap onto your phone with MagSafe, and once it's paired, you can just slide out this full gamepad with a D-pad, buttons, and these cool concave touchpads, and you're ready to start playing anything right away. The slim version is even almost as thin as a modern smartphone, so you can just toss it in your pocket. It's a really neat idea, and they said it works with Android too. And while we're talking phones, Honor showed off probably the craziest phone concept I've seen in years. They're calling it the robot phone. I didn't really get to touch it or get many details about it, but I mean, just look at it. It literally has a built-in gimbal camera on the back, just like a DJI Osmo Pocket. The idea is you launch it from an app or the camera, use it for super stable shots and crazy angles, and then it closes back flush within the phone. Now, I didn't get to try out the software, but I bet it'll have some cool features like subject tracking and some cool camera tricks. But for now, Honor didn't give me much info about it.
I already used that before.
They just told me they're planning to reveal more at Mobile World Congress in March, So definitely keep an eye out for that. Now for probably the most fun booth at the whole show, you homie. This place was wild. They had a live band, a cocktail show, an acrobat in a bubble, an ice sculpture of a leopard, and even a full-size polar bear. All to show off
what the hell? What?
It was wild. They had a live band, a cocktail show, an acrobat in a bubble, an ice sculpture of a leopard, and even a full-size polar bear. All to show off their new portable ice makers. They've got a few new models. The Luna Pro, which makes crystal clear crescent ice in about 12 to 15 minutes and is perfect for everyday drinks. The Rock Pro with a premium design that makes large 2.5-inch clear sphere ice that melts super slowly to help preserve whiskey flavor. And the Rock Plus, which makes 2-inch clear square ice that's great for whiskey and cocktails. Plus, all their ice makers also support app control, so you can manage everything remotely and even schedule ice ahead of time with one tap, which is honestly super convenient. But the one that really got me the most was the Ice Leopard X1. It's really the world's fastest portable ice maker. It kind of looks like a coffee machine, but you just pour water in it and it makes ice in just 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. That's pretty insane. The ice bucket also works as a cooler for about 3 cans or a full wine bottle, and it uses superior insulation and cold retention technology to keep the ice cold for around 4 hours without any power. I also love that it comes in a bunch of different colors too, and a bunch of different combinations. And the price honestly surprised me. It's launching in April for around $150.
What? 100? Just 150? That's not even that expensive. Holy moly, that's kind of cool. Wow, 150 in this economy? The fuck? And it's brand new, off the shelf? Oh, God. I would at least think that thing would be like 300 plus, but damn. It's half the price.
Super affordable compared to most ice makers out there. I'll drop a link in the description if you want to check them out. From there, I ran into something I honestly wasn't expecting at all. 3D printed shoes. Yeah, it's made by a company called Creality, and it wasn't just one random...
Nike. You're about to get replaced too, ho. And Reebok and all you bitches. Oh, snap, the sneakerheads are gonna go crazy. That's a good question. It does look like it takes a lot of space, though. So if you have a small counter, this might be a problem. That might be an issue. You're not wrong. I didn't even think of that until you said that. Sneakerheads are gonna have a field day with this. Oh my God, I can just imagine. And then the price of sneakers might go down, or the demand of Nike sneakers. I'm not talking about made from NBA stars, but literally just Nike in general. If they could just 3D print their shoes.
Compare either.
Actually, that's gonna put a good dent in a bunch of shoe manufacturing in general. If people can just make their own damn shoes, why would I go to the store? Right? Think of it that way. Everyone's gonna get affected. Everyone's getting affected by this. Let that sink in. Everyone's getting affected.
They had a bunch of different styles on display, like slippers and actual sport shoes in different sizes and colors. Now, I was a little skeptical at first, but once I put them on, yeah, they were actually really comfortable and felt really durable too. Super lightweight, really breathable, and when I walked around in them, they felt way better than I expected. The mesh material just stretches nicely so your feet can breathe, and they actually give decent support too. Now they're gonna sell for around $160, which is a little pricey, but they do look pretty stylish, so that's something.
Yeah, but it's gonna be $160. But when people can figure out how to 3D print, more people can have a more 3D printer in their house, like a regular printer. It's gonna be over. That shit's gonna drop to like $50, like straight up. The idea of manufacturing like this is gonna make things a lot more easier for people to just get. And the materials are going to be more expensive, not the shoes themselves. That's where things are going to go up in price too. So shoes are going to be fucking expensive. Like whatever shoes price, the average shoe price is now, that's going to go up in fucking material wise, because why the hell would I go to the store at Walmart and buy it when I can just make my own for less of the price? I'm not going to spend $20, $30 on shoes at Walmart when I can spend that same much and make several different other shoes, different styles, different looks, and just 3D print that bitch. You have a bunch of shoes you don't have to... That's going to fuck up a lot of people's money, sneaker-wise, high heel-wise. Oh, shit. Even sandals-wise, shit.
If you're lonely, this little device called Amy from Lepro might just be what you need.
I don't think that was a good idea to say if you're lonely. That's not gonna want people to buy the thing. That was not a good idea to say that. You're trying to don't say you're lonely.
It's basically this little capsule that has a digital human living inside of it, and it's designed to talk to you and keep you company at your desk. It uses AI to hold a conversation, and you can even switch out the character and the background. I'll be honest though, Lepro still has some work to do. It didn't look super realistic when I saw it in person, and it did seem a little buggy, but I do really love the idea behind it, even if it is kind of strange. Then from there I stopped by Aper's booth, which is the world's #1 smart robotic pool cleaner brand. Now quick heads up, they're actually sponsoring the CES video, but honestly, after seeing their stuff in person, I'd be talking about it either way. Their big highlight is the new Scuba V3, which is the world's first cognitive AI-powered essential robotic pool cleaner.
Ooh,
and what makes it different is just how smart and carefree it is. For instance, it's got a new technology called AI Patrol Cleaning, which can spot any debris in your pool and adjust its path to instantly clean it up. So instead of randomly bouncing around your pool, it targets messes instantly and cleans up everything 10 times faster.
Nice.
On top of that, it's got a new cognitive AI Navian mode, which automatically builds a weekly cleaning plan based on your pool size, cleaning history, and even the weather. So it's completely hands-off.
More reason not to have a pool boy. Just more reason not to get a pool boy. Y'all getting replaced. Can't be out here fucking people's wives anymore. You are getting replaced, boy. No more pool boy. Yuck, yuck.
And besides it being super smart, it's also super easy to use and manage. I mean, the Scuba V3 has a feather-light design, with it only weighing about 18 pounds. So I was literally able to lift it.
Now, all the porn I've ever been made, there's always a pool boy, but I never hear a pool girl. Huh. It's always a pool boy fucking some man's wife. Rich dude's wife or some shit. But it's never like a pool girl. Huh.
It with just one hand, and you can even pull it out of the pool that way. And when it's done cleaning, it actually returns itself to the water line and sends you a notification to your phone so you're not fishing around for it. When it comes to cleaning performance too, I mean, they told me it's no joke. It uses vision path adaptive planning with AI vision and distance sensors to avoid obstacles and skip repeated passes, plus jet assist horizontal waterline cleaning, which scrubs the waterline smoothly without you ever having to manually scrub it yourself. And then from there you add in dual brushes, powerful suction, and multi-layer micro mesh filtration, and you're getting genuinely spotless results. It honestly seems like a really great robotic pool cleaner that I can't wait to try out in the real world. But Aper didn't stop there too. I mean, they also showed off the Scuba V3 Ultra, which is their top-of-the-line pool cleaner for anyone who wants the absolute best. It offers full 6-in-1 coverage, including floors, walls.
Bro, you're not telling me the price. You're not telling me the price. I don't like where this is going. This sounds awesome, but you're not bringing up that price. I didn't hear it once. So that tells me this probably cost me like a whole sacrifice of my children. So nah, I don't think I want it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it from those from Central Ice. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's go.
Waterline, surface debris, and even super shallow areas. Plus, it's got dual cameras, insanely powerful suction, and even a built-in chlorine
That'd be
chamber
funny if they could.
Next level pool maintenance. And then it didn't stop just at the pool. They also showed off for the backyard the Erie Sense 2, which is a smart 4-in-1 irrigation system that combines your sprinklers, valves, a controller, and a nutrient feeder all in one. And it installs in about 15 minutes. It supports multiple zones, and it can cut water usage by up to 40% with weather-aware scheduling. So overall, Aper really stood out to me this year at CES. Whether it's hands-off pool cleaning or smarter lawn care, they're really pushing that set it and forget it backyard experience. I'll drop links down below if you want to learn more, and also check out some extra discount codes too. Home appliances were also really big at CES this year. Drio absolutely killed it. They're already the #1 bestseller for fans and heaters on Amazon, so I knew they'd bring something cool. And they did. I mean, they really went all out this year. First, they had this wild setup called the AI Sensory Lab. Walking into this room was like stepping into a house from the future. one where the AI is built right into everything.
Oh,
you just tell it a place or a...
Oh, no, I don't like that. I like my AI kind of separate from themselves. They're not ingrained in the house itself. That just means that if I piss off the wrong people who owns my house, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna lock me in a room, turn on the lock, turn on the heat, and cook me. And I can't get out. The phones will stop working because they want to kill me. Can't call for help. My phone ain't gonna work because the Wi-Fi is gonna be off. Nah, bro. I'm good. I like it when they're separate. I don't like that shit. No. This is not that mark of the beast shit that we talking about shit.
Mood you want to feel like a beach resort or a cozy cabin, and the whole room just starts adjusting to match what you chose it. This includes the temperature, humidity, lighting,
I don't play
even the airflow changes to recreate the vibe that you chose. What's cool is this home doesn't just wait for you either to give it commands. It starts anticipating what you want. That's all powered by Drio's A-Lot ecosystem, where all the devices talk to each other and fine-tune the space automatically. Then from there, they showed me the new misting fan area, which is basically all their new lineups of misting fans. The first ever two that are actually designed to work indoors. I know what you're thinking. I mean, won't everything get soaked if it's indoors? Not exactly. They told me the mist is insanely fine, almost microscopic, thanks to their turbo cool technology. So you'll feel this instant cooling effect without actually feeling wet at all.
Ah. Oh, God. You forgot to pay the monthly payment. That's why I need to take a shit at Taco Tuesday. Ah, bruh. Don't do this. I can't do this.
At all. I literally put my face right up to it, and yeah, it was super refreshing, but zero soaking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and some of the fans can actually follow you around the room or track the remote, tilting up and down smoothly, so you can stay in the breeze whether you're in the couch or you're just moving around. It's really clever. Then from there, they had a full-on smart kitchen setup that honestly reminded me a bit of Tesla's restaurant.
Go back in time, grab someone from 1682, pick them up, drop them in 2026, they'll have a massive crash out. Drop them directly in CES. They'll destroy everything, lose their mind, have a yabba dabba moment, and just kill and just have a whole mental breakdown of he's in hell, or they're in a different dimension where this is hell. This everything's witchcraft, everything under the sun. They'll have a yabba dabba moment. That same episode from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy with what do you call it? Fred Flintstone, when he had a massive fucking crash out. Yeah, I can see that happening. Just do that for fun, just for the shits and giggles.
In there, I got to try out their A-Lot cooking system, where you can type what you want to make, talk to it naturally, or even upload a photo of your food, and it helps you instantly.
Ooh.
On top of that, there were chefs there who were cooking with Drio's Chef Maker air fryer, and Drio also showed me their new barista maker, Milk Frother Nano, which creates latte art quality foam in under a minute. So overall, Drio's booth was just one of the best examples of smart home.
Oh, it doesn't come with a waffle maker? You're not really talking to the youth when you don't have a waffle maker. If you get it, if you know what I'm talking about.
Tech that actually feels next gen, not just smarter, but genuinely useful. Next, I checked out some personal grooming tech, and Layfin had one of the freshest and most modern booths at the show floor. The first thing that caught my eye was this massive wall with 20 hair dryers built straight into it. And from there, I mean, it blew my hair, and you can see me in slow-mo on this giant screen. It's pretty crazy. Okay. It's really designed to show you how the airflow actually feels, and you can hear the difference and see how powerful they are in real time, which was really fun to try out. They also
that's not that futuristic. You just told me a bunch of... That's not futuristic. I don't think so.
Had this awesome wind test demo where the hair dryer is powerful enough to blow a 500-gram metal ball, which is super heavy, up inside a tube to flip it to the other side. I mean, it's a pretty creative way to show how strong the airflow is from this really small hair dryer. And speaking of small, they even showed off their mini hair dryer too, which is way more compact and lightweight. Now, even though it is super small, it's still powerful enough to style your hair properly. It's perfect for travel. But the real highlight of the show was the new Wave Pro toothbrush. It has so much tech built into it, which I didn't even know a toothbrush could do. For instance, it has smart guidance with pressure sensing, so if you're brushing too hard, it'll let you know and help you avoid over brushing. It also has multiple modes, including a deep clean one for more thorough cleaning and a daily clean for everyday use. Plus, inside their app, I was told that there's thousands of customization options, which is kind of wild for a toothbrush. The battery too, they said it can last up to 70 days on a single charge, which is crazy.
Damn.
And is perfect if you travel a lot or just don't want to think about charging yet another device. It supports Qi 2 wireless charging too, so it comes with this new charger pad that you can just attach to it magnetically. It's great. And on top of that, it's literally waterproof, so you can rinse it under running water or even dump water all over it. They're at the booth, they showed it.
I find that weird where I have to put this electronic in my mouth and it's not waterproof.
It was submerged and then it was completely fine later. It's a great option if you want to step up your toothbrushing game. And Leifin didn't just stop there either. They also showed off the Razor Tech on display, which was also fully submerged, showing off how well their waterproof design holds up. Overall, they had a really strong showing at CES this year. Everything looked modern, thoughtfully designed, and genuinely practical. And I honestly can't wait to get my hands on these once they officially drop. Of course, at CES this year, there were also a ton of AI glasses. I mean, I think that was the main highlight of the show. But one that really stood out to me was from Rokid. They were showing off their new Rokid AI glasses style, which they actually sent me a pair a few days beforehand, so that way I can try it out. And honestly, I'm really impressed with these. I mean, they've been great. If you don't know, Rokid is no stranger to smart glasses. Just last year, their glasses became the #1 XR project on Kickstarter, and this version just genuinely feels like a big step forward. The main focus here is that these are some of the most lightest AI glasses out there with a ton of lens options, and you really do notice how light they are. They weigh just about 38.5 grams, so once they're on your face, you kind of forget that you're even wearing smart glasses. The lens options are also really great. You can customize them exactly how you want. Photochromic, prescription, blue light, UV, you name it. Mine are just a pair of sunglasses, so they worked and looked super stylish while I was walking the streets of Las Vegas. And then on the smart side, these are way more open than most AI glasses. They work with ChatGPT, Google Maps, and Microsoft AI, so you're not locked into a single assistant. I've been using them for quick navigation, translation.
That's what I'm saying. He's not saying anything. He's just saying it's an AI smart camera. It's a highlight of this. I'm like, that's great, bro. What does it do? I need to know what it does so I can justify the price of what you're telling me here. If I even want this thing. He's not telling me.
Notes and reminders, and it all feels surprisingly natural just talking to them. They also have a built-in 12 megapixel camera too, which is honestly one of my favorite parts. You can shoot in 3x4, 4x3, or even 9x16, meaning vertical, square, or horizontal photos and videos straight from these glasses. If you're a content creator, that's huge because there's no awkward cropping or re-editing that you need to do later. It's one of those features that you don't think about until you actually use it. And pricing is actually pretty reasonable too. It starts as low as $299 for a single pair of glasses, and a complete set can be as low as $398, which is way more accessible than a lot of other smart glasses out there. So yeah, for seeing these myself, they feel lightweight.
To be honest with you, I'm not a glasses type of guy. I think some of my mods wear glasses, so like this is probably more for them than for me.
Practical and way more wearable than most AI glasses out there. Definitely one of the most impressive smart glasses setups that I've seen at CES. I'll leave a link down below in the description.
I think Mikey wears glasses, if I remember right.
So that way you can learn more. Ugreen, one of my favorite brands too, also had a huge presence at CES this year as well. You probably already know them for charging gear, but recently they've been making a serious push into storage and now security too. The main thing they were showing off is the Ugreen NAS IDX series, which is their new AI.
I was gonna buy that. I was literally going to buy that like several months ago, but I decided not to because I wasn't too sure of the branding. Oh, you wear glasses, bro? I didn't know that, bud. Okay.
powered NAS system, and their biggest model, which is the IDX 6011 Pro, can even hold up to a whopping 196 terabytes, which is crazy. But still, this is way more than just storage. Instead of dumping files into folders and never finding them again, this thing actually understands your data. I mean, you can use universal search to find photos, videos, documents, really anything just by typing what you're looking for in normal language. They also have this built-in AI assistant called Yulia, where you can literally talk to your files. You can ask it to summarize documents, translate stuff, pull key points from reports.
Hey, Leah, where's all my nudes? I need my nudes. Imagine saying that to your computer. I need my nudes, bro. I need my nudes. Imagine saying that out loud. Talking to this thing that has all your nudes. I'm like, no. Nah, we good. I don't need no AI-powered shit knowing what the fuck I be doing.
All of it runs locally, so your data stays private.
Excuse
Same thing
me?
with voice memos. It can translate and summarize audio automatically.
That'd be so
AI
funny.
Album makes finding photos insanely fast without endless scrolling.
That must be insane. Imagine dudes having like a bunch of nudes of their girl or a bunch of girls they used to know. Holy shit.
And from there, outside of storage, they showed me their new IPC security cameras, which have this cool cross-camera awareness feature. Like if one camera detects something, another one can react. So your whole home feels more connected and secured instead of isolated camera by camera. And of course, they didn't forget about charging too.
I can see people doing that, like advertising their nudes. That'd be funny. That's actually some sicko will do that. Some insane person might do that.
They launched the Nexus Pro 300-watt charger, which is an absolute monster.
I could just imagine someone like Bosch with his short stack horseshit and advertising them. Bosch, you sick fuck, how dare you? Imagine he got caught in 4K, 8K, 16K with his AI-powered short stack horseshit. Oh my god.
8 ports, tons of power, a smart display, and even app control so you can monitor everything remotely. Plus, at their booth, Ugreen even told me that you can reserve for their new NAS IDX series for $30, and you'll save up to $1,000.
Oh yeah, you didn't know? Oh yeah, okay. So this is political. There's this. Okay, for those who don't know, there was this political streamer, kind of like Hassan, called Vosh. He's like extreme leftist. Yeah, he's like extreme like streamer leftist individual who talks like political shit like Hassan. And he was on stream doing, I don't know if he's doing a reaction or he's doing some type of like thing with his stream. And you know how some of these streamers are so comfortable showing their desktop. So he was in his desktop and he was going through his files and he accidentally clicked. I think he was looking through clothes at first, like it was like men's clothing. And he wanted to save one of the pictures because he thought one of the pictures was nice, like the men's like uniforms. He's buying like a tuxedo or some shit. Once he put save and it opened up, automatically you saw a bunch of anime short stacks getting railed by giant horses. And he said, oh, everyone saw it. It was like, what the fuck? What is this? It's literally lolly short stacks getting fucked by horses. That's what happened. Bro got caught in 4K. I'm surprised. I don't know if people still fuck with him to this day about that. Like Hassan does with the dog thing. But shit, that shit was funny. Dude, and then what's wild, dude, the same Vosh made fun of people who was into anime and lolly shit. And then you found out bro was into lolly short stacks being railed by animal horses. Jesus Christ. He had a whole folder, bro. He didn't have a picture. He had folders, and it was a bunch of pictures of it. That's what he did. That's what he did in his spare time. He saved pictures of lolly short stacks getting destroyed by horses. Bro was collecting. You are right. He was collecting. It was insane. Now imagine he had the AI Oh, God.
So I'll leave that link down below if you want to check it out. Next, for car tech, Wolfbox has some really impressive showcases as well. If you don't know, they make dash cams that help remove any blind spots that your vehicle may have, and their G900 Tri Pro was great. It's the first 3-channel mirror dash cam with a bumper camera, so you're getting front, rear, and front bumper camera coverage all at once. It shoots super sharp footage, and both the rear and bumper cameras are fully waterproof, so you're basically covered in any driving condition. They also had the G900 Pro, which is a bit simpler, but still really solid.
What is that?
4K up front, 2.5K in the back, great night footage, and super clean video. Both models use high-end image sensors too, so even at night or in tricky lighting, you can see license plates and details, and everything stays clear. Plus, you get voice control, so you don't have to mess with buttons while driving. Another cool dash cam that they showed me is their X5 Duo Mini dash cam, and this thing is tiny, but also really powerful. It records in 4K, has built-in stabilization to keep footage smooth on even rough roads, and the lens is fully adjustable too.
Imagine having a road rage and it's 4K. Your whole crash out is in 4K. That will be funny.
Which makes installation way easier,
Massive
especially
road
for
rage
bigger
in 4K.
vehicles like SUVs or trucks. And finally, kind of a fun surprise, Wolfbox also showed off a handheld air duster, the MF500 Pro. It's basically a super powerful portable blower that you can use to clear dust, snow, or debris, which is perfect for cleaning the inside of your car. And it doesn't need an app too or any setup. You just turn it on and you go.
Okay.
I think Wolfbox really nailed car accessory tech at CES to make your vehicle safer, easier to drive, and just cleaner too. Samsung was also everywhere at CES this year, but one thing that really stood out to me was their new Galaxy Book 6 series. They really tried to push for better performance this time and still managed to keep the laptops really thin. It's running the new Intel Core Ultra Series 3 chip, and not only will it make everything a bit faster, but it'll especially help with AI tasks thanks to an upgraded NPU. Plus, on top of that, it's even got some new software features inside of it, including AI Select, so you're able to quickly circle out an object within any website or picture and quickly paste its cutout within another spot.
Jesus Christ. I do not like the future. I am scared of the future. This is not a change thing. I'm scared of this future. You know, like how, okay, you know how I think the type of future we're all going to experience, it's a mix of like Batman Beyond. it's like you know, like Batman Beyond and Cyberpunk 2077. I think what's going to happen, we're going to be controlled by the corporations. The government is just going to be we're going to have like the government that we know now is going to be a mascot, but the shadow government, the true government, is like the corporations. They're the true ones that's making all the real decisions. The Congress, the president, the Supreme Court, all of them are just for show. The real people making the change. We already know this, like the billionaires and stuff, but this is going to be so apparent that you will know, and we will all be okay with the idea that like people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, all of them are just going to be outright making all the decisions at this point. Like outright, not just product-wise, but just everything at that point. Like Trump and them are not going to jump till like Bill Gates and one of these people says it. The one with the most money is the one that's going to say it. Yeah, just a figurehead. We're going to be living in a time where people are going to like, everything is going to be AI generated. Everything's going to be AI focused. And people are going to be more insane and stupid than anything. And then plus people are going to do insane things. Like they're not going to tattoo anymore. Tattooing and the idea, okay, so tattooing and people who wants to transition as like a transgender, the transgender thing will be the new gay. So what that means is if you're LGBT in the far future, being trans is going to be equal to just being a gay person. You won't be a Super Saiyan gay person from that point. You're going to be just a gay person at that point. Being gay will be like that of being like heterosexual. It will be so normalized, boring. Being gay is boring. So being heterosexual, like you're being super anciently old in concept, right? So what's going to happen is once people who are transitioning and doing a lot of transgender stuff, they're going to be seen so like normalized to a degree to the point that them being trans is not a thing. It's exactly like being gay. It's just being gay. That's it. Because what's going to pass that is people splicing their DNA. So being transgender is not going to be the cool thing anymore. It's not going to be a big, you're being suppressed thing anymore. It's going to be seen as you just being gay, right? People past that will be people who are splicing their DNA, looking like lizards, looking like animals, walking around real furry people. You don't think people are not going to splice their DNA with animals? Like we saw that in oh my god, in fucking Batman Beyond. You saw people splice their DNA with animal DNA. There was like some lizard people and stuff like that. It's some cats, I think, of some like half cat thing going on. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's scary splicing. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna be a thing. I'm telling. Oh yeah, and they had that term called designer babies. I don't know if anyone knows what that means. Like designer babies are basically, you know how people want a baby and stuff. You can actually do this thing where you can splice DNA and take out certain DNA out of your kid before they're born. So if you're having a kid, you can go to the doctor, put your fetus or whatever in through like some type of like, they'll take the fetus, put it into like some type of like contraption thing, institute thing, and then the parents will sit there and say, okay, what do you want your baby to have? You can say, I want my baby to have straight hair. I want my baby to be this particular color. I want my baby to be this. I want my baby that. You can literally design your baby DNA to what you want it to be. Literally the character. Yes. That's a thing. That will be a thing. You can customize your child before they're even born. You can give them high genetics. You can give them muscles. You can give them what the fuck? I'm done with you, TikTok. All right. Wow, that's kind of cool. USD, see more lives. That's kind of cool. Anyway, so restriction. I got restricted again. Disinformation content. Fuck you, TikTok. You go fuck yourself. I'm gonna say, you know what? This is why I don't stream on this thing. It just says I got restricted again. I'm not even talking about anything. Fucking TikTok. I hate TikTok. Anyone streaming on TikTok, you're putting a gun to your head. Anyway, so like what I'm saying is what's going to happen is being all the things. Yes, I got decreased again my social credit. Crazy. Like, so everything that we are considered, like, what right now, like, the transgender problem, the transgender movement, all that shit, which is dying, but, like, all that shit, being transgender will be looking as just being gay, right? Like, so, you know how, like, there's a hierarchy of, like, suppression and repression when it comes to LGBT people? So, like, you know, gay is just kind of like the basics, and then anything farther than that is, like, you're a Super Saiyan at that point. Right? If you go past like gay, okay, do your thing. But you go past between gay, lesbian, and bi. Once you pass these particular two, you're going Super Saiyan at that point. And they really don't. I don't. That's why I only stream there because I let them know I'm alive. But like, you know what? Fuck TikTok. I'm only streaming on Mondays. That's it. Call it a day. So like all those movements and stuff will be seen and already? Are you serious? Oh my god. When is my thing coming into the mail? I need get my shit in the mail so I can put on my computer. I want to play Marvel Rivals. You know how long I want to play game? God damn. But yeah, but the point is like everything that is considered such an impress, that being transgender will be like looking just being gay. So like those three things are gonna be seen as ancient. God damn it. I gotta put in my thing. I might even do it tomorrow. Fuck it. And then you can design your baby. You can put your baby through like this test tube thing or whatever case may be, and then the parents will sit there and choose to do what they want with the baby. They can change. They can change like the hair color of your kid, the eye color of your kid. Literally custom characterization. What Bryce said. You can do that with your kid in the future. And then you can say, oh, and then everything you customize will cost you money. So they're going to ask you, like, okay, do you want your kid to be unique in a particular way? They're like, yeah, I want my kid to have a little bit of, like, cat in them. I want them to have some sensors in them, like have some, like, abilities that they can do X, Y, and Z. And then, you know, that's going to be a thing. Oh, because they can. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many parents would like to do that to their children. But you'll be surprised how many people will do that to their kids. Right? It is stupid, but it is a thing. People want to do that. They want to take their kids and customize them as if it's like a video game. They're not going to look at their kids as like human beings. They're going to look at them as novelties or potentially. And this only falls based on your economic situation. So you're rich, you're more likely to get all the unlocked versions of your kid. You get what I'm saying? Like everything's gonna be gamified to a degree. So what's gonna happen is if you're like making billions or millions, you having your kid be part cat will be so easy for you to pay for. But someone who's poor as shit, you're not gonna make your kid into a cat because that will be way too expensive, and that's going to be like something that people are gonna want. Yeah, I know, but like that's what's gonna happen because people are gonna splice. Like, even if say you're a rich person and you don't really put that in your kid can say, you know what, I want to be part cat. So that right there will be the new tattoo. That will be the new piercing. Piercings and tattoos will be seen as ancient thing to do. That's not even cool anymore. Who gets tattoos? That's so old. That's so last, like, 2000s. What the fuck, bro? We out here splicing our DNA. Get with the times, bitch. That's what they're gonna say. They're directly gonna say, someone in the future is gonna look you in, like, 2040, 2075, and say, you know what, bro? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. You wanna get a tattoo? You're old as shit. Because that's what's going to happen. Kids are going to be like regular kids in middle school and high school are going to be like, well, you know how kids be contemplating, I want to get a piercing, I want to get a tattoo. That will be seen as old as shit. So old that like it's like you said you read the Bible type shit. Like you read the Bible, you getting tattoos. Oh my god, what, you old as shit? Splice your DNA, bro. What the fuck? Get designer. I got designer like splicing. They're gonna get the brand name splicing. I got part cat in me. You know what I'm saying? I can see at night type shit. I listen to the Bible. Yes, I know. But like the point is like that's what's gonna happen in the future. And there's nothing we can do about it. Sadly. So do I support it? Fuck no. But but I know that it's coming. Because there's already people who are splicing their DNA right now. Right now. They're doing like underground engineering and they're putting like vaccines in themselves and doing all this stuff and changing their genetics and stuff. It's insane. But the more we keep letting this keep happening. Like, oh yeah. Remember. Besides. Well, then again, if we nuke ourselves, the kingdom come, because, you know, our countries are always on the edge to press a button, but don't want to do it at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's playing chicken with that. But, like, other than the DNA splicing, the second thing other than that will be the next thing, like, what's going to not replace, but what's going to be second after that or at least right next to that as a form like piercings or like tattoos, is cybernetics. So like you're gonna get a cybernetic, like I want to run faster, so I'm gonna amputate my leg to have this cool designer brand name leg, right? So I can run faster. Like kind of what happened in Cyberpunk. We'll do like underground cybernetic surgeries, because all those things will replace. Yeah, we're gonna have cyborgs and people like walking around. They're gonna look like people from Cyberpunk 2077. I love how we went from AI to DNA splicing, right? It's gonna happen, right? So, like, for those who played Cyberpunk, you know what I'm talking about, or seen Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners. What David was doing to himself, that will be the norm. You want to see farther enough? Go get a underground black market eyeball. You want to look stronger or be stronger? Get a cybernetic. Go get all the cybernetics, and then next thing you know, we're all going cyber. We're having a cyber delusions. Oh no! Go watch the show. Go watch the Edge Runners. If you see Edge Runners, you know what I'm talking about. And then everyone's gonna have cyber psychonetics or something. Give me a bear. And then we're gonna be exposing ourselves to what was it called? What was it called, guys? When people go crazy when they have too many cybernetics or some shit. It happened to David and that one dude. Adam Smasher, what's his name? What's that disease? It sounds like Black House. No, it's a show. Everyone loves it. But like, yeah, that's what the future's gonna be like. Kids are gonna cybernetically do it like it's fun. Like that's gonna be the new. Like, yeah, cyber psychosis. So, and like it's funny because AI. There's a term I'm learning in my tech courses that runs with AI. There's a term that it is made that is that's brought up that I think will be a thing in the future when people start doing AI and cybernetics. There's a term that we use for AI when it makes mistakes or it makes up things up. The term is it's called it's called hallucinations. Like AI hallucinations. Hallucinations are a term for. Oh shit. Oh shit. But like what's gonna happen is like the AI is gonna probably mess with your brain because some people are gonna put cybernetics in their brain. Like right now, Elon Musk wants to put chips in our brain right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if that does something to our brain to a degree where we have like cyber psychosis or some shit like that, where people will go crazy or do insane things, or because of the disease or the metals getting their brain or it's leaking in or whatever the case may be. I can see that happening in the future. Nothing exactly like cyberpunk, but something close to it. Seeing things that's not there, acting extremely irrational, being extremely violent and stuff like that. You know, yeah, like cyber zombies, like a sense of like insane, like schizophrenia at its like more cybernetic. So what's gonna happen? Like DNA splicing will be the new transgenderism. Cybernetics will be the new, I'll think, tattooing piercings. That's what's gonna go. It's gonna end up that way. It's going to be more like cybernetics will be the new tattoos and piercings. Splicing will be the new transgender issue. Because that from that point on, you're not just replacing an arm. You're messing with your DNA, where that can lead to serious issues, diseases, potential diseases, because not everyone reacts to things the same. That can cause massive outbreaks, problems, and then would be like Robert House. Yeah, I can see Elon Musk putting his brain in a literal like robot just to live longer. I can see him doing that, or putting his consciousness and shit like that. All billionaires want to do that. We all know all billionaires want to do that because they don't want to die, because they want to be the god of their situation. So we all know that it's a god inferiority problem. But yeah, so that's what's gonna happen in the future. Sadly, do I support it? Fuck no. But I know it's coming, so buckle up.
You don't need Photoshop. They also completely redesigned the cooling system. Samsung says it's about 35% better, and they also improved battery life too, saying you'll get up to 30 hours of video playback. Then for charging, you get more than half a charge in around 30 minutes. The display is also really nice. You get a dynamic AMOLED 2X touchscreen, 120 Hz refresh rate, super vibrant colors, and the speakers too also really surprised me.
Or the head jars, yes.
They were way more powerful now. You get 6 speakers, which are a lot more than before with Dolby Atmos, and it actually sounds really good. I definitely want to check them out when they drop in the future. I'll leave a link down below if you want to check them out when it does. Artextric was another booth that really stood out to me, especially for their smart digital picture frames. The main highlight was the D14 smart digital picture frame. At first, it looks like a clean 14-inch frame, but it's way smarter. You get unlimited cloud storage, expandable built-in storage, and instant sharing, so...
What? You get unlimited cloud storage? Bullshit. Maybe for like a month.
It basically becomes a never-ending digital photo album. Plus, I loved how it keeps everyone connected. Like, you can send photos...
Watch, everything we see here will seem cool, and it will be like one flat rate, and then when everything gets too AI-powered, and everyone, because they need to keep up with the demand and... the servers, you're gonna be paying a very high amount of money just to have all the devices under your roof and the house itself. You're gonna be paying a life subscription for the rest of your days.
And short videos to the frame instantly, even if your family is in another city or country and they still show up. No app to deal with on their end. Multiple people can send photos to the same frame, which really makes it perfect for parents or grandparents. And it's gift ready too, since you can preset everything before giving it away. And then on the other end of the booth, they had portable monitors, so you can plug in a laptop, console, or even a handheld like a Steam Deck, and instantly get a big, fast screen, whether you're gaming, multitasking, or work.
Yes, everything in Black Mirror is, it's a potential idea what can go wrong and will go wrong. So everything you see in Black Mirror is seen as batshit crazy and funny, but it's true. I think there's like one episode of like Black Mirror. I think it's the most telling of the future. It was the one with the girl who wants her social credit score to be high enough so she can hang out with the right people. So she can't hang out with certain people anymore because their social credit score is not good as theirs. So the more people you hang out with a similar social credit score, you won't go up. So you need to hang out with more people who has a higher. Yeah, you seen that? Yeah, that's gonna cause division in itself. China's already doing that since day one, but like that right there will be gamified to its highest here in America, and we already have a internet addiction validation problem on its highest, right? So like that's going to be a real problem. It is stupid, but it is a thing. It's going on right now in China. China does a social credit score where like if, say for instance, you went jaywalking, you didn't really do it, but you jaywalked, it will be a social credit cut. So think of your credit score for your credit cards and stuff, but for your socially. So if you get a bad review by someone, whether it's on purpose or not, the fact that they left a bad review on you will show other people around you that you are not worthy of being around. So it could be a total asshat who just literally did it on purpose, just for the shits and giggles, for the lulz. And now because your social credit score is like, say, a 5, if that drops down to a 3, that's a problem. It has to be at least 4.5 or a 5. If it's like 3 or 3.5 or like just 3 in general, companies, people will not want to hang out with you because they see you as a flight risk. So what's going to happen is people who are on a 5 and a 4 will definitely stay away from people who are 3, 2, 1, or anything like that. That's going to cause massive division amongst a lot of people. So people who could have been like people who you would probably vibe with pretty well, you're not gonna fuck with because obviously their social credit score is too low. So that's what's gonna happen. Correct. Yeah, that's a terrifying thought. Yes. Yep. 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 Pretty girl walks in. She wants to be part of the Glee Club, or whatever the case may be, or she came here to get a job and she's really pretty. The other people see her, or other girls see her, and they think, oh, she thinks she's all that. Okay. And then you see it. So your interaction with her will be like, what was your interaction? Because they'll have like a ratio, like a way to tell that you interacted with this person. So they'll ask you, what is your experience with this person last time? And you just give them a 5 out of 3. You give them a 2. Now you give them a 1 or a 2, even though they didn't say or do anything wrong. They was just being nice, whatever. What's gonna happen? They start off at a 5. It's gonna drop to like a 4.3 or something, because they're gonna tally up is how many times you're being negatively reviewed, not just a one time, but like how many times you're being negatively reviewed. So if you get like 4 out of 5, say like 6 out of 10 negatively reviewed you, it's gonna look at that and be like, okay, we're gonna cut that by half and see how that looked. And then what's gonna happen is that 5 will drop to like a literal 4. And those people could have been just in tandem, just fucking with you. They don't need to even know you. They can just fuck with you like that. And that's going to cause issues for you to get a job. That's going to cause for you to work with others. That's going to cause issue just be around other people. Remember, this is a social credit score. It's not about work. It's just socially interacting with anyone. So anyone, say your social credit score will be tied to your job. So say you're an Uber and you get a bad review as an Uber. You don't get a bad review as an Uber for your job alone. You're getting a bad review with the job alongside the social credit score. So it connects like that in that sense. So if you fuck up at your job and someone gives you a bad negative review on your job, that will connect to your social credit score, because they look at it as like, okay, if you're shitty at your job, then you're probably shitty at in real life, right? I know that's not a great way of looking at things, but that's how they're gonna do that. Because just because your job sucks doesn't mean you're mean. It just means your job sucks and people are horrible. But they're not gonna look at it that way, right? So that's how they're going to judge you in that sense. And this is what keeps people in line, because they want to eat, they want to experience things, they don't want to be considered a bad person. So if you're woke as shit, you're probably going to do well. But if you're a backstabbing woke person, you're going to do absolutely well. But if you're non-woke and you're a person who tells it how it is, and you don't really like playing that bullshit game with people, you're going to get a bad credit score. You'll be called every name under the book. You'll be called phobe, you're going to call it is, you're going to be called this, you're going to be called that. That's what's going to happen. So that's the future we're walking towards at this point. This is why I'm not for the AI thing. This is why I'm not for it starts with the digital ID thing. That's what they're trying to do. So they use that digital ID as an excuse to say, think of the children, when really it's a closer method towards the social credit score. They first get your ID, you put your social, your phone numbers, everything in this one ID, this one thing that holds your whole life, right? And then what's going to happen is that if you say that one... Yeah, so just send it to me. Yeah, you can send it to me. You're a student. You can send it to me. Either send it to me on Instagram or on Discord. But that's what's going to happen in the long run. And people are going to understand how bad this whole digital ID thing will be.
Working on the go. Overall, Azorpa's booth was just full of tech that's simple, thoughtful, and genuinely useful. They're also already selling a lot of these items and more that they showed off at CES, so I'll leave that link in the description if you want to check them out. Plus, they're even offering discount codes too. Next, one of the most fun things I tried out at CES this year was the LibriLive C2. LibriLive makes the world's first stringless smart guitar, and the idea here is super simple. Anyone can play a song in under 5 minutes. The app comes loaded with free real-time chord sheets too, and with the chord indicators guiding you the whole way, you'll be able to play and sing in around 5 minutes.
Oh, God.
And with this upgraded version too,
Man, I tell you, this is the problem. We're gamifying the idea of talentless people now. We are really trying to make the normies part of the talent. We're making the talentless talent. Oh my God. Actually, we're making the talentless delusional. That's what's happening. I think Guitar Hero was probably a culprit for this to a degree, but then again, Guitar Hero was just a game. So you didn't really think much of it. Now we're gonna let people who think they can play guitar because some computer. Shit, that's crazy.
LibreLife C2, using it feels a lot more interactive. It runs a whole new system called the LibreAOS, which basically listens to how you play in real time. So instead of changing volume, this system analyzes the player's strumming motions in real time, capturing up to 1,000 strumming sensor readings per second through a custom multi-core chipset. Based on these inputs, LibreAOS dynamically generates the most suitable sound from a built-in database of real instrument samples. So every strum sounds a little different depending on how you play, which makes it feel way more expressive and natural. They also upgraded the speakers a lot this year as well. The C2 is noticeably louder and fuller than before with much better sound separation. Plus, I love how flexible it is when creating music because it lets you switch between 9 different instrument sounds, so one person can basically sound like a full band. It doesn't need to just be a guitar or bass sound too. It can play piano, drums, etc. And it's got different modes that you can play with it too. There's a normal sing mode, a melody guide that helps you stay on pitch, and a solo mode if you want more of a challenge. And 3 drum machine modes to choose from, offering more options while playing. And the whole guitar is super portable too. Just like before, the C2 folds into 3 parts. It fits easily into a bag, and it's perfect for traveling. Plus, style packs make their debut on the C2 as part of their new LibreAOS platform, enabling flexible style configuration across different musical scenarios. LibreLife at their booth told me that they're aiming for a launch around March, and I'll have a link down below if you want to learn more.
Do you have Instagram? Just send me the picture on Instagram.
Approachable and fun music tech products I saw at CES this year. For home theater setups, AWOL Vision had one of the most impressive booths at CES this year with a spotlight on their new Ethereon series. I mean, the star of the show was easily their Ethereon Max. Seeing it honestly wild. It's an ultra short throw projector that can push a massive image up to 200 inches and still look incredibly sharp, edge to edge. Bright scenes look great, but what really impressed me were the dark scenes. The Ethereon Max has a 6,000 by 1 native contrast ratio and up to 60,000 by 1 viewing contrast, and you can actually see the difference when you're watching darker movies or scenes with a lot of shadows. Blacks look deep, highlights popped, and it finally felt like a real home theater setup, not a projector compromise. Even with the lights on too, within CES, the image still looked really super clean and sharp. And if you're into gaming, this thing also works with that too. I mean, you're getting super low input lag, VRR supports, and even Dolby Vision gaming, which you almost never see on ultra short throw projectors. It honestly felt just as good for gaming as it did for movies and sports. And one cool ecosystem upgrade that they teased was an interchangeable lens on the Vision Master Max from AWOL's sub-brand, Valerian, which gives you more flexibility depending on your room and setup. Overall, AWOL's booth really just felt like they were pushing home cinema forward, just bigger screens, better contrast, and fewer compromises. If you ever wanted a legit living room theater, this was easily one of my CES highlights. When it comes to smart fitness tech, XPPen didn't disappoint. I mean, they had me sweating with a full workout. I actually started at their booth with a Gym Monster 2 and VeloNix bike, and it's clear that they're still pushing hard on all-in-one smart fitness. The Gym Monster 2, for example, is their flagship smart gym. It's super powerful, guided workouts, adaptive resistance, and the VeloNix is their smart bike that ties right into the same ecosystem for cardio days. But what really caught my attention is all their new stuff. First is the Gym Nano, which is basically XPPen shrinking their smart gym down to something way more compact. It's a small, all-in-one strength training setup that uses digital resistance instead of weights, so you can do full body workouts without a giant rack or plates. You also get guided workouts, adaptive resistance that adjusts as you train, and on-screen coaching, just in a form factor that actually fits in an apartment or a smaller room. And then from there, they also showed me their new XPPen strap. It's basically a screen-free wearable that quietly tracks your sleep, training, and even core body temperature, and then it syncs everything to the XPPen's Wellness Plus app. And from there, it looks at your readiness each day and helps guide whether you should push harder or focus more on recovery. It works for both strength and endurance workouts, recognizes different movement patterns automatically, and is really designed to help you make smarter training decisions, not just stare at stats. I think if you want a great at-home workout machine, XPPen for sure has the best options. Then for any of you who are podcasters, content creators, or just anyone who's looking for a great microphone, at CES I came across Mauno's booth, And I was honestly really impressed with their new PD200W hybrid microphone. The big idea here is obviously hybrid. You can use it wirelessly, plug it in over USB, or even run it through XLR if you want a full studio setup. And seeing that in person just made it really click for me. You can literally move from a desk setup to recording somewhere else without changing your microphone at all.
Okay.
That whole free to podcast idea actually makes sense once you see it. They also had it running in a normal CES environment too. A loud show floor, people talking, and it still sounded surprisingly clean and clear. It's a dynamic microphone with built-in noise control, so it does a really great job of keeping your voice front and center without you needing to mess with settings or needing to do heavy editing later. If you're recording with someone else, it can even record each voice on its own track too, which is huge for editing. Overall, this felt like one of those products that actually solves real problems for creators: cleaner desks, fewer cables, less setup time, and more freedom to just hit record, even in not so perfect spaces. And now for my absolute favorite thing at CES, I found the world's smallest personal AI supercomputer called the Tiny AI. And the name's no joke, it literally fits right in your hand like a power bank, but somehow it can run over 50 huge open source AI models locally. Stuff like ChatGPT and DeepSync with no cloud and no giant GPU required. It doesn't even need the internet. And we're not just talking simple prompts. This thing is built to handle deep reasoning, multi-step workflows, and even complex processing, all right on the device. Now, they didn't give me any dates or prices yet, but just seeing something that powerful in something that's so small honestly just got me really excited for the future. That's one that I'm definitely picking up when it drops. And there you have it, my 20 favorite things from CES 2026. If you want to check out last year's list, tap this video right here. And hey, if you like this roundup, smash that thumbs up button so that way you can show me some support on this video. Finding these gems in these massive convention centers isn't easy, but it was totally worth it since I love you guys so much. Thanks for sticking around to the end, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Kapow!
Good job for you, white guy. Anyway, so with that said, we're gonna go to the next video. That was one of the longest videos, I ain't gonna lie. That felt forever. Let me see, what's another one? Let me see. Let's save best for last here. Check that out. What's this? Retrieve Odyssey. Gone. Electric skateboard? Is that a thing? So this says here, we invented the first electric skateboard that rides like a real one from Liquid Skateboard.
Some things shouldn't need a remote, right? That's exactly what I had in mind when the Liquid project got started. I'm Alexis, a French engineer living in Copenhagen, and like so many lifelong skateboarders, I love the idea of taking the freedom and simplicity of cruising on a skateboard and electrifying it. But today's electric skateboards require a remote control, which is easy to lose, to forget, and needs to be charged, killing the simplicity of skateboarding. With that small inconvenience, you lose the very essence of cruising, which is pushing. With Liquid, we've created a remoteless and intuitive electric skateboard that keeps the spirit of traditional skateboarding alive.
Nice.
Introducing our cruise control concept. It's simple. Like a normal skateboard, just kick to accelerate. The motor then takes care of maintaining the speed.
Oh, cool. That's really cool.
No need for an on-off button. Just push to your desired speed, then place your foot onto the sensor to keep going.
Okay. Can you do tricks on this still? I don't think so. Then why not just put on a longboard?
When it's time to slow down, remove your foot from the sensor and it reverts back to a normal skateboard. You can then brake like you would do with any regular board. If you have never stepped on a board before, this quickly becomes one of the most enjoyable ways to learn speed and balance. If If you love to cruise and easily switch to other transport methods, this board might become your best travel companion. Our main priority has always been the user experience and not the rush to use less technology. We believe that we've designed a board that fits any lifestyle, adding spontaneity to the way you move around, explore, and connect
No, I don't
with
think
your
so.
world. As an engineer and
Maybe, but
skateboarder,
like this
I've
one
put my
has cruise
passion into
control,
liquid.
and you don't have to have a remote. You can just keep riding and then you can hold the speed. It can keep the speed up. So that's kind of cool. I like that. So if you go 15 miles per hour or you go 30 miles per hour, you can literally just hold it and it can just maintain that speed. That's crazy. Yes, let's go, right? You get it, my dude. Let's get it.
I've been evolving designs for the last few years and made prototypes that received amazing feedback from friends, which inspired me to make it real. That's where we need your support, as we need funds to launch our first production. Help us bring Liquid Skateboard to life by funding our Kickstarter campaign. Thank you so much for your support.
Interesting. It's okay. Okay, so we have a video here from It's a Gundam. Oop, from It's a Gundam. And, oh, yes! Yes! Even, oh my god, he figured it out too. He knows, well, I'm pretty sure he figured it out. He said, Mr. Beast to catch an anime Taurus. Watch this. What the hell?
Anime tourism and the hoodweave are leftover symptoms of COVID. As time marches on, we draw ever closer to the fallout ending that we so richly deserve. Anime tourism and the hoodweave are leftover symptoms of COVID. As time marches on, we draw ever closer to the fallout ending that we so richly deserve.
Not even the carrion eaters are in.
What the hell? What's happening? Okay, that's it. What the hell? What's wrong with my computer? Hold on. Something's not right. Something's acting strange. It crashed. Okay, that's why. It was crashing. That's why.
Anime tourism and
my bad. Your presence changed the situation. Alright. Let's see here.
Anime tourism and the hoodweave are leftover symptoms of COVID. As time marches on, we draw ever closer to the fallout ending that we so richly deserve.
Not even the carrion eaters are interested in your radiated corpse.
Damn! We can at least depend on the Western fans making the hobby more annoying, even for the people who invented it. Normally, you have a few brainlets harassing Japanese cosplayers for tanning their bodies.
It's a history of negative connotations when it comes with tanning your skin, darkening your skin, because it was done for mockery. Many people still dislike the idea of recreating tan skin because of the history that holds, which is arguably reasonable, but if it's what?
Oh no,
I don't know.
Asian women are tanning. How racist. I better do more research on these
Hey.
racist acts of nudity.
Look at it. Oh my Jesus.
She bad, ain't she?
Lord Jesus Christ. I gotta go.
But I have something far worse than your average alphabet soup leftist
I don't give a shit if
ranting.
they do that. I don't really give a shit. I don't... Free skin cancer. Because they think it looks nice, that's why. That's why. They think it's like a nice looking color. Like, I don't give a fuck about that at all. Because, like, I don't think they're trying to do it to be racist. I think they do it just because they want to be as accurate as possible with the character. I don't think it's blackface as people look at it. I know some people might see it that way, but I don't think so. Because why do they go all that trouble just to get in trouble? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see them doing it on purpose to hurt anyone. I think they're doing it just to stay as character as possible for the pictures and photos and stuff.
Into the void known as Twitter or X. The Hollywood machine now sees anime as the next logical step in the wake of the failing superhero genre. And that brings us to current events.
It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
On December 24th, Mr. Beast, among many other big content creators, started talking about One Piece. The anime crowd picked up on this pretty quickly because nothing happens by coincidence.
All the biggest content creators and streamers on the internet suddenly pushing for One Piece on the same day smells like a coordinated, paid-off corporate BS.
Was he able to send it there?
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Should I watch One Piece? Yeah. I'm scared. So many episodes.
How daunting. How will you ever survive?
Do I start One Piece? Anime has always been something I wanted to get myself into, but never had the time to try and actually watch.
Bro, this is an ad read. It's literally a copy pasta of an ad read. I've done enough of them to know what I see one.
But what I did, without me realizing anime was able to take me into another world that I can relate to, it felt weird because in a way, it was speaking directly to me. I always dunked on One Piece fans for many years. I was intimidated by the number of episodes, thought the art style was corny. Then I finally caved 3 or 4 years ago. There were ups and downs, but it's been an incredible journey overall.
That's insane. Oh, it's from Hassan. Makes sense. He's a grift. Obviously, I always dunked on One Piece fans for many years. Why? I was intimidated by the number of episodes. Why would you be intimidated? Thought the art style was corny. Then I finally caved 3 to 4 years ago. Oh my god. There were ups and downs, but it's been an incredible journey overall. I get it now. You will too. Fuck you. Fuck you, Hassan. Fuck you.
Get it now. You will too.
Right.
When you have Hassan Piker promoting something for you, it's absolutely disgusting.
Yep.
Companies say I'm a brand risk, but the dude who literally called for the senators, sign him up.
Yep.
Head of the, what was it, the Senate committee or something? The Republican fundraising initiatives. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kick Rick Scott is because...
Everyone knows for a fact that Hassan is a high-priced whore.
Yep.
He was shilling the CCP 1 month ago.
Watch it 2 times speed, Mr. Beast, and don't watch the filler episodes. You'll fly through. Don't tell this to One Piece fans, though. Ooh, tee-hee. Multiple big content creators have announced they are watching or going to start anime in the last week. It's a shonen anime. I can't prove it, but it feels very corporate and intentional.
After Chibi posted this, I then noticed that Cindy decided to chime in on his tweet, and her fans accused Chibi of being a sexual deviant.
Guys, I think people just wanted to start watching One Piece. Be serious right now,
Yes, everyone just all of a sudden at the same time, all collectively had the same thought about One Piece.
These basement dwellers come out every Wednesday, unfortunately. I deadass haven't been an anime YouTuber in years. I forgot how annoying some of these people are. I swear you will finish it, Cindy. This account is one of the obsessed with incest and lolly shit, so it's one of those anime accounts. You just enjoy your show, Cindy.
He's a molester. He's a child molester.
How funny that is. Bro, he's a child. Yo.
Those anime accounts. You just enjoy your show, Cindy.
He's a molester. He's a child molester.
Basement dwellers, yeah, because the people who watch Cena or Senna, whatever his name is, are Fortune 500 members.
Now, if you don't know who Cinna is, she rolls with Pokemon, which is all you need to know.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, that kind of just sums it up for me at that point. Okay, gotcha.
This girl. She's your typical unfunny female streamer with Chungus humor at best.
Whoa, women get cramps. Oh, my vagina.
Damn, I'm gonna be honest, men have it so easy.
Why do you look like Pokemon? You look like Pokemon. You look like a Pokemon clone. Holy shit. Just probably slightly better looking, to be honest. But, like, you look like Pokemon clone. If I had to pick between her and Pokemon, I'm picking her.
It's like, men say...
Look-wise.
Oh, as a girl, you don't have to do your hair. You can just go out not looking like this and no one would care. That's not true, bro. Men...
That is true. That is true. That is actually true. Men will fuck anything that looks like it could walk. If it can walk, they'll fuck it. Well, let's put it this way. Men with lack standards will do that. But if you're talking about men with standards, maybe there's some truth in there somewhere, bro. But, like, if we're just talking about men in general, yeah.
Get up, you
trees, yeah, they'll fuck a tree. They'll fuck dirt. They'll fuck a worm. Yep, you're right. Desperate men, yeah, and cows. They'll, like, I'm telling you, they'll fuck anything. If we're talking about men who lack literal standards, then yeah. Then yes, you can get any dude to talk to you. And there's a lot of men, I think about 80% of most men lack standards. So, like, yeah, you can get any dude to talk to you. Even looking like that. You can look like horrible, came out of the bed type shit. Your hair's not done. You look crazy type shit. There's a dude who'll look in that. Like, straight up.
In 2 seconds, and then you walk out the door. It's so,
yeah, what's up, Larry?
So annoying.
Oh, should I get new shoes? My feet.
Like, what, yeah, get new shoes. What spawn is that? You guys don't even have cramps. What do you have?
Depression. Constant aching of life. A gun in the back of my head, metaphorically and physically, all day. I don't know. Like, cramps probably does suck, but, like, being a man sucks. You're supposed to be a protector, a leader, and stuff like that. And if you don't look the part, well, fuck. Especially if you don't look the part. If you have standards, if you actually have standards as a man, you hate women. You hate women somehow. You want women, but you have standards. You hate women. If you have no standards, you're in good deeds with women, but they don't want you. Yeah, treat yourself, bro. Like, if you literally have standards as a dude, you hate women. If you don't, the women won't hate you. They just won't fuck you. Really is. The world. Yeah, we have our roles, but, you know. You'd be surprised.
You don't...
Actually, prove it. To prove this, a lesbian woman, she's not with us anymore, a lesbian woman from, I think it was 2003 or 2004, or somewhere in the 90s, 2000s, she dressed up like a man for 2 straight years. They gave her prosthetics, everything, and she had to go on dates with women. She came to the conclusion that women are horrible. No, this is a lesbian feminist woman. She literally put the time to look like a man, dress like a man. The women didn't know. They did the whole charade. They put her in men clothing. They put the thing around her breast, everything. She looked like a dude, if you saw it. Yeah, like, she did it. And she went on dates with women for 2 straight years. And the conclusion she came to is that men have different problems than women. I don't know, but she did kill herself. She did take her own life. But the problem is that within the time she was alive, she did this experiment, and she came to a conclusion that she being a woman is not as, like, women have their problems, yes. But then again, they said men has a harsher. No, she went with all types of women. She went with all types of women, white, black, middle-aged, young, and she came to the, and this is in the 2000s. This is not where internet was like that, right? And they said the women are horrible. She said she came to the conclusion why men tend to be, why they avoid women or don't want to deal with them. And this is in the 2000s. There's no internet. There's no YouTube. None of that shit. There's no incentive to be an asshole, right? There's no real incentive to them pull out their phone and all that stupid shit. So you must know this was at its most finest instead of it being incentive to be an ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how that woman did that thing with the crispy, was it Krispy Kreme? No, you can't date personality of every population, but there is a particular conclusion where most of the women fell into a particular category of insufferable. Because there was an expectation that was there for the man to do specific things, and if they didn't have those specific things in preset, he's less of what he is. But the only thing the women have to do is just show up. Because there's no real expectation of the woman instead. Just as long as she showed up and she's kind and nice and she looks nice, that's it. That's the three things. Most men don't give a fuck about your degree. They don't give a fuck about your education. It depends. If you choose to be an ass, that's your choice. It really depends. No. As a man, yeah, no, not that woman. That's a different person. I know you're talking about. She killed herself too. I think she killed herself too. She was crying. I remember she was crying, and she was saying that she's not. People don't think she's fine because she's a woman. So she did. This one did an experiment. I know you're talking about. She did an experiment, but she dressed herself like a dude. She did everything like the feminists did back in 2000s. I think this was somewhere in the 2017s. I think. She dressed like a dude as a comedian and came up and said the same exact jokes, and she got booed off. I think she got even more booed off than ever. She got hated. Like compared to when she was a woman as a comedian and then a man as a comedian, there was a stark difference of hatred that was there. That you know what I'm saying? Like, it is horrible.
I don't even have cramps. It's just obnoxious. Like, you know what? I'm literally on my monthly right now. You know how annoying that is?
World where 50% of the population is female, one man had the audacity to write an article titled, "Why Women Aren't Funny."
This tweet was so stupid, actually.
No, there's no. That's what the. This is the thing is that's what the feminist lady said. I forgot her name, but she said men don't have it hard. They just have different problems. And that's where the problem comes in. She never even said it was harder. She just came to realize where men are having this issue, per se. That's where the real problem came in. It was not about who had it harder. It was more of like if they have problems at all. Yes. So when she came to that conclusion, she at least understood where men were coming from. She understood. She said, not only that she understood, she understands. I don't know. She's saying that as a gotcha, like say, oh yeah, periods, cramps, so you guys have it harder or some stupid shit.
Replied to it when normally I ignore these sort of things that I feel are beneath my notice. I bet guys in the Ukraine war, dodging drones with bombs attached to them, are saying to themselves, man, am I glad I'm not stuck at home with cramps.
December 25th, ironically and weirdly timed, the trailer for One Piece live action was released on Netflix.
Okay. No, it's not. Yeah, it's yeah, I would pick something else. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. You don't have cramps, so like that's like saying you don't have a penis, so you don't get it. I'm like, she's not gonna understand that, bro. Like saying that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like I get what you're saying, but like it doesn't make a lot of sense. They're not gonna understand. Yep, everyone has it pretty bad. Okay, so if you want to commission, Mikey, you can drop the link if you're still here, or Bri. I mean, period. Okay, you can drop the link for them because they want to know if they want to commission. So if they want to commission, they can go over here. you're gonna open the link that he's gonna give it to you, or one of my mods is gonna put it in the chat so you don't have to look for it. You click here, digital commission request. You can go here, but I suggest just go here because the traditional sketch requests, I don't do traditional sketch requests and send it to people. I'll do a traditional drawing and then take a picture and send it to you. But then again, it's best you just go with the digital one. It just makes more sense. So if you click on that, it'll take you here into the menu. And then on the side, it'll let you scroll through. Yes, only you and Mikey can give the links in chat. So if you have the link, you can put it in there. And then they can scroll through and they're labeled in a particular way. So it's like Chibi style OC commissions. This is what I'm doing right now for my client, for Kyla. And yeah, so like you can check here. Yeah, so if you want to get a commission, you can do that way. You can send either a gift for that, or you can use the Cash App if you want. So it is up to you. So yeah.
The Greatest Pirate Adventure returns on March 10th. Straw Hats, One Piece into the Grand Line opens the path wider, seas, and possibly even bigger crew.
I hope there's more transsexuals. That's what One Piece needs.
Can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
Curious timing, the official account to release this almost like it was coordinated.
No, you're just a bigot.
Don't these people have to disclose that they got sponsors from this? As I assume they did get sponsored, because let's be honest, none of these fucks would ever tweet about anything anime related unless it was money involved. You have to disclose sponsorships, and it's illegal not to.
Well, here's the thing. If they do
you sent that one? Oh, you can use that one, but you should have sent the link one, the Linktree one, but it's alright.
If this is part of
hopefully
some
it can be
future
open.
deal or an
For those who click
offshoot
those to
with
look
their
at the
agency through Netflix,
for those who click those to look at the commissions, let me know if you can open it. If you have any issues, I'll put the link in there, or I'll have Bri put in the Linktree.
then they can get away with a social media post without saying, "Oh, this anime take is sponsored by Netflix." You see what I'm saying? Now here's where everything gets odd and really stupid. Mr. Beast starts replying to every post that calls him an anime tourist.
For what reason, God only knows.
Sinner replying to tweets that don't suck her ass is typical of a chick that does streaming and gets attention. Even she knew when to quit. Mr. Beast spent a month engaging in petty bullshit.
Biggest YouTubers in the world, Mr. Beast suddenly gains interest in One Piece. Watches 2 episodes, changes his profile picture to Luffy. 2 days later, the reveal for Season 2 goes live. One Piece on Netflix. Least obvious marketing ploy ever.
Mr. Beast then replied.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening. So Mr. Beast said something about One Piece, and he started doing all this One Piece shit all out of nowhere. Just in the nick of time when the trailer dropped. So what that actually means is, because the trailer dropped, he's going to do some type of event that probably ties into the Netflix version. So Netflix is paying him low-key under the table. So when he does one of his challenges, everyone's going to be into it because, well, right now it's trending. I see. Yeah, this is exactly why people call him a tourist. I see why now. I see where the issue comes in now. Because when you do shit like that, it's like the anime men. Yeah. It comes off as very, like, usury and scummy-ish. I get it now. Okay.
Nah, I just finally had time over the holidays to dive in. Also, I've watched countless animes and have probably seen more than 90% of the people reading this tweet. Y'all need to stop treating me like a fake anime fan.
Pay attention to this, because that one phrase I've probably seen more than 90% of you is what he's going to say repeatedly.
I'm Flint Dicker, and you're watching the news.
Mr. Beast's response to One Piece marketing ploys. Allegations.
Well, the B-Man swapped out his PFP for Luffy wearing Shank's cape, which is a spoiler for me because I haven't watched in a while.
Bro has watched one episode. Too many creators hopping on this shit at the same time. Feels disingenuous and forced.
The more Mr. Beast protested, older tweets of his started research about his anime viewing habits.
And he goes, I watched the original Dragon Ball and gave up on Dragon Ball Z.
Your thoughts?
What?
What? Bro, giving up on Dragon Ball Z is insane. Dragon Ball Z was the peak of Dragon Ball. End of story. If you leave at Dragon Ball Z, you're good. Super was alright. The Saiyan God thing, meh. Modern day interpretation of Broly brought me back, but not making him a psychopathic killer killed his wild card factor for me. But whatever, decent movie, not gonna lie. And I'm not gonna talk about Ubu and how he just became memory hold in the Dragon Ball Z canon.
Like yeah, that's I forgot about that. They mentioned that like in season 1 in Super, and I think then they made a passing comment about him, and that was kind of memory hold at that point. Never again we mentioned that again, which I think they're trying to, well, yeah, yeah, and since Akira's dead, I wonder if they're gonna bring him out of the ashes now. I'm pretty sure they will, because if they're gonna give Piccolo a black girlfriend just to solidify that, I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring him eventually into the forefront eventually, but not till like the next season literally comes around, probably, or even after that season's over, maybe. Now when you mentioned it, I really thought I actually forgot about Oob for that version of Dragon Ball. Shit, I don't even think Oob was even mentioned in that Dragon Ball Heroes thing. I think a lot of people hated that multiverse thing that was going on. I don't think people really wanted or needed or wanted any part of that. If anywhere, they should have just called it not Dragon Ball Heroes, but Dragon Ball Xenoverse, the show or some shit. I don't know. I don't know if it was like a timeline thing or a multiverse thing. I never really watched it, but it looks like a bunch of nonsense going on. I don't know. No one talks about it, so I guess it's one of those things that we just don't talk about.
Dude doesn't even matter no more. Where even is he? Okay. Forget it. Mr. Beaston named off his top 3 animes, and it's all shonen shit.
Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. This is when people ask me, what's your favorite anime? I don't like picking the default shit, because, and it's not being like an anime elitist or anything like that, I get it, but like, no, everyone just sounds exactly the same. Everyone sounds exactly the same. Akira, they'll say JJK, ALT, Naruto, One Piece, and then they'll say like, what's the other show? Fucking Dragon Ball, and then, what's, the My Hero, you know what I'm saying? It's just, there's no Oob in Bossing Say. But, everyone says the same thing, right? It's just, after a while, everyone sounds exactly the same. It's kind of like that meme with Homer, where everyone, like, you see now that Homer meme when he's in the bar and everyone's saying the same exact thing. You're just kind of sitting there. Magnus? What's Magnus?
Got Titan One Piece. Damn, you hit Crunchyroll for that lineup,
you mean
my
manga?
guy. Listen, we all loved Naruto back in the day, alright? I can admit it. I did the Shadow Clone Jutsu finger stuff, you ran with your...
How many people you think is in there? All these people running. How many you think I believe majority of these kids who are running, or these young people back in 2016, I think majority of them are activists now. I bet you majority of them who are running, doing this, are all activists.
It's behind your back like a retard. But that shit is your typical mainstream shonen. Attack on Titan was alright. It had a lot of hot moments. And I know a lot of people swear to God it's goated. It's okay for me. And One Piece is also mainstream to its core. That's why Netflix has a live-action show of it. And they're literally rebooting the anime and redrawing it again, bro. Jesus Christ, it's like the MCU almost. There's no need to reboot One Piece, but they're doing it. Whatever.
Where is your guard? Where is your guard now?
What's up, Nathaniel?
Motherboard today act like Luffy is this 3-dimensional.
Oh, make us bread. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, that it's a slow burnish thing. It's not. It's a slow burn type show, but it's rewarding. Especially if you like romance type stuff. Like if that's your, it's no Freerin, I'll tell you that much. But like it has its moments. It's not a bad show, but it has its moments. It's one of those you gotta be kind of paying attention. There's a few times I kind of like was losing interest. I had that same problem with Golden Kamuy. But like it's like a weird roller coaster with Golden Kamuy. Like Golden Kamuy is like, it's like this. Golden Kamuy is like this. It's like okay, we're starting the show. Oh, got interesting. I like this concept. Okay. What the fuck? Oh shit. This is getting kind of. Oh, okay. Ooh. Not. Then the pace just goes right back up. Like that's what it feels like when watching Golden Kamuy. Because since there's no like magic or anything like that, it's pretty much as realism as it gets with the anime. But like because it's set in like what? 19 something? And like it's in a very old time frame. But like it has a good concept story-wise, but it's a slow burn. There's moments where the show kind of the pace gets kind of boring, and it goes down, and then it instantly goes right back up. Because like when the action scenes happen, he's like, oh, okay, let's go. This is getting intense. The wave. But like, yeah, it just feels like that. It's like, there's many times we watched that and it's like, eh. Oh no, I actually enjoyed that. I'm currently watching that now. I'm in season 2, episode. No, wrong. Season 1, episode like 10 or 13. I'm at the part where they're on that island. I'm not gonna say I don't know what episode, but they're on that specific island, the slave island one. I'm just gonna say that. But it's a very interesting concept on that too. But like, like it's a you gotta like it. You gotta kind of like watch it and enjoy it to a degree, I think.
One-dimensional. The dude eats, he goes, don't beat up on my friends, you're gonna get it. I've got new powers. It's pretty much him. I don't care. I did cry when Ace died. Okay, moving on.
The world will be a better place once all the One Piece fans disappeared.
I'm not against this idea. How do you like that?
Oh, right. Look at this, Phil. Look at this chart. Main characters, how well written they are. Look at this. This is what you think good main characters written well would be if you literally have autism, bro. Oh, Guts in 4th place shows me why entertainment in America is pure trash and it'll stay trash to the day I die. The only characters that have any depth outside of shonen
Lyra, did you send the
is
thing?
Guts and Eren Yeager. That is it. And Eren Yeager doesn't even touch Guts, okay? The fact that Guts is even on this chart is kind of wild. This was made by someone who gets all of their anime takes from Crunchyroll. And that's why anime kind of sucks over here now. And we got all these translators that screw up everything. And then we lose all of our streaming sites that have like these hidden gem animes that you can't see ever again because no one's going to translate them because there's no money. Okay, I'm not going to tweak out. I swear to God.
Luffy over Guts.
It's alright. I just making sure you said it so you don't think I'm ignoring you.
Batman. Okay, sacrilege. And Goku up there. Like, where's Vegeta then? Because Vegeta had more character growth than Goku ever did. Okay?
Yeah, he's not lying. As much as I do like Goku, Vegeta did more character growth than probably any of the characters that he dealt with. Like, in my honest opinion, Vegeta has the most character growth of everyone on Dragon Ball from beginning to end. And we're not even at the end yet. So, like, Vegeta has changed so much. I would say a lot more than even Bakugo. Like, geez, shit. Like, Vegeta has gone through a bunch of bullshit just to change. And he killed and genocide a lot of people for him to be the way he is. And yes, I'm thinking of that meme that funny animation that Mikey put in when Goku was pointing out the obvious on why we shouldn't be friends with Hitler or some shit. That shit was funny. He had a point.
Really stop me this time. Solo leveling is trash. Okay, I'm done.
Based.
This is a real video?
Mr. Beast then goes in. The Mr. Beast gets in a Bugatti Veyron with Jason the Queen, who's basically stealing that English guy's bit where he talks to someone in a car. Jesus Christ. Anyway, he goes in there to talk about being called a tourist, and he just crashes out.
A couple tweets about you saying, should I watch One Piece? Right?
Yeah.
Did you actually go and watch One Piece?
Yes. Oh, bro.
This is some of the most dystopian shit I've seen all day. Let me address this from my $1 million car. Why you shouldn't question me, you poor plebs.
You know, the reason why this is such an issue is because people like Speed comes off more genuine because he was not doing it with a tie-in of a particular you know, crossover with a company or any form of anything like that. He was doing the whole One Piece thing before, not before anyone, but like he was doing the whole One Piece thing before most of these creators, like genuinely outside of that sphere. So that's why someone like Speed is genuinely seen as a One Piece fan compared to a Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast just happens to be into One Piece and talk about it within the time of the Netflix drop of the trailer, and then he's going to have a potential One Piece something going on. So that right there really shows there's a form of disingenuousness in that sense. So that right there is why a lot of people find this very annoying, because a lot of anime fans have been burned to a degree when companies do shit like this. So they don't want to be used again. It's kind of like what's going on in the gaming industry too. So this is why this issue is such a hot button topic. Okay, I forgot where I heard, but someone mentioned that the reason Goku way less mature and dumber in Super was because Team 4-Star and the writers thinking, hey, people like this, let's do that. Is that really a thing? Is that really an argument?
Thanks. Before I answer that, holy shit. The One Piece fan base can be so toxic. They're like constantly like he's not actually watching.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no issue with the One Piece fandom. I've never run into a bad one. Well, I haven't run into one yet, but so far, when it comes to like my art and shit, when it comes to the One Piece fandom, when anyone comes here as a One Piece individual, I ever really have an issue with them. It's only the people from my MHA. I don't really have a problem with Dragon Ball people at all. I really don't really have that issue. But when it comes to MHA individuals, oh my fucking god. And sometimes Demon Slayer here and there. But like, MHA takes the cake of just being annoying. And it's not even the people who are into MHK. It's the fucking shipper sick people. JoJo, no. I really rarely see anyone give me trouble art-wise or any issues with the JoJo fandom. If I rarely run into any JoJo fans, to be honest, like openly. Like that. Like I am pretty sure you can find them just if you go in that sphere, like in TikTok or whatever. But when it comes to them independently walking to my stream and having a fucking problem, I never had someone be like, oh, you watch JoJo, and then we have a big argument about it, or we have an issue with the drawings I'm drawing. No, it's always the MHA motherfuckers. Always give me the most bullshit, or cat people. Either a cat picture, they always have a cat stupid picture or some shit, or they're from the MHA fandom. They always give me some bullshit nonsense, and they always want to call people some type of slur or name. Not a slur, but like more like try to accuse you of some type of essay nonsense or some type of furry nonsense. And then when you look into their fucking profile for like 2 seconds, you see the most degenerate shit ever. It's the most irony thing ever. Like, they'll have, like, Bakugo and Deku doing the devil's dance, if you get what I'm saying. Or they're applying something with All Might doing things with Deku or some shit. That it's some weird, outline, incestuous, inappropriate relationship shit that they'll have, and then they think it's cute to put up there, but they'll accuse people doing or drawing women's breasts big. You know what I'm saying? It's the weirdest fucking thing. They'll never have no pictures of like the girls, but they'll definitely have a bunch of like romance boy love shit with the MHA boys. And these are underage boys most cases. They're not even the ones that are like when they're much older. They're literally the same age of what they are, doing shit with each other and some shit like that. So that tells you everything you need to know majority of the time. or they're some type of furry, or both. It's fucking weird.
He's just trying to latch on to our anime to milk us for our audience and blah blah. Let me say something. And it probably is a negative for me to say this, but I've seen more anime than all you little anime clowns with your anime PFPs on Twitter out there. I have. Like, go dig through my Twitter. I've got
Jason the Ween. He's over. He's like, Mr. Beast. Close your eyes and listen to this. It sounds like Jason the Ween is sucking off Mr. Beast. Really, do it. I'll play it again.
With your anime PFPs on Twitter out there. I have. Like, go. Stop him! Guardians of the Galactic Hero. I was tweeting about that shit back in 2019.
But God forbid I'm drawing Midnight and said this is an appropriate role. You're weird. All right, that's the thing. This is why when people like, it's weird because when I was drawing Midnight for the swimsuit summer event, they said this is weird, bro. And then you see in their profile they have a bunch of Deku and Bakugo love shit. Like, it's the weirdest thing, right? And I'm drawing a grown-ass woman, right? I'm not drawing the girls, because obviously they're kids. So, like, I'm not going to draw them in bikinis. I'm not doing that. Because, like, you know, that's just going to cause trouble in the MHA problem. So, like, I avoided that completely. I only picked adults that are in their 20s or higher when I was doing the swimsuit summer event. A lot of people was actually draw Uraraka in a bikini. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm not doing that. Not saying that I don't want to do that. It's just that it's going to bring too much headache. I'm not doing that. And y'all are fucking annoying. So, like, no. I've seen people draw that stuff. Not you teach, but I've seen it. But they add so much. Yeah, they'll be doing a lot. They'll be doing the most. But they'll be quick to accuse you of some insane shit. Oh, you're a gooner because you're drawing Mount Lady in a very sexual way. Which is funny, because I always drew her standing or just doing something very heroic. But they'll be too focused on the titties. They'll be like, why is her titties so big? I'm like, well, she is a big lady. It's not like she can't make her, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
6-7 years ago, I've been tweeting about anime since before some of you motherfuckers were born. Okay, so first off, back off, call me a phony, trying to bandwagon on One Piece for attention. Y'all are crazy. I've watched all 700 episodes of Naruto. It's ridiculous.
Top 3 animes. Bro, his ego cannot take any criticism. Mr. Beast's ego is as thin as wet paper. Years of smiling like Satan himself at the gates of hell while people cheered for him endlessly. Then he finally gets a little pushback. A handful of people see through some marketing bullshit and he crashes out from a hypercar, no less, while they're in LA eating probably a $50 salad. You can't make this shit up.
With your anime PFPs on Twitter out there, I have. Like, go.
It's like live action South Park. This is what I expect Mr. Garrison to do if he was worth $1 billion.
Yeah.
Now, Kyle, don't you call me a tourist. So after this video goes live, Marshall Bohemian weighs in. This dude has a ton of sensible takes. You want to follow someone on Twitter that just says it how it is, this is your guy.
Mr. Beast pretends to be an anime fan to promote live-action Netflix One Piece slop. People call you out on being a tourist. Make an own video to dunk on the weebs. Immediately starts by saying watching a lot of anime is a social negative. Ridicule actual anime fans as not being real fans compared to you. Mention you watch Guardians of the Galactic Heroes. Legends of the Galactic Heroes fans collectively cringe. That was certainly a strategy he could have chosen not to take.
Guess who shows up? This motherfucker. Well, list no less.
This is slander. Call me weird, call me lame, but don't call me a fake anime fan. I've literally watched countless anime. Y'all whack as hell. Here's a list of some I've seen off the top of my head. This blasphemy needs to stop. Is this a joke?
He must have sent his intern to do this just to be a douchebag. What? He even spelled Gundam wrong. Whatever.
This is fine. After being called a fake anime fan, Mr. Beast reveals his list of anime as seen.
And I guess he must mean Gundam like the MS-09 Dom. The chunky boy in all of our hearts when you're a UC fan. And of all the Gundam series to watch, Iron-Blooded Orphans, which he just calls Iron Blood, it's not bad, you know, for an entry-level Gundam anime, but it is not the pinnacle of Gundam, dude. That's like something I would suggest to someone I knew had like a small attention span.
Right. So I wasn't expecting you to even.
I just like how the Riz of Mikazuki, his Riz was insane. Like, this bro didn't do much of anything. Bro was just existing, and bitches was just flocking to this boy. Like, I don't know. That was MC powers at its highest. Like even the dude, his foster brother didn't get as much ass as he did. He didn't get any ass. And he was the brains of the operation. Mikazuki was just going with the shit. He was getting ass. He was getting a princess and a bitch all at the same time. He got 2 bitches for, like, existing. He didn't do much of anything. Bro was like a mute half the time. Like, that shit was crazy. No, I don't think he said that. I don't think he ever said that. He just listed them. He said off top of his head, but he didn't say the best Gundam. But, like, straight up, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, Mikazuki was just getting ass. And he got ass, too. That was even crazy. He got ass for, like, no reason. Like, he didn't even, like, he lacked so much social cues. Like, it was insane to me. But that was not the reason why I watched it. I watched it because I love Barbatos. I just love the look of Barbatos. Barbatos is one of my top favorite Gundams. This is the Barbatos, the Waltz Gundam, and the G Gundam. I kind of like the QX thing, but it's kind of, like, weird at the same time when I look at it. Yeah, most likely.
This thread, let alone reply.
Let me look that up. Okay.
To it. But your reply tells me all I need to know. Rather than brush off my post and say nothing or call me retarded or something, you sent this, a list of mostly entry-level shonen slop. A few bangers and some ridiculous typos. What's telling to me is how this list feels constructed based off of looking at popular polls rather than watching them. You probably re-watched the clips just to include
well, the Barbatos or which one?
Galactic Heroes. It's Legends of the Galactic Heroes, by the way. To appear consistent. You can't even spell Gundam right. And probably wrote it down because Iron-Blooded Orphans is a popular entry-level series for the franchise at the moment. Assuming you wrote this at all and didn't pay someone else to do it. The too long didn't read here is that your list doesn't feel genuine, and the fact you needed to post it to disprove some small-time nobody streamer tells me...
Oh, Barbatos, okay.
My original post rattled you severely. It hit close to the mark. You are a tourist. That's my final word.
Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Imagine being Mr. Beast, worth $500 million, having 400 million subs, literally buying an island for strangers, and still getting so butthurt over actual One Piece fans calling you a fake tourist that you have to hop in your Bugatti, hit record, and start crying about how you've seen more anime than most anime fans there. Bro, you're literally richer than God. Yet the second actual weebs clock your Luffy PFP as the most obvious Netflix live adaptation promo stunt since day one. You started crashing out harder than your Formula car in Miami. Why are you trying to seek validation? Why not just cover it up like the rest of your sweepstakes scams you buried under?
Or his Toon friend that literally got exposed on such a level that he started suing people, and all of a sudden, all those DMs and voice recordings just vanished out of the ether like the Epstein files.
We all saw the timeline. Randomly asked if he should watch One Piece after years of zero anime content. Changes PFP to Luffy within 24 hours.
Because I always learn something. I said this thousands of times. Whether people think you're genuine or not, they're not going to believe you. Even if you have a bunch of proof, they're not going to believe you because the whole point is to rage bait you. Like, it's insane to me to a degree because it's like, it makes no sense trying to prove yourself because they're just going to think you're a poser anyway. It makes no sense to try. Once the people already make up their minds about you almost instantly, it's like most cases, it's very difficult to change the mind of someone genuinely, even if they're saying their mind is, you think they're bullshitting you anyway. So might as well not even bother. You will never change... You'll never change the thoughts of someone in the comment section. That is just because there's people, egos. People just don't like being wrong. It takes a very special individual to say, you know what, maybe I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is insane. I wouldn't even bother eating.
Glazes it like his life depended on it. Promotion window ends, instantly switches back to original PFP, and starts seething when people call him out on it. How's the Netflix paycheck faring, little bro?
And that's pretty much it. After the promotion cycle of One Piece Netflix Edition Season 2 with more representation ended, the Beast switched back to his profile pic that he's always used and went on his merry way after realizing anime fans are not awestruck by his very existence and have no issues with calling him out. One thing I've learned in the past 5 years of doing this trash is that very few people are in this shit for the love of the game.
I don't know. I don't
They're in
believe
it for clout and a
real
paycheck.
anime
And
fan,
if someone
but
is
damn,
in it for the love of the game,
alright,
the machine
this
tries like hell to
like
crush that love out of them. I'm living proof.
Or thinking.
Oh well, whatever. Adios, bichachos. Because I got nothing better to say. Subscribe to this.
Yeah, you know what? I get it. I get it. I get what you mean because, like, in a way, being mad at Mr. Beast is kind of pointless because he's just a corporate entity, right? But someone like the anime men are more grifters than probably Mr. Beast. At least Mr. Beast is trying to at least genuinely come off as his one. But these dudes will outright tell you, I did not know that that Goku had a tail. I've never seen that before. You have never seen Goku with a tail. There's Kid Goku. There's GT Goku. There's Daima Goku, I think. There's what is it? There's Dragon Ball Z Gohan per se with a tail. I'm saying, like, there's flashbacks of them showing Goku losing his tail, mentioning it, figuring out what the tail actually meant to him. It's like, I don't know where the fuck you did not ever see that happen. Like, that's a big red flag right there. Yep. Like, some people first watched Dragon Ball Z first before they watched Dragon Ball and knew that Goku had a tail. Yep. And then what was even more crazy was, like, he never played any of the video games. Dragon Ball Kakarot, Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi. You know what I'm saying? It gets insane. I always wondered that. Was he canon or not? It was a cute dragon. Very cute. Icarus. I wonder what that was about. Hello. Alright. Lyra didn't send me anything yet. I think she's still trying to figure that out. Or unless she's doing it on TikTok. Let me see. Yeah. Let me see here. Now, this is a video. I found this interesting. And if you guys wondering if we're going to do more horror stuff, yes. There is a horror video coming down the line, this pipeline of videos I have here. So don't worry. I do have another Griff video that we're going to watch. I got you guys. I know how much you guys like those, even though they'd be insane. But I have this video that I thought... I'm going all the stuff that wouldn't want to be seen because I'm trying to put concept up there to see what you guys will bite on other than just one concept alone. Just to see what sticks and what doesn't other than just anime all the time. But it says here, will AI replace filmmakers? This is from Tomorrow Filmmakers. They have 900,000 followers. So don't worry. There is a creepypasta coming down the line in a few more videos, like 2 more videos after this or a video after this. So I promise you. Yes. You think will AI replace filmmakers? You think so? Okay. Lyra says yes. So let's see what this video is about. It's only 10 minutes. Snow White? Sorry, this one's play Snow White. Wait, what are you talking about? The one with Oh, like replace what's her name? Yeah, I understand.
Depending on who you ask, AI is one of the greatest creative tools since the invention of the camera, or it's the beginning of the end for artistic expression. Most people fall into one of these categories, and there aren't that many people in the middle.
I just want to rage bait.
Odds are you're going to run into some sort of AI content. Sometimes there's a lot of AI, sometimes AI is just used to enhance some visuals, and sometimes it's an entire paid-for ad with a fake person talking. AI has been used in creating small businesses, multi-million-dollar Disney Plus shows, Amazon Prime miniseries, Hollywood movies, and also independent films that have nowhere near the same budget. But before we grab our
No, no, it wasn't. No. Technically, what they did is okay. So the Duffel brothers said this. They said that they was literally making the show as they was going, the final season, and they said yes. They had different endings, and what they did say is yes, they used ChatGPT just to see what it can do for the fall ending, but they didn't go exactly with that, but they took elements from it. So what they did is like, hey, we have the script, ChatGPT, give us the best ending for this particular script for the end of it. It gave them something, but they took elements from it, but they didn't go directly with it. But yes, they did somewhat say AI was kind of implemented in this in the sense of elements, but they didn't use AI in the sense of like the ending. They went with the ending that what they wanted like that, but I didn't like the ending because too many people survived, I think, in my opinion. Nope, they could not do it. It was in the documentary. It made them look worse. Yeah, so that's what happened. And this is why I think this is part of why we saw a lot of people survive. Right? I think this is why we saw a lot of people survive. Because if they did, they will have to pay them. That's why. That's why. They'll have to pay them. You know, they'd rather not pay. That's why. Even though it will be a couple million and they make whatever money on it. So. Yeah, that was insane. They said they had better, like, if you heard of the other endings that they had, that was way better than what they got. So this it probably explains to a degree why majority of them survived. And only the one Indian chick died off because we didn't really care about her. If it was up to me, I said I would kill off probably the talking lesbian chick. I keep forgetting. Robin, that's her name. I would kill off Robin. I would not kill off Hop. I might kill off Jonathan. Pretty strange things. Or I would at least killed off the mom. I would have killed off the mom. I would have killed off Robin. Shit, I would have probably killed off Robin. I would have probably killed off the mom from that was stabbing the Demogorgon. I would have probably killed off the Indian chick. I would have killed off Jonathan. I would have killed off the Will what's her name, Briars, the mom that's been there from day one, because that would have been a better choice of killing off that character because she was there from day one. She was literally the mother of the entire group, right? She was the guiding force with most of the kids who looked out for them in this crazy situation. So I would have killed her off because she was like an essential character to the whole show. That would have made a lot more sense. Because having her cut off the head of Vecna was insane. That, or like, I would do it like this. Like, you see how she came in with the axe and started cutting off his head? At the last second, I would have Vecna have used one of his tentacle things and stabbed her directly through the heart as like a last resort thing. Like a last like, haha, you're not, if I'm going to go, you go with me type shit. So everyone sees him die. And then she dies alongside Vecna when they walked into the monster. At least we lost a central character. I would have did that at least. Hey. Let me see. Get rid of the parental figure to break the key. Yeah, I would have did that. I would not get rid of Hop for good reason. The reason why I would not... Yeah, like, I would not go after Hop because Hop already went through that, oh, is he dead type shit. Killing him off will be like, I get it, but it would be a lot more essential if he was around because he would have had that talk with Mike and would have more weight to itself. Yeah, it was one of those two things. So, thank you for this. Oh no, you didn't watch it? I'm so sorry. No. I didn't really spoil it for you to the degree. I didn't. Not everything's spoiled. Trust me. Not everything's spoiled. I'm sorry. I would have got rid of the mom, and I would have got rid of Hop. Oh, no, I would keep Hop alive because he would have had that talk with Mike. It would have more weight to itself other than about the 11 problem. But, like, it would have more weight, and then it had to change. Because, remember, Jonathan and Will pretty much... Well, I don't know what Jonathan... Jonathan was going to university, and Will was just getting out of school. So, it's like... Yeah, I didn't change everything for you. Not yet. I didn't tell you everything. Not yet. Sorry, my dude. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's why at least what it did. I think that would have had a little more weight. You know what I'm saying? Than just, you know, killing a particular character or whatever. But like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's insane.
Pitchforks and start freaking out. Let's take a look at what is happening from a filmmaking perspective. Let's look at the pros and cons of AI, because the question has always been, will AI destroy Hollywood and the film industry, or will it just change the way that we tell stories?
I should get timed out.
Let's dive in.
Aye. Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I'm in timeout.
Yeah, aye.
All right, let's not sugarcoat it. AI is already here. And it's not just tinkering with lighting presets in your editing software or using ChatGPT to create a couple LUTs for your project. It can script, design, score, edit, and even perform. AI used to be unrealistic and kind of funny, like the original Will Smith eating spaghetti. But now, people are using AI in the film industry every single day. In 2023, Secret Invasion made headlines, not for its story, of course, because it was terrible, but because Marvel Studios used AI-generated art in the opening credits. The reaction was less than enthusiastic, and fans felt it devalued the role of traditional artists. Marvel said it was a creative decision, Twitter said it was lazy, and everyone thought that this was the first step towards the end. But at the same time, the creator, a film literally about a war between humans and AI, used AI tools behind the scenes to build out some of its impressive visual effects. You can have subtle AI like changing a voice inflection, or very obvious AI like Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, where AI was used to de-age Harrison Ford to be young again. Technically impressive, yes, but many fans felt it crossed into the uncanny valley.
Yeah, you can kind of see it. Oh, did he eat that with his hands? Oh, yeah, the super scroll. Like, yeah, this was not a problem. It was a great de-ageifier, but it was too obvious. This was more obvious probably than the Henry Cavill chin thing, but like this, you can kind of see like the way the lighting kind of hits the face. You can kind of see there was like this weird uncanny valley feeling, but it was good enough for, and I think this is exactly why they picked a scene that was pretty dark, because if they put it in a place that was pretty light, it'll be way too fucking obvious. That's why they sometimes do this, so they can get past that thing. Ironic. You know, wish movie, they are honestly menaces. Yeah.
And it was like watching a video game cutscene with a budget of $300 million. Even Golden Globe Best Picture winner The Brutalist used AI in its dialogue to get the accent right for the main actor. But the thing is, these are just the beginning. We're already seeing AI-generated background actors being composited into crowd scenes, entire voice performances being cloned with software, fully animated shorts being made by a single person with text prompts and machine assistants. So it doesn't matter how much you don't like it or wish it wasn't here, AI is here, and it's here to stay.
This creature will curse us all if we don't stop it!
But before we grab our torches and pitchforks, let's take a breath. AI, at its core, is just a tool. That's all it is. And history tells us something very important, and that is every time a new tool shows up in Hollywood, people tend to panic. When sound entered the scene in the 1920s, critics said it would kill the magic of silent cinema. When digital cameras replaced film stock, people said that movies would lose their heart. And when people switched to editing movies on computers, film editors, like actual film strip editors, lost their jobs. And when CGI started replacing practical effects, fans screamed that the real was being erased. And yet, here we are, still watching movies, still crying in theaters, and still arguing about whether Dune or Interstellar is the ultimate sci-fi epic. In the right hands...
I still have not watched Dune. Is it really that worth to watch? Like, honestly, tell me if it's worth it. Because it looks like just a generic sci-fi... whatever. It just looks... It doesn't look like a Star Wars. It doesn't even look like a Star Trek. Like, what is it? I just don't want AI to write movies. Hey, that's coming. Listen, if more companies can figure out how to cut out any potential actors, actresses, writers as much as possible, they'll do it. You do? Okay, is it worth it? I got you. I know how you feel, bro. That's crazy. I don't know. Is it good? Is it worth watching? Is it... Maybe the comics are awesome, but is the movie worth watching? It was the movie for Star Wars. Okay. But, like, is Dune worth watching? Or is this just overhyped for no reason? I feel like it is. Let's see here.
AI can actually be helpful, especially to a low-budget filmmaker. If you're an indie filmmaker with a budget smaller than a Starbucks order, you can use AI to generate concept art, create temp scores, auto-transcribe dialogue, and even build virtual environments for pre-visuals.
Okay.
That kind of access used to cost tens of thousands of dollars or require a studio backing. What used to be available to $100 million budgets is now available to beginner filmmakers, which lowers the barrier to entry. Think of AI like a power drill. If you give it to someone with no vision or any idea of what they're doing, you might get a mess. But in the hands of a master carpenter, all it does is speed up the job without taking away from the craftsmanship or the final product. And that's what AI can be. Because when we think about AI in filmmaking, we usually think of the worst of the worst. And I do the exact same thing. Entire shorts being made from a single prompt, those absolutely garbage Facebook ads that are trying to steal your money, or news articles meant to confuse you for the sole purpose of just confusing you. That kind of AI is and always will be irritating and annoying. And yes, I hate AI like that. Unfortunately, there isn't much that we can do about it because people will always take tools and use them to make slop. But as filmmakers, we actually use the tool of AI every single day, even if we don't realize it. Premiere Pro's Music Extend tool, Auto Reframe, After Effects Roto Brush and Refine Edge tool. AI will analyze motions, edges, hair, transparency. Even DaVinci Resolve's Magic Mask, Dialogue Separator, and many other simple software tools like noise reduction, subject tracking, background removal, content area fill, auto-tagging clips by faces or scenes. All of these are very subtle AIs used as a tool. Because modern AI, deep in its core, is actually just machine learning. These are systems trained on massive amounts of data to recognize patterns and make predictions.
Goblin Goberine, just quick question. Is that name a reference to Windbreaker? The Goberine part, not the Goblin.
So the film industry is terrified of AI taking over, but it's already being used. It's just hiding behind buttons that we trust or tools we love and workflows that we don't question. But as independent filmmakers, AI can actually level the playing field. For decades, Hollywood has been a gate-kept industry where only the well-connected or well-funded could bring big ideas to life. But with AI as a tool, a high school filmmaker with a laptop in Nebraska could create a sci-fi monster to put in his film that looks like it came out of a net.
Okay. I thought it was a Windbreaker reference because there's I think a team called Goldbreen, I think. Apparently vehicles. Oh yeah, it's one of those messages saying you got a traffic violation because of the what do you call it? The what is it called? Yeah, you should delete that. Whatever that is, if it came directly to your phone, delete it. It's a fake thing trying to make you click a link so you get fucked with.
Netflix production. And we're not talking about entire short films made from a single prompt, but using AI as an aid to your project. Storyboarding, sound design, color grading, all things that used to take teams of specialists can now be created by one person. It's not perfect, but it's making access available in a way that we've never seen before. In fact, Disney just invested over $1 billion into OpenAI's Sora to allow you to generate their licensed characters inside the app.
Ah, fuck! We are fucked. We are fucked. We are screwed. We are so screwed. We're screwed. We're screwed, bro. Just listen to what he just said. Disney literally said, you can take our IP and do whatever the fuck you want with it. That is not a good idea. That was stupid. We are so fucked. I was kind of hoping for them to get mad and do this, but nope. Once they went with it, it's like, oh, it's over. It's over. We're fucked, boys. Pack up and leave. The dreams are over. It is over. Once Disney said okay, everyone will follow. That was a horrible idea. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm telling you, Walt Disney will be fucking angry. That shit is crazy, dude. That is crazy.
Disney is one of the biggest entertainment companies in the world, and they are aware of how fast AI is moving. Instead of trying to fight it,
Disney agreed to giving people their IPs for Sora. So you can use as many Disney IPs if you want. They don't care. I was kind of hoping for them to get mad and start like suing Midjourney and all these things because of their IPs being used in very insane ways, because that looks bad on their behalf. But the fact that they said yes to it, that just proves from that point that every other animation company or like entertainment company like that will be like, well, if Disney's doing it, why don't we do it? No backbone and greed. Yep. We are so fucked. Yeah, I know, but like I didn't know it was like directly like that because they was suing Midjourney. But they're putting their money in Sora, so that what made that very weird. I'm like, fuck, that's just dumb. Now we're fucked.
They're instead just
there's no hope, boys.
Trying to get ahead of the wave. But here's the part where things start to get dark.
I hope they make a bunch of sexual shit with Mickey Mouse getting fucked by every other IP. I hope they do it. Just to fuck with you.
Where many of our fears come to life. While AI can't...
I hope we get a AI version of that Family... And they own Family Guy. I hope they get that AI version of that Family Guy skit where Walt Disney is doing a drawing, a portrait of Minnie Mouse, and he asks her to take off the shirt. She's like, do I have to? He's like, you want to be famous, don't you? And she takes it off. And he's like, yeah. We need an AI version of that. Like a literal, like, AI realistic version of that. That would be funny as shit. I want to see people make a bunch of that and make Disney think twice. That was not a very idea to put in through Sora. That would be funny. I will find that hilarious. Well, there are the moments. Quagmire as well. That too. I hope that happens. Make them think twice. You just gave your whole everything to them? Are you stupid? God damn. Talk about give a monkey a whole nuke. Yep. Bro, I'd rather watch Fly eat poop than watch AI mage crap. I understand. Oh, man.
It can be just a tool. It can also be a shortcut. And when studios start choosing cheap and fast over crafted and thoughtful, that's when the heart of a project starts to fade, and that is where you get into controversy. Let's go back to Secret Invasion. So instead of hiring a team of concept artists to design the show's opening sequence, they just turned to AI. Most likely saving time and a ton of money, yes, but also cutting human artists out of the process. In 2022, reports spread that Bruce Willis had sold his digital likeness to a deepfake company, and that turned out not to be completely true, but it still revealed just how close we are to actors being digitally resurrected, reanimated, and reused long after they've left the industry or this earth. And it's not just actors. AI voice cloning is now so advanced that entire performances can be faked. The Roadrunner documentary about Anthony Bourdain used AI to replicate his voice for a few lines, forming the audience until after the backlash.
Oh my God.
Before he died, James Earl Jones even signed the rights of his voice away so that from now on, Darth Vader will be voiced by AI. Again, a very controversial move, because now there will no longer be actors who sound like James Earl Jones, but now they will have the voice of Darth Vader with just a few clicks on the computer. And of course, it's not just a creative issue, it is a labor issue. We're seeing early signs of AI replacing extras in crowd scenes, digital bodies rendered and composited without ever hiring a human being. This means fewer jobs for background actors, and if that becomes the norm, then what's next? Like an AI-generated lead actor? The line between...
Yes, that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna get rid of every egotistical actor is fucked now. You're fucked now. So when you talk crazy to people and say they're nothing and you think they're little, just like what's her name? What's her name? What's that bitch name? Yep. Yes, it is. Okay, Goofy. What is that thing that ran by? Well, Sora, that's called a xenomorph. It's best to stay away from leathery shaped rocks. Donald muffled speaking. That's right, Donald. Big face hugger. Oh shit. Bro, I don't understand how people blame. Yeah. Well, we're at the beginning stages, so this is not a thing yet, just yet. Yeah, do your job, face hugger. See, that's the thing here. This is sad.
Enhancement and replacement is starting to become razor thin. The 2023 sound.
Yeah, you fuckers couldn't. You fuckers are fucked now. All that shit you guys did 2 years ago, you're fucked. You guys was doing some stupid shit because you couldn't make any more money from what you was doing. Fuck all you. Fuck all you. Because of y'all, you guys made the Spider-Verse thing push so much far back. Fuck all of you.
Gaffer Strikes made this crystal clear.
What did I do for any of you? Absolutely nothing. All you got cut out of your own shit. You guys was acting from insane negotiations saying, instead of having 5 people, we need 20 people in the room to write our shit. You need 20 people to write a fucking story? Are you serious? You need 20 fucking people of color and diverse thing to write a story? That shit's crazy. Art, you gonna watch the new episode of... Yes, I'll have to watch it today. I'm gonna watch it out today. Just said that is smooth line. Let me see. Yeah, now they decide they should be replaced them. Yeah. Yep. I will have to watch the episode tonight. I didn't get to watch it last night. I was supposed to, but I got busy with something. But I will watch it tonight, and I'll give you my opinion on it. But yeah, most of these people got fucked. Majority of them got fucked. Now, instead of 20 people, it's just 2. It's just 2 or 3. Because AI exists. That's exactly what Stranger Things did. Real, like, who the fuck needs 20 people in the story? Yes, they said they was asking for 20 people in the room. They need they have to be half women. They have to be 2 people of color, 2 people of this, 2 people of different backgrounds, and all that stuff. They need 20 people. No, Jabber was world so good because it was written by 2 people. It was written by 2 Asian people. That's why Jabber's so good. Not 20 plus people of color and half gender and everything. No, you don't need that many people to write a story. Most great stories are written by 1 or 2 people. That's usually it. Damn. This was not in the manga? Okay. They should obviously not force... No, they shouldn't. They tried to, and that fucked them in the ass. Oh, the dance? Yeah. Oh, no. I'm talking about Jabber's dub. Oh, if you're talking about Jabber's dub, are you talking about when he did the inflections? Oh, no. That was not written in the manga. That was ad-libbed by the, that section of him talking the way he was, and then the way he said to Ruto when he was about to leave, when they had their first encounter, that was not in the manga. That was written. That was written. That was ad-libbed by the voice actor. Let me see. He made that up on the spot. It's like, why the heck do they need a story to be written by someone who's trans? Make it just make sense. Yeah, you don't need to. Like, a lot of people believe that Wakanda is real, and a lot of people believe that Black Panther is one of the most authentic characters. It was written by a Jewish man. Actually, two of them was Jewish, I think. I think both of them was Jewish. One was Jack Kirby, and the other one was named Stan Lee. It was not made by a black person. But a lot of people love Wakanda, though.
Artists want AI to assist them, not absorb them.
I look forward to all of the things that AI will do in the future, just so long as it doesn't get in the way of my members making a living.
You also have to remember that AI is trained on existing
What's happening? What the fuck?
Films, scripts, performances, music, and so on. That means it's constantly recycling what we've already seen and heard. And if studios lean too heavily on these tools, we risk a future where every film starts...
He actually did. He did a great job as Black Panther. So...
to sound the same character archetypes, the same plot beats, the same dialogue tropes.
I do miss Chadwick. He was a great actor, though.
And it becomes harder for original voices to cut through the noise when machines are trained to mimic the loudest and most familiar patterns. And ironically, the more we use AI to generate content, the less original material there is for it to learn from. Creativity will start to eat itself, and that's when the tool becomes the trap. But let's bring it back to the heart of the matter. As a filmmaker, can AI actually be creative? The answer is still debated today, but what it can do is help you be creative. Most of us aren't scared of AI because of what it can do. We're scared of what we think it's going to replace.
No, I know that. I know it's AI, but I didn't expect that to do that.
It's not about replacing filmmakers. It's about unlocking visual ideas that would have been completely out of reach before. Using AI to enhance something in your film that would have taken you 10 hours to create is something that is available right now. I've done that myself with tools like Higgsfield AI. So if you've already written and directed and shot a short film, like you've got your actors, your locations, and your lighting setup, the story is there and you've done all the work, but using AI as a tool to enhance, you can now generate elements like fire, smoke, energy pulses, or even stylized transitions from AI-driven prompts. Again, this isn't creating an entire story from a single prompt. This is using the tool of AI to enhance what you've already created. Or if you want to add a monster reveal, you don't need to build a $20,000 creature rig because you only have a $200 budget. Or how about something as simple as a real estate video that you were hired to create? You can get a drone shot and use AI to show a time-lapse of the home being built, or just show what it would look like in different seasons. This would have taken me probably 10 hours in After Effects to create, but now using the tool of AI, we can streamline the process. What I like about Higgsfield approach is that it's not asking you to hand over your entire story to a machine. It's just giving you the tools to build on top of what you've already made. And that's the key difference. It's enhancement, not replacement.
You say that now, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, so it's called, what's called AI? Is that what the movie's called? AI? I'll give it a watch then if it's real. Yeah, it's enhancement for now. That's what it enhances, but eventually will replace. It enhances now, but eventually will replace.
You still have to create, you still have to shoot, and you still have to film. But now you have access to tools that used to be reserved for productions with six-figure VFX budgets. And that's the kind of AI that I can get behind. The kind that puts power into the hands of real filmmakers. Not to create from scratch, but to enhance what they have already created. The best example of this is from the short film Star Trek Unification. It was a Star Trek short film that's almost like a fan film, giving Star Trek fans the send-off for Captain Kirk and Spock that fans always had longing for. But this wasn't created with a prompt. It had real actors, real sets, prosthetics, makeup, a cast and crew, credits at the end of everyone that helped. But AI helped with something that is only available to the top filmmakers, and that is to de-age William Shatner better than any effects I have seen come out of Hollywood. And because of that, the short film exploded, getting reactions from every single Star Trek fan, crying, sending it to all of their friends and family, making headline news, not because some AI prompt made something cool, but because filmmakers with heart and soul used AI to enhance what they already created. So whether you're trying to build a post-apocalyptic skyline, a surreal dream sequence, or just clean up a messy shot, AI tools like Higgsfield can give you the firepower you need to pull it off without compromising your vision or your wallet.
Why do I feel like this is like a low-key commercial? I feel this is a low-key commercial about Higgsfield.
So you're probably asking, what is the solution? And honestly, it's not cut and dry. It's not AI or artists, it's AI and artists. The future of filmmaking will most likely be a hybrid. In a recent
They're lacking the first one, and they don't even have the second.
It's a tsunami. I would just as soon, as citizens and as a union, that we surf the wave.
To ride the wave of AI means that yes, it can be damaging in the wrong hands, but it can also be something that is an incredible tool for filmmakers if used correctly. Just like we use CGI to strengthen practical effects, not replace them, or use editing software to assemble footage, but not generate the story. AI should strengthen the filmmaker's vision, not replace it. In fact, some of the best creative breakthroughs have always come from blending the organic and the digital. Think of how Gravity used virtual cinematography to simulate camera movement, or how 1917 stitched multiple shots to look like one continuous take. These are visions that the filmmakers had, and they used the tools they had to tell a human story. And that's the balance to aim for. The future isn't about choosing sides. It's not artist versus algorithm. It's about learning how to use the machine without losing the magic. It's about making sure the tech doesn't drown out the heart. And it's about remembering that stories don't just need to be told, they need to be felt. And listen, just because you accept AI or use the tool to enhance your own project doesn't mean that you're perfectly fine with all the AI slop on the internet. But AI is here, and it's moving fast. The filmmakers who embrace it strategically, thoughtfully, and creatively are going to be the ones leading the charge. And everyone else, they're going to be left behind. So if you're a filmmaker right now, here's the big takeaway. AI is here to stay, and ignoring it, unfortunately, won't make it go away. But using it without understanding it, that's just as dangerous. So get familiar with it, learn what it can do, and learn what it can't do. Try Higgsfield AI and take what you've already created and enhance it. Don't just create an entire story from a prompt. But the truth is that your voice still matters. Your perspective is irreplaceable. AI can write a joke, but it can't understand why you laughed at it. It can replicate a scene, but it can't feel your pain or your joy or your sense of justice and wonder. And that is what makes you a filmmaker. Not your gear, not your budget, being human.
Caress the cover as well.
If you'd like to learn more about the art of visual storytelling, be sure to subscribe for more videos just like this. And if you're serious about taking your own filmmaking skills to the next level, check out tomorrowsfilmmakers.com. Our award-winning online film academy packed with industry-level training to help you master the art of storytelling. Our courses are taught by leading professionals in the film industry. Join over 40,000 students just like you wanting to take the next step on their filmmaking journey, learning all the skills that you need to succeed.
Yeah, I don't think that should have been in thing. Yep. Okay, so it says here. Let's see if it's still there. That will not be allowed in the public. Okay, still not open that. Okay, so, all right, we are at the creepypasta part. Let's go. You know how this is about to go down, guys. Okay, let me see. What did Ari say? Okay, it's like, what the heck? Okay, what kind of sus? My personal opinion. They like the attention and they like announce they're special. Huh. All right. So, okay. So it says here that Grief, this is from Grief. It says PTSD radio explained. Plus, story. Oh, wait, this is an hour. No. Hold up. This one's too long. This one's way too long. That's an hour long. I'll find another one. Hold on. Hold on. I'll find another one. Too long. Yeah, let's see here. Let's go. What should be 30 minutes? That's 30 minutes. That one's an hour long. Hell no, I'm gonna watch that. That was gonna be too. Let's see. Okay, this is 20-something minutes long. Disturbing comic book Iceberg. Okay. 45 minutes, an hour. Like he meets American folk. Okay, this one. Okay, this one. This one's 30 minutes. It's long, but it's not too long. So this one says Uzumaki meets American folk horror. Stagtown explained. So this is like a mix of like an anime and something American. So like anime inspired, like a Uzumaki, but American folklore. Yeah, the process of manga. All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Frankie has recently moved back to her hometown, and something is just not right here. Strange security.
Oh shit! We didn't jump into an introduction. We just jumped into it. Holy shit!
Cameras are popping up all over the place and no one knows who's watching. Unseen creatures loom around in the dark. Liminal spaces exist that defy reason. And for the love of God, what is wrong with the kids at the Marble House? This is Stagtown, and there's a dark mystery here connected to the town's oldest attraction, a carousel of galloping deer. Frankie, with the help of her conspiracy theorist neighbor, tries to get to the bottom of it, if she can survive that long. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today we're diving into Stagtown. This is another webtoon comic that came highly recommended in the comments, and you guys did not steer me wrong. Stagtown is a compelling, smart, and eerie comic that I couldn't stop reading. It reminds me a lot of a Junji Ito manga, specifically Uzumaki, in the way that there's a mystery surrounding this town, and each chapter is a different encounter with something supernatural. There's over 100 episodes, but in this video I'm only covering the first 20, which compose the first 4 chapters. It's a great introduction to the series, but let me know in the comments if you'd like me to cover the whole thing. Either way, you should go over to Webtoons and read it yourself if you're interested. Anyway, let's get into this thing. This is Stagtown Explained.
All right, Mikey.
The story opens with music playing from an extravagant and beautiful carousel, but something is very wrong. The spinning stags begin to break free of their poles and leap out onto the ground. They stumble in pain as blood pours from their bodies.
Oh,
Here,
God.
the poles look as if they've impaled the living animals who fall to the floor. Nearby, a young woman watches all of this horror. The stags writhing around on the ground, and one suffering and trapped in webs still on the carousel. This is when we get the title page, and you get a clear idea of what you're in for with this comic. The young woman wakes up from this nightmare sitting in her car at the edge of the road. This is Frankie, our protagonist and narrator. She says that she recently moved back to her home, Stagtown. It's a tiny place in the mountains where nothing really ever changes. She left a few years ago to attend an out-of-state college, but she always knew she'd come back here someday. Chapter 1, Surveillance. I just have to point out how much I love the art on this page. It's disturbing and gorgeous. Frankie lives in a decent apartment on the east side of town, and the rent's pretty reasonable, although some of her neighbors are a bit odd. Like a guy named Jeremy, who's the resident conspiracy theorist. Tinfoil hats, Illuminati, that kind of guy. He spots Frankie in the hall and tells her that new spy cameras have been put up on the property. She assures him he's imagining things, but sure enough, he points out a security camera right behind her that is oddly pointing right at Jeremy's door. She tries to explain it by saying that it looks ancient and has probably been there since they built the place, but Jeremy protests, saying that if anyone would have noticed, he would. He adds that this isn't the only one. He's seen new cameras popping up all over town. Who's on the other side of these cameras, and why are they watching his door? Frankie chalks it all up to conspiracy talk and tells him to try and get some sleep for once. The next day, she makes a cup of coffee and sits down at her kitchen table when she notices something above her. In the corner of her kitchen is a security camera pointed right at her. She's obviously shocked and confused and decides that maintenance must have installed it while she was sleeping. This is a gross invasion of privacy, of course, and she slams her coffee down before marching to the landlord's office. When she exits the building, however, she finds that Jeremy might not be so crazy after all. There are dozens of cameras mounted everywhere, on every wall and pole in sight, and they're all the same out-of-date style. The news claims it's all a big prank or art project, but they're popping up in people's homes as well. And the town's traffic cams had all mysteriously stopped working the night before all of the new cameras were installed. Weirder, the cameras seem almost indestructible, and their cables all lead straight into the ground, through walls, or under boulders. While officials try to solve the issue, they recommend people just ignore the cameras for now, but everyone starts to...
I don't like that. Why would I ignore it? Why the fuck would you... How did you... Okay, let's just say we can't get them down right now. Why don't I just put a cover right over the lens? Put a cover over the lens. If you can't take it down for some odd reason, it's not coming down, put a cover over the lens. Why would I ignore it? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Umbrellas with them
yeah,
to
that's
hide
dumb.
themselves.
That's stupid.
Meanwhile, Frankie is forced to put up with the camera in her kitchen until maintenance can come and deal with it. Finally, she can't take it anymore and removes the camera herself, cutting the cord from the wall. Later in the evening, she heads out to run some errands, and when she returns, there's now 3 more cameras in the same spot. Although these are much more menacing looking and have metallic spider-like legs keeping them in place.
Okay, that would be creepy as fuck. Coming back and see spider-like cameras in your house.
Frankie eats all of her meals in her bedroom and only orders takeout to avoid entering the kitchen. Everyone soon learns the same lesson. If a camera is taken down, covered up, or blocked, it's replaced overnight. And if you cut the wires, then more, even uglier cameras show up.
I'll put something over it.
Every camera cut down is replaced by 2 or 3 more. They're completely still, but those strange metal legs make it look like they could move if they wanted to. And everyone's wondering the same thing. Who's watching on the other side? This whole concept reminds me of a Junji Ito story called The Town Without Streets that I covered in my Junji Ito Explained series. In that story, a girl's family keeps spying on her through holes in the wall, and she eventually ends up in a strange town where everyone spies on each other through thousands of peepholes. Anyway, if you like this concept, you might like that one, but let's get back to the story. Finally, Frankie decides she's gonna stay at a motel out of town until this all blows over. But before she leaves, she feels like she should check on Jerry.
Why would you go to a motel when the whole city's covering them? You don't think the motel got it too? A little lack of hindsight there, a little bit, don't you think? You're like, come on, bro. If you think it's in your house, you don't know how it got there. Why would it be in that? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Me, the conspiracy theorist, since she hadn't seen him in a few days. Unfortunately, it seems she's being watched more closely than anyone. There are now dozens of cameras in the hallway, all pointed at Jeremy's door. Sporting an umbrella to shield her from the watchful cameras, Frankie knocks on Jeremy's door, but doesn't get any response. She does, however, hear the sound of a cat meowing. She tells the landlord about the situation, and rather than being worried, the lady is pissed off about the fact that Jeremy has a cat in his apartment, since he doesn't have a pet deposit. She uses the master key to open his door, and when they enter, they see a pretty disturbing sight. The cat is pinned to the floor by one of the cameras. Frankie pulls the camera off of it, and luckily it wasn't severely harmed. What's really off-putting about this is that it implies the cameras can move after all. Otherwise, how could it get on top of the cat like that? Jeremy's apartment is pretty filthy, and his laptop is left open and on a website called bigelope.com with text that reads "The Truth About Bigelope." This is an actual website you can visit, but we'll touch on that later, as it has to do with the ARG attached to this comic. The weird thing about Jeremy's apartment is that there's surprisingly no other cameras inside it, just the one that pinned the cat down. There's also a large cardboard box sitting on the floor with mirrors taped all over it. They go ahead and open it and find a malnourished and dehydrated Jeremy inside, along with 6 cameras watching him. They get him to a hospital, and later he tells Frankie what happened to him. I guess he couldn't handle all the cameras watching him, so he made the box and hid inside. After a while, he lost all of his strength and couldn't crawl back out. The cameras then made their way inside. He says that when he was at his weakest and everything was going dark, he could hear the cameras talking to him, voices from the other end of the wires.
Oh my god, that is so fucking weird. Bro, that is weird, bro. That is so strange. Yo, this is what your government wants to do to y'all. Just let you know that your government wants to do this exact thing. Yeah, how did they close the box? How they even got in? Like, Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, this is exactly what your government wants to do to y'all.
Jeremy's always been paranoid, but this business about the voices is freaking Frankie out. She tells him that she plans on getting out of town for a bit and recommends he do the same when he gets released from the hospital. He says he can't wait for that and needs to get out now. Then he asks Frankie to take him with her, and she leaves. She's hesitant, but finally agrees. That night, they get packed up and start to head out of town, but Frankie is still worried about Jeremy's recovery. He insists that he'll be safer leaving than staying, and so with Jeremy's cat cuddled up on his lap, they hit the road. As they drive through town, they start to notice that many of Stagtown's residents have begun wearing masks. I guess it's easier than carrying an umbrella around and a more efficient way to hide your identity. I hate to reference Junji Ito once again, but the story I mentioned earlier, The Town Without Streets, also...
Wait, so if I went butt naked with my camera, could I call them gay? I don't think cameras have an orientation, bro.
Features residents wearing masks. This aspect could be a direct inspiration from that comic, or maybe just the natural next step in a society without privacy. A mask might be your last line of defense in concealing your identity. But what would I know about that? Jeremy and Frankie make their way to the tunnel leaving town and find it to be blocked off, with several masked men guarding it. One of the men approaches Frankie and asks her to step out of the car. He says they just need to be sure she doesn't have any cameras with her. Apparently these guys want to stop the spread of what they call an infection outside of the town, so they're going to search her car. Frankie yells at the guy and says it's not like it's some kind of disease and that she's not going to be bullied by some half-assed militia. The masked man grabs her and tells his friend to get her keys. Meanwhile, Frankie screams for Jeremy's help. He gets out of the car and the masked men are kind of thrown off by his sickly appearance. At the same time, a camera watches from under the car and suddenly climbs up onto the roof. This is the first time we've actually seen one physically move. Jeremy grabs a nearby metal gas canister and gives the camera a good whack. Unfortunately, gas sprays onto his arms, and the damaged camera sparks, lighting Jeremy on fire. It's a pretty scary sight. He falls to the ground, engulfed in the flames, and his eyes seem to be burning out of his skull. Somehow he can still move, and he jumps off the nearby cliffside. We watch as his flaming body falls into the river below. Frankie and the masked men look over the edge in shock. You know, Frankie and the Masked Men sounds like a cool band name. But
you know, it does. It actually does. It actually does.
Anyway, she breaks down into tears and upon looking at the broken camera begins to scream at it, saying this is all their fault. She then realizes that the camera obviously didn't come with them and crawled out of the woods. Next thing you know, the masked men begin to follow the wire from the camera into the woods, and Frankie, with no real reason other than curiosity, follows along. The camera cable isn't buried in the ground like the others in town, and it seems to go on forever. They finally find that the cable has led them right to an old graveyard, and after more investigation, they see that there are multiple cables throughout the cemetery, and that they do eventually go into the ground, right into the graves. The men begin to dig up the dirt at the protest of Frankie, who's against the idea, but they assure her that they're just going to dig enough to free the cable. However, after quite a bit of digging, it's revealed that the cable goes right into the coffin itself. After some discussion, no one has the guts to open the casket and find out what's inside. So they all head home. Strangely, the next cameras in town just stop working.
They dry up and drop to the ground like old vines. The police try searching for Jeremy, but aren't able to recover his body. We can see Frankie has adopted Jeremy's cat, and she points out that there's still one camera that remains in town and seems to watch people go by. But it seems harmless and everyone just ignores it. Like the others, the wire goes into the ground and can't be tracked, but some people claim it appears to head toward the river. That is the end of chapter 1, and what an interesting idea. What do you guys think is going on with the cameras? I like to think that because the cameras lead to graves, that somehow the dead were the ones watching, obsessed with the world of the living that they left behind. The final camera and its cable leading to the river could mean that this one belongs to Jeremy, who passed over and is now watching the town from wherever his body resides. So let's move into chapter 2, Marble House. Just before the start of summer, Frankie has gotten behind on some bills and needs to earn some extra cash to make ends meet. Having some experience giving piano lessons, she signs up on a local gig app and lists herself as a tutor, but nothing comes for the first few weeks, forcing her to lower her hourly rate quite a bit, until finally she gets a request from a foster home on the other side of town. So she jumps at the opportunity and heads over for her first job. Here we get another beautiful title page with a huge and ominous house staring Frankie down. She meets with Miss Davids, the foster mother. She's a sweet old woman, and Frankie finds her doing some patchwork on the side of the house. I guess it's a known historic home in Stagtown called the Marvale House, and it has some major foundational issues, so they're hoping to sell it and move soon. Inside, they chat over tea, and Miss Davids says she thinks piano lessons would be great for the children. She's always trying to find hobbies for them, and right now they're interested in rock polishing, an idea she came up with from the kids mispronouncing the Marvale House as the Marble House. The kids make dozens of marbles from rocks as a hobby. Davids finally calls the kids down to come meet Frankie, but she mentions one last thing. The kids at the Marvale House have some kind of medical issue and must wear masks at all times. They try to make it fun by decorating the masks. Just then, the children come rushing down the stairs, and Frankie gasps at the peculiar sight of the children. All of their masks resemble the heads of different animals, and not like in a cutesy kind of way. They're pretty realistic looking. It's beyond eerie. We jump ahead 2 weeks, and Frankie says she wanted to leave after the first day, but she just really needs the money. And at this point, she's gotten used to the creepy masks, though she does wonder if this is a home for kids with birth defects or disfigurements, and speculates that the masks may be a way of making them feel safer. Either way, they were really just normal kids. They did their lessons, played outside in the sandbox, finger painted, you know, typical kid stuff. There's an interesting little detail here I only noticed on my second read through, but the light reflection on this kid's mask looks like
it's a person falling. Is that Jeremy? What? I see this, something else. Hey, Art, would you do it if they was paying $1 million a day? Wait, would do what exactly? What, draw? What, do the... Yeah, it looks like, the thing is Jeremy. That's nice. Okay. That's actually nice detail they put in there. I will watch them. For 1 million? Yes. Yes, I would. I don't think, so far they're not, till we know what they're actually about, then I'll change my mind if it's too much, but like, so far I hear it, yes.
Like a man falling. It's very reminiscent of Jeremy's fall into the river. Anyway, everything seems fine despite the masks.
I'm not into watching other people's kids, but if you're paying me 1 million, I'm tying them fuckers onto a couch and making them watch TV where they're safe.
Is until the start of the third week. One night, sitting in the TV glow, Frankie hears a knock at her door. However, when she opens it, there's no one in sight. Looking on the ground, she spots a small envelope. She opens it and gasps at what she finds. But we don't get to see what it is.
Okay.
The next day, Frankie is at the Marvale House, claiming that the envelope must have been brought to her by one of the children. Miss Davids is surprisingly calm about the whole thing, even if this would suggest that one of her children walked across town by themselves at night. She says she'll find out who did it and...
How weird. Like, I don't know how weird we're talking. Like, if it gets, like very, like, how weird.
Give them a stern lecture, but she's also kind of glad that they did, and mentions how the kids have really taken a liking to Frankie, and that this is just an expression of that. We finally get a look at what was in the envelope, a drawing by one of the kids. The thing is, it's a child's rendition of what happened to Jeremy, almost exactly. The camera, the car, the river, and the flames. Very spooky,
Holy shit.
And you can see why it's so off-putting to Frankie. A few days later...
As long as they're not doing anything to me, per se, then yeah, I'll watch them still.
The lessons resume and...
Or anyone else. So I don't have to explain. And yeah. Able to check, though. Yeah.
And they never found out which kid left the drawing. But Miss David's reaction to it was just really off. Frankie wonders if maybe she's just got a delayed shock or PTSD from the incident, and it might just be a coincidence. While she gives a lesson to the girl in the pig's mask, she notices the girl scratching under her mask. It seems to really be bothering her, and Frankie reluctantly asks if she needs to take it off for a moment. In a tense few panels, the girl begins to untie the pig mask. I should point out that while I'm going straight through this whole chapter, this would have been the end of an episode on Webtoons. So imagine a few years back, before the next episode launched, the anticipation of what was under the mask must have been unbearable. Anyway, she slowly removes the freaky mask, and Frankie is surprised to find a cute little girl underneath with no disfigurements whatsoever. So they continue the piano lesson until the girl seems to have something in her mouth. She suddenly spits out what appears to be a marble. It looks like one of the marbles the kids made polishing rocks. Gross. Was that in her mouth the entire time? Worse than that, it seems she's storing more in her cheeks, and Frankie tells her to spit them all out. It's bad for her teeth. The little girl begins spitting several marbles out, and it's a lot more than expected. In fact, it's bizarre how many are coming out of this girl's mouth. She then convulses and starts puking dozens of balls out as her eyes roll to the back of her head.
Oh my God!
It's a bewildering and disturbing image. Up close, you can see the girl's mouth widening in an unnatural way as the
There's a... I kind of thought the same thing, but this is going to make some type of sicko think this is arousing.
Marbles fill her cheeks. Absolutely terrifying. Frankie finally just screams and runs to find Miss David sitting in the living room. She tells her to call the hospital and grabs her shoulder, but this knocks loose the old woman's hat and glasses to reveal that the top of her head is just a massive hole filled with marbles, which come flooding out onto the floor. Frankie freaks out and slips on the marbles, hitting her head on the wall and falling to the ground. Then, in possibly the scariest portion of the comic so far, Miss Davids, or whatever this creature is, comes walking towards Frankie. Her flesh is twitching as marbles move under the surface of her skin. And she says, "I've lost my marbles, Frankie." Definitely one of the most disturbing puns of all time. Frankie is a bit woozy, but manages to run towards the door. However, this is actually the door to the basement, not the exit, and she opens it only to fall down the basement stairs into the darkness below. When she comes to, she finds that large chunks of the foundation's walls and floors have been dug out, and the children, without their masks on, are eating the rocks. There's a particularly gnarly close-up of a kid's bloody mouth and broken
No! Whoa!
teeth as he inserts more rocks. Man, it makes my teeth hurt just looking at it. I guess the kids have been using their own mouths as rock tumblers to smooth them out, and they spit them into a huge opening in the floor. Suddenly, a voice cries Frankie's name from the top of the stairs. It's Miss David's, and her body has changed even more, resembling more of a monster than a human now. We can see her silhouette peeking in from the doorway, her neck and arms elongated. She starts to repeat the phrase, "I lost my marbles," once again. She makes her way towards Frankie, and we see her skinny hand grasp the wall, marbles shifting around under her skin. Ugh. Frankie has no choice but to jump into one of the holes in the floor filled with marbles and makes her way across to an egress.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. This is tame compared to what happened yesterday. That was wild. That was a wild. You did a big thing. What did you do? Yeah.
Window on the other side.
This was actually tame. This is actually tame from yesterday. Yesterday was horrific. I was surprised we was even able to even show that off without getting in trouble.
She climbs up to it, but finds it's been glued shut. Meanwhile, Miss David's hand reaches out to grab her, and now the skin on her hand is stretching out and popping open, dropping marbles from her flesh. With no other option, Frankie picks up a rock and breaks the window open, climbing to safety, but cutting her body up pretty bad in the process. Making it back to her car, she reports the house to the police. Knowing her story would sound made up, she instead makes an anonymous call of child abuse, hopefully getting them to at least investigate investigate the house. A few days later, we see Frankie bruised and bandaged with a dozen band-aids covering her body from all the small cuts. She also has a large cut over her right eye, which actually stays throughout the comic. Kind of an interesting continuity detail. Anyway, Frankie reads the local newspaper and sees that the Marvell house has collapsed due to an undiscovered sinkhole. A gas pipe then broke and the place went up in flames.
Right?
However, Miss Davids and the children survived and were relocated to another town. Frankie still doesn't know if this has anything to do with Jeremy's death, but she feels she needs to get the hell out of this town and soon. In the final panel of the chapter, we see just outside Frankie's apartment door, a jar addressed to Frankie is filled with marbles and broken human teeth. One last gift from the Marble House children. That is a chilling image. Chapter 3, Carousel. The chapter begins with Frankie saying she's been doing alright despite the trauma she's endured the last couple months. She's had trouble sleeping though and has relied on sleeping pills. She's also convinced her landlord to let her move to another property of hers on the outskirts of town. She doesn't want the Marble House kids to know where she lives. She's actually got a great setup in a pretty nice building. Her landlord even gave her a big discount on rent because of Jeremy dying. I guess she thought Frankie and Jeremy were dating and it's the least she could do. This obviously isn't true, but Frankie just went along with it to get the discount. We see her throwing a bag into her car and hitting the road along with another gorgeous title page. Frankie's heading to her old apartment building. She can't stop thinking about what happened to Jeremy. He was the first person to notice the cameras. He said he heard voices coming from them, and then the awful Marble House children made that drawing. It's just too strange, and Frankie wants to get to the bottom of it. She tried asking if she could see Jeremy's things in the storage unit they were being kept in, but apparently the police weren't letting anyone touch the stuff until they could track down some relatives. Frankie's got a plan, though. She walks into the leasing office with a pink hat rack. Yeah, it's pretty striking since this comic is mostly black and white. She tells the landlord that Jeremy let her borrow it, but it reminds her of him too much. So she thought it was best if it went back with his other belongings. After Frankie leaves, the lady calls a maintenance guy to haul off the rack and store it wherever Jeremy's stuff is. This is of course all part of Frankie's plan as she waits around to follow the guy. There are storage units all over the complex, so she needed to be sure was. Eventually, the maintenance dude heads into the basement of Unit C, and Frankie's got her location. She waits till after dark and heads into the building, having made a copy of the key before returning hers. Smart move. She enters the storage units, which are basically falling apart, and the lights are on an old switch timer. It's supposed to turn the lights off after a while to save on electricity, but it's been broken and only stays on for 5 minutes. Yeah, you can see where this is going. Anyway, Frankie continues down the hall looking into the barred storage unit until she spots the bright pink rack. Another clever move. As the switch timer ticks, she pulls out some bolt cutters and breaks the lock on Jeremy's unit. Before the timer hits 0, she remembers to crank it again before she starts looking through Jeremy's stuff. She repeats this process for hours as she searches through his things, and so far hasn't found anything of note. That and the fact that she has to get up and turn the timer every 5 minutes is leaving her pretty irritated. Then she finally stumbles upon a black box with a lock on it. She puts it aside to look at later and finds another, smaller box behind it. This one is wrapped up heavily in duct tape and has the number 5 on the front. Curious, Frankie pulls out her pocket knife and begins to cut it open. She loses track of time, however, and the switch timer shuts off while she does so. She gets up to turn it back on and sets the box down, which seems to be emitting a red glow. Well, that's not good. She didn't bring a flashlight and her phone is dead, so she stumbles into the dark looking for the switch when she hears a small scratching noise behind her. She pauses for a minute and doesn't hear it again, so she shrugs it off, finally finding the light and turning it on. When she gets back to the box, she takes a look inside to find dirt. Yep, this is just a box of dirt. As she ponders this, the lights suddenly shut off again. Okay, it definitely hasn't been 5 minutes. Frankie once again bumps around in the dark until she finds the switch. Only this time, it shuts off seconds after she winds it. She then hears the scratching noise again, and it seems to be coming from the dirt box. Frankie hopes it's just a rat, but either way, she's ready to get the hell out of here, except for one thing. Her bag with her keys and ID is sitting on the floor by the unit. After a moment, she comes up with the idea of using her pocket knife to jam the switch, stopping it from prematurely turning off, and it actually seems to work. She dashes back to her belongings, shoving the black lockbox into her bag and pushing the rest of Jeremy's stuff into the unit before rushing back towards the exit. Just as she's reaching the door, the timer forces itself off again and launches the key into the air, whizzing by Frankie, narrowly missing her. She looks back at the knife on the ground, contemplating grabbing it when she hears the scratching noise amplify in the darkness around it. At the horrifying noises, she just says, "You know what? Keep the knife. I'll buy a new one." gun and slams the door shut as she
later,
leaves.
bro.
I like that this character doesn't fall into typical horror trope. She's just like, screw it. Still, it was a frightening encounter.
She's not an
What the
idiot.
hell came out of that box? The next day, Frankie starts her attempt at getting into the lockbox. In order to do so, she's gotten a lockpick kit, and it actually opens pretty easy since it was just a basic padlock. My only question is, why not use the bolt cutters that easily broke the storage unit lock, which was much bigger? But I digress. Inside, she finds a pile of papers and a notebook, which would be useful, but it's all in code. Of course, Jeremy would put it in code. She also finds a picture of him and his cat, which visibly bums her out. She looks through the notebook, hoping to find something obvious, and stumbles upon some drawings of hearts with the words Jeremy plus Frankie written all over. I guess the poor guy had a big crush on her. Frankie responds out loud, saying, ew. She looks over at the cat and starts to defend herself, saying, okay, not ew, but...
Wow, fuck you, bitch. Wait. Wow.
It just wouldn't have worked out between us. I mean, I don't know him at all. After a bit of rambling like this, she finally realizes she's explaining herself to a cat and starts looking back through the box.
I understand you may not like him. That's fine. That's nothing wrong with that. But to say ill, you're an asshole. He's dead. Most likely he's dead. And you just say ill. Oh my god, you're just an asshole. That's an asshole. Yeah, but you don't have to say ill. This shit's weird. Because if a dude said that, they'll have a problem with that. Yeah. Like, he's dead. So, like, you don't have to say ill. It's like, oh, that's cute. And move on. If you said that, then they're like, whatever. Because, like, even though you may not like it. Like, it's like this. If this was switched and there was a dude saying ill about a girl who he didn't know that well, but she wasn't crazy or stupid or anything like that, and she died the same way. In Webtoons, a bunch of people would have a fucking problem with this and had a problem with the author for writing that. Like, how dare you write that? That's so mean. I'm like, fuck you.
From the 1970 Stagtown Fair and some old photos and clippings. She also finds a pill bottle that contains dirt. Man, what was it with Jeremy and dirt? One of the newspaper clippings features the Stagtown Carousel and its history, so she decides to head over to this historic landmark and check it out. She explains a bit of the history that she can remember, that the carousel was built around 100 years ago at the edge of town, and that Stagtown had a history of building some of the first carousels, but this one was a true beauty and became somewhat of a tourist attraction. There's a funny moment where Frankie points out how weird it was back then to ride a horse to Stagtown just to ride a fake one on a carousel. That's a good point. She questions whether it's really connected to Jeremy or just a random article he found interesting. Either way, she continues onward until she arrives at the location of the carousel. Although, we soon learn that the spot is empty now, just a big field. People still call it the carousel though, even though the actual carousel was torn down decades ago. Frankie has a look around and doesn't find anything but grass and dirt. She remembers the bottle of dirt Jeremy had, and this gives her an idea. She rents a metal detector and comes back, but still finds nothing but some old change and an earring. It was a good attempt, but there's just nothing here. On her drive back to return the metal detector to the hardware store, she decides if she's gonna get anywhere, she needs to think like Jeremy, which isn't easy considering Jeremy thought that the government was controlling the minds of children through subliminal breakfast cereal commercials. Anyway, Jeremy was big into research, so Frankie plans on learning as much as she can about the carousel. She remembered from school that the town's welcome center has a room dedicated to the carousel, so she makes that her next stop. The woman at the town center shows her the room, and right off the bat, there's a giant carousel stag near the front of the room with a pretty creepy look, especially after the haunting nightmare Frankie had in the opening of this comic. Apparently, this wasn't one of the animals you could ride on, but instead sat at the very top of the carousel as a decoration. It's actually the only intact piece of the original attraction. The carousel was more impressive than we thought. Built in the late 1800s, it had 3 stories, and the roof was made of glass, so the riders could watch the stars at night. Frankie asks if the carousel was so great, why was it torn down, but I guess there are no actual records as to why. She then spends some time taking pictures of everything in the room, hoping somewhere there's a clue that will lead back to Jeremy. The woman at the front desk does mention that a young man came in a few months ago researching the carousel as well. It's dark out now, and Frankie drives back out to the field where the carousel stood. Then, in the distance, she sees some black figures standing in the field, but they're hard to make out. She turns on her brights to get a better look and finds it to be a herd of deer, dozens of them, and their eyes are glowing white watching her. The strange glow of their eyes is unsettling to say the least, and in a panic, Frankie drives back to her apartment. She immediately slams down a glass jar, throws some change in, and writes moving fund on it. She says to the cat, when this jar is full, we're leaving, and I don't blame her after that frightening scene. That's the end of that chapter, but there's a short episode here called Remember. There's several episodes like this that take place throughout the series and give us insights into the past of the characters. In this this Remember segment, Frankie is checking her mail and complains about the pile of packages by the door, suspecting the postal service was lazy and just dropped everything in the corner for residents to sort out. Jeremy shows up and she asks him how the UFO hunt is going. He seems kind of embarrassed and says he gave up on that months ago. Then he spots the pile of packages and reveals that these are all his. After struggling to carry them all, Frankie insists to let her help, and they head up to his apartment door. It's clear Frankie is a bit more organized than Jeremy. Her stack of packages is neatly stacked, and his is a complete mess. She drops her stack in front of his door and says goodbye, but Jeremy stops her and tries to ask her something, awkwardly fumbling the words until finally just saying never mind. I wonder what he was going to ask. Was it about the strange phenomenon in Stagtown, or was he just going to try and ask her out? After that glimpse of the past, we jump back to the present. Some unseen person is sitting at their computer when they get an email. We can see that it's from Jeremy, and the receiver is someone named Felix, who seems really worried. Next, it seems we're looking into the future, as the word soon appears on the page, along with some really eerie text. It reads, I don't know how long we've been here, but I can hear music. There's a spooky shot of a carousel, only instead of stags, there are horses. The text continues, saying, even after all this time, can you hear it? Vaguely appearing through some dark mist is deer with hollowed out black eyes. Continuing on, it reads, we're almost all together. Nothing gets out. You hear it, don't you? We knew you were one of us. Then we see a beautifully twisted illustration of a disfigured doe, its skin branching out like antlers, and below it a stag covered in massive flies, blood ripping from its eyes, and spiders crawling on its face. It's easily one of the most disturbing images so far. Chapter 4, Under. This may be my favorite chapter so far, just because of how well it displays a very specific type of fear. Frankie is putting her organizational skills to work and has spent days trying to sort through Jeremy's notes. It hasn't gotten her too far. She hasn't had any luck deciphering the code in the journal, but she finally finds a sketch that seems recognizable. An old bridge that had closed down years ago. Finally finding a lead, Frankie heads over to the broken down bridge to search around. She reluctantly gets out of her car to check it out, and we're greeted with another cool chapter page, with the title made up from cracks in the ground. Well, other than some dead birds, there's not much to go on the bridge. She reaches the end and stumbles upon a small footpath leading into the woods. After hesitating for a moment, she walks down the path, declaring that she'll probably regret this. After a bit of a hike, she finds a dilapidated old farmhouse. It seems ancient. Frankie's starting to suspect that this whole thing is a ruse to get her to learn town history, but she says she refuses to learn anything from this situation. Walking around the building, she finds all the entrances are bricked up and sealed off. Finally, she
brick by brick, bricked up.
Does find a window that's broken in. Inside, nature has really taken over the place, and there's plant life everywhere. Frankie leaves for now and comes back the next day fully prepared. She says she wasn't about to waltz into some mystery building without some essentials. She's got water, snacks, bandages, a knife, a flashlight, headlamp, battery, charger, and some rope. Okay, maybe she overdid it, but like I said before, I love that she's going against the horror trope, and instead of just going in when she first found the building, she went back and did some heavy prep work. I love it. She climbs inside and makes her way through the overgrowth until she finds a little clearing, at the center of which is a trap door. It must have been Jeremy who cleared the brush around it, and Frankie says it's hard to picture him doing anything in the woods other than maybe looking for Bigfoot. She opens the trap door and finds a ladder leading down into darkness. Well, if Jeremy went down there and came out fine, it should be alright. She can't imagine him having any survival skills after all. She plans on climbing
why is this dude why is he getting these strays, bro? Like, what the fuck? My boy Jeremy out here being in the river and shit. You all just don't be talking crazy about my boy Jeremy. Fuck y'all. God damn. Bro's out here trying to protect the children from the cereal. Yeah, fucking strays left and right, bro.
The ladder down halfway to get a look at what's down there, and if it seems safe, she'll go get some gear like a lantern and come back tomorrow to explore it. She also posts a tweet about her location in case she gets hurt, that way people will know where to look. Then she ties a rope to a nearby tree and brings it with her. Wow, she's really doing everything pretty smart here. She makes her way down the ladder, but at about half...
This is how you draw, this is how you write a smart character. I hope Disney ever sees this and say, you know what, this seems quite smart to how you write a character. She's not a Mary Sue, but she's not a moron either. So, like, we should do more of that. Do that. It's fucking stupid.
Halfway down, one of the rungs breaks beneath her foot and the ladder snaps in half. She starts to fall backwards, but grabs the rope which immediately snaps. The trapdoor shuts above her and she falls to the ground below. Luckily, Frankie is okay, just some bumps and bruises, and she lights up her headlamp. After shouting for a while, it's clear that no one's gonna hear her down here, and on top of that, she has no cell service. There's no way back up the opening, and she finds herself in a square and empty room underground. The only exit being a small square vent opening on the wall. She did bring food that she could ration out and survive maybe 3 days with, which is a plus. After a while waiting around checking her reception, she finally decides to power her phone down to save battery. Eventually, she decides she's got to see where the vent leads, but before she crawls through, she ties a thread to a nail just outside so that if there are any twists and turns, she can follow it back. Clever. Crawling through the vent isn't easy and pretty tiring, and there seems to be no end to it. The only good thing is that there are no turns, just one long straight tunnel. After who knows how long, Frankie gives up and turns around, slowly respooling the thread as she crawls back. Shortly after changing directions, however, she finds that the thread line is already tight. She looks up to find that the nail is in the vent just a few feet behind her, and that the way she came in is completely shut up. That's right, guys, the claustrophobia is about to get very real. At this point, it's clear that there is a supernatural force in Stagtown. With no other option, she continues down the tunnel the direction she started toward. She continues to check her phone every so often, but has to stop eventually because her battery is near dead. As time goes on, the vent feels as if it's closing in on her, and she begins to feel sick to her stomach. She stops to rest here and there and uses the spare battery she brought to keep her phone and headlamp charged. But in the end, that runs out too. She has no idea how long she's been in the tunnel and has to stop to rest several times. Well, as much rest as you can get in a pitch black tunnel underground. It just keeps going, and at this point her body is in aching pain from crawling so long. She feels like whatever the supernatural force is that's doing this wants her to give up. She can hear faint voices in the darkness somewhere in front.
This is some weird expansion, something expansion. I keep forgetting what it's called.
Of her and behind her as well. It finally becomes
domain expansion.
Completely overwhelming, and Frank.
What do they call it? For those who's like, what's a weak domain expansion? Like unstructured or something. Unstructured domain expansion. I forgot what it's called.
He freaks out in a panic, crying for help. There's an amazing page here showing the surface leading underground where Frankie is trapped, her screams echoing through the vents. The author does a stunning job here of showcasing the terror of this situation. I do have to say, the idea of being trapped in a tight space like this is horrifying, and I find myself subconsciously holding my breath while reading this chapter. I hate it, but in the best way. After screaming her lungs out, Frankie breaks down into tears, and we see blood dripping from her battered hands. She gets some band-aids out of her bag and patches them up, then continues forward, convincing herself she just has to keep going. With her headlamp out, she crawls forward in agony in the dark, until finally, she hits a wall. The vent has finally come to an end, and it's blocked off. Like some kind of sick joke. She reaches at the wall and scratches at it. Unlike the solid walls of the vent, this one is actually made of dirt. She starts digging through it, and after a while, some light bleeds through. Finally, an exit. She furiously claws through the dirt and emerges on the other side, collapsing, only to find the nail with the thread right in front of her eyes. She looks up to see on the opposite wall the tunnel that she entered. She's emerged from the other side of the room that she started in. After all that time and suffering, she's gotten nowhere. Frankie just stays laying on the ground in tears. She's hungry, thirsty.
Bro. Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. What do you do in this situation? Oh, well, the one thing she did say, she was going to regret this one. I tell you, at least she was smart on that one. She was going to regret this idea. Ooh. What do you do in this situation? Holy shit. That's crazy. Ooh. Crap. Holy shit. This is scary when you think about it. Like, it's not scary, but it's scary. That will mess up. Yeah. Oh, God. I feel bad for her. Shit, this is horrible. I don't know how I would deal with this. I will be fucking furious, angry, and hungry. She must have a headache, and her hands all fucked. Yeah. Damn.
Tired, and the room is dark. This chapter is absolutely unforgiving. She's finally just completely given up. Clearly no one's coming to find her, and she's out of options. Despite her headlamp being dead, she suddenly finds a small illumination in the room. She looks up and sees a glow by the dirt wall that she climbed through. There's a small object that must have been embedded in the wall, a flying saucer keychain that lights up. Frankie instantly recognizes it as Jeremy's keychain. This reminds her that he was here and that he somehow escaped. She tries once again to think like Jeremy would, and if he were here, she thinks he would look for a secret passage. So Frankie begins investigating every...
so maybe this particular place is only geared for him. So she's an intruder. And because she's an intruder, it puts her in this forever loop till the person dies of starvation or exhaustion. Oh, it's like a domain expansion. If you know the rules of the domain expansion. Okay, that should fix the problem. Hold on. Okay, that should fix the problem. Hold on. Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me now? There we go. Can you guys hear me? Everything's good? Yeah, okay, good. Alright, so yeah, it's like a... I forgot what was the term when it's not a full... it's a something domain expansion. I forgot what it's called. Oh my god, no.
The vent. She really doesn't want to go back in there, but she doesn't want to die either. She crawls back into the vent.
Yeah, it's like a domain expansion, it seems like to me. Ooh, I need that. I gotcha. Okay, so yeah, it's like a domain expansion to a degree. Like if you know the rules, then you can probably get past it. Just like that chick from the Shibuya incident with the white hair, she had to fight that one monster. Kept on dropping a coffin. It was a coffin. It'll put her in a coffin, I think, or a box, and they'll drop a rock on her. So like she had to go around that. So,
she tries once again.
We're doing a creepypasta reaction, and this is a pretty good creepypasta so far. The main character is not an idiot or an annoyance, so I like that.
Think like Jeremy would, and if he were here, she thinks he would look for a secret passage. So Frankie begins investigating every inch of the walls in the room, but she finds nothing, leaving her only one more place to look. The vent. She really doesn't want to go back in there, but she doesn't want to die either. She crawls back into the vent, this time knocking on every panel as she does so. Floor, ceiling, wall. I actually really like the illustration here, showing the knocks on each side of the square text. I don't know why, but I find it very satisfying, the sound effects next to each wall that she's knocking on. Anyway, this repeats down the tunnel until finally we hear 3 knocks and a thud. This time, one of the walls sounds hollow. She presses into it, and sure enough, it opens. A secret passage. Frankie bursts into tears and laughter as she spots a marking on the wall, an arrow pointing in, and a J. So this is how Jeremy escaped. Even so, Frankie feels like she's trading one trap for another. This tunnel is through pure dirt and is way more cramped than the vent. I just caught myself holding my breath again. Frankie can't help but think of Jeremy down here before her, crawling through the dirt in the dark. The weird guy she never spent more than 5 minutes talking to. He must have been so lonely, and now he's gone. Frankie then finds an opening and emerges into a small room. At the center is a carousel pole covered in roses and piercing through the skull of a stag on top. She touches one of the flowers and it instantly turns to dust in her hand. At the base of the pole is a strange black liquid, like tar or something.
Yeah, she better
She looks
think
at the ceiling and spots what could be another opening. She even finds footholds dug into the wall leading to it. This must have been Jeremy's doing when he escaped. Frankie's starting to think that she never gave the guy enough credit. She climbs the wall with her...
As what most women do to men anyway. Well, at least she's honest. Most bitches will not acknowledge this in the slightest. They'll never acknowledge this. It is what it is.
Remaining strength through some spider webs and presses her hand against the ceiling at the top. There is a secret opening and she climbs out onto the surface and into the grass. She rolls onto her back
saving
and
her
laughs,
life from
looking
beyond
up at
the
blue
grave,
sky,
right?
appreciating it now more than ever. The chapter ends with her saying once again, "It's time to leave this town right now." Man, it is so satisfying after most of this chapter taking place in the dark for Frankie to pop out into those bright colors. The green grass and the blue sky. It really conveys the feeling of escape from the underground so well. I felt like I was taking a deep breath right along with her, which is why this is one of my favorite chapters of any comic I've read lately. Well, that's where I'm going to end it today. Like I said, if you want me to continue covering this series, let me know in the comments and I'll finish it up. Go support the author, Punko, over on Webtoons. They actually have a great companion comic called Stag Tunes where you get some behind the scenes on the series in a comical way. Like how originally Punko submitted Stagtown as part of a 3-month comic contest, but only learned about it near the end of the 3 months. So she did the whole thing in 10 days with barely any sleep. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Also, the mystery in Stagtown goes very deep.
Wow.
There's actually an ARG associated with the comic, and if you look back on various pages, you'll find numbers, symbols, and hidden messages. Not to mention that the website on Jeremy's computer is real and you can visit it right now. There's actually a whole Discord surrounding this ARG. I haven't dived into it myself, so I don't know if it's still ongoing or not, but I'm excited to check it out. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end of my videos...
Wait, what? Wait a minute. So... Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It says, so did he stay just to give her a chance to escape? I don't think so.
Email me with a social media handle or name at the address below. But I appreciate you guys watching at all. This is Grease speaking. Goodbye, friends.
You know, that's a good question. Alright, so we have another video that continues the Stagtown. And this is part 2. This one's part 2. Let me see. So let's see here. It says, okay, this is the Stagtown. It says this folklore or folk horror nightmare is getting stranger from Stagtown. Let's see. Explained part 2.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking. Today we're continuing through Stagtown. If you happen to miss my first video on this series, you can click the link to go there first, but I will do a short recap here as well.
I don't think he did that for her. And when I think of it now, I think what happened was he was expected to go back there, so he made sure when he figured out how he just kind of wrote everything down. So if he had to come back there, he can know how to get through. She just happens to be the person to fall back there. So I don't even think it had to do with her in the slightest. I think it was just that, it was just a coincidence that he just happens to put all those there. iPhone 15 is 256. Big happy. Let's go.
That covers all the major plot points. By the way, I have to point out that the author of Stagtown, Punko, actually left a comment on the first video, which absolutely blew my mind.
You get a brand new phone and you don't have to worry about it for a very long time.
The creator of Everything Is Fine left a comment on another video as well. I've been making these videos for a long time, and after years of covering all kinds of horror media, I can't explain how bizarre it is to have two big creators of popular webcomics even acknowledge my channel's existence. It's extremely humbling and surreal. Anyway, I had to mention that, but I get antsy when these intros are too long, so let's get into Stagtown.
And something probably told him, I think what probably told him was that he may have to come back here again, because that's why he kept so much dirt. guess I don't know, for some type of reason, like he was probably analyzing the dirt. What was special what the dirt does, because like maybe the dirt was like the only thing he can take with him. So he thought it was some form of like supernatural dirt. So he took it with him. That's why he had so much dirt. So he said if he had to come back here, he had to like write down how he got there, so at least he knows how to get back and he doesn't forget, or if he brings someone with him. So in the turn of like coincidence, he saved her ass by saving himself. So
Explained Part 2.
You bought it already?
Before we get into the comic, I thought it would be fitting to do a quick recap of my first video on Stagtown in case you missed it or just want a refresher before moving on. Frankie returns to her remote hometown in the mountains of Stagtown and quickly realizes something is deeply wrong. Strange, outdated security cameras are appearing everywhere, even inside homes, and no one knows who's behind them. Her neighbor Jeremy is a strange conspiracy theorist who tries to warn her about the cameras and eventually succumbs to fear and paranoia, hiding in a box lined with mirrors and becoming severely dehydrated. Frankie finds him in his apartment and takes him to the hospital. They try to escape Stagtown together, but one of the cameras comes to life and attacks him, ending in him seemingly dying in a horrific and fiery accident where he throws his burning body into the river. After his death, all the cameras go—
When I think of it now, it was kind of strange when they was leaving. The camera attacked only him. It's all right. And the focus was maybe deep down. I think this has to revolve more around Jeremy than we're seeing here. Maybe because of his like discovery of like that with the dirt and everything. That's where everything started really happening. Why'd he fear the camera so much too? Maybe it was like a manifestation of like what he thought, like his feelings on like. They know his history. I see what you did there. I see what you did there with that. He found something out, and that's where everything started going to shit, because it probably took a manifestation of how he feels about the world. So like cameras everywhere. So remember, he was in government conspiracy, so like cameras around is a perfect representation of that. He knows the truth. Yee.
Go dead, except one, which appears to watch the town silently, its wires leading back to the river. Frankie continues encountering bizarre and terrifying phenomena, including a foster home called the Marble House, where masked children vomit polished rocks, and their caretaker is revealed to be some kind of marble-filled hideous creature. Frankie narrowly escapes, but the trauma just keeps piling up. Following clues Jeremy left behind, she investigates the town's old carousel, a once grand landmark now mysteriously gone, and she's eventually led underground, where she's stuck in a small tunnel for days. She nearly dies in the dark, but discovers evidence that Jeremy had survived down here before her and that he escaped. Using Jeremy's clues, she eventually finds a way out, feeling relief looking up at the blue sky. How did
this not get like an animated show? This does a better job than American Horror Story. American Horror Story just focuses about LGBT shit. Like, this is fucking insane. Like, this show is like this comic book specifically is pretty creative. I'm surprised this never got like a Netflix adaptation or something. It's kind of insane. What the fuck? It's kind of weird.
Center of everything appears to be this missing carousel and a strange black substance that—
I watched American Horror Story, and that shit just became a whole LGBT focused thing after a while. Like, after, like, season 2 or 3, it just became LGBT after that. It was just insane shit. Yeah, probably.
No one can explain. So now we're all caught up. Obviously, you should check out the first video if you want a fuller context, but this should tell you all you need to know before we dive into the rest of the series. Chapter 5, Dead Man's Switch.
Yeah.
After escaping the underground tunnel, Frankie doesn't care what's going on in Stagtown. She just wants to leave. Tired, dehydrated, and paranoid, she drives straight toward the tunnel out of town with Jeremy's cat and a few belongings. As she speeds through the dark tunnel, something strange happens. Raindrops begin to beat down on the windshield. Somehow somehow it's begun to rain inside the structure. Frankie puts her wipers on and floors it. Just short of the exit, however, a massive eye surrounded by a colossal set of teeth block it from view. Frankie screams out in terror and everything goes black. She then wakes up just outside the tunnel on the side of the road. She tries to piece together what happened when suddenly something triggers in her head and her pupils dilate. She just smiles and asks the cat if it had a good trip to the vet. She then starts up her car and heads back into town through the tunnel. Okay, what the hell just happened? And you might notice that this eerily mirrors the opening of this comic. Frankie waking up in her car and heading into town. She resumes her day-to-day life in Stagtown, clearly forgetting everything that's happened. She sees the jar of change that says moving fund and for a moment questions it, but her eyes dilate again and she decides it was left over from her move to the new apartment and to spend it on pizza. Something is clearly wiping her memory. She even says the same spiel from the beginning of the comic about how she's recently moved back to Stagtown after college, as if she's completely reset. Then, while sitting in her car, she's approached by a man who keeps asking her if her name is Frankie. She's a little weirded out and tries to drive away, but he pulls out a paper and asks if she recognizes this symbol. It's an eye with antler-like appendages coming
up. Bro! Yay! Listen, I'm about to be finished soon, actually, since it's just be a sketch. I'm gonna be done very soon. I'm about to finish up. I just want to make it look good as possible. Bro, this is the eyeball from that game. Yeah, have a good night, Kyla. Thank you for coming in, hon. This growl down. You think it's Groundhog Day? You guys remember that? It was a mobile game. It's like a headless thing that flies around, and you have to get all the eyeballs. It was pretty much like it's the eyeball. You go up to the eyeball, you hit the wall, type thing. You know what I'm talking about? You said Legend of Zelda. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, I can see the eyeball thing from Legend of Zelda. But mostly the eyeball thing with that floating head in that game, where you have to get the eyeball symbols on the wall before it gets you. It's pretty much like a Slenderman game ripoff, per se. Oh, yes, only thing I hate was the Atlas and the one. Yeah.
Off the sides. At the side of it, Frankie is hit with a strange and disturbing vision. She sees the carousel and a large opening where a mirror would typically go, but it's got...
Wait, go back.
After he died, containing a what the hell, a lost receipt. Doesn't have much luck finding any memory. Tunnel for trauma just keeps piling, but this should be a lost receipt. He came across a pile of items, but he's picked college, as if she recognizes this symbol. It's an eye with antler-like appendages coming off the sides. At the side of it, Frankie is hit with a strange and disturbing vision. She sees the carousel and a large opening where a mirror would typically go, but it's got black liquid pouring out of it. Is this the same liquid we saw at the bottom of the pole in the underground, or is it blood? Frankie goes full freak out and then faints. When she comes to, she's in the man's apartment. She wakes up in a panic and pulls out her mace on the guy who seemingly kidnapped her, but instead of mace, it shoots silly string all over him. Yeah, I guess he replaced it while she was sleeping, and this is our introduction to Felix. He begs Frankie to calm down and let him explain. It turns out that Felix was a friend of Jeremy's before he died, and Jeremy would hang out at Felix's apartment quite often. While looking through his trash one day for a lost receipt, he came across a pile of papers that Jeremy must have left. On one of the papers, he saw the eye symbol and suddenly remembered something. An email that Jeremy had somehow sent him after he died, containing a ton of information on the Stagtown mystery. Felix discovered that his memory had been wiped several times, along with anyone who tries to leave town or digs too deep into what's going on.
I think it's a bit cruel. Why the fuck would you give her silly string? That's a dick move! Bro, that is a dick move when you actually think about it. Yes, it's smart, but yes, it's a dick move at the same time. Why would you put silly string as a form of a? That is just rude. Why would you do that? That's evil. I don't know. That's just a dick move, bro. I don't know.
But this symbol can reset the memory wipes. Jeremy said in his emails that it only works on the last wipe though, so if you've lost your memory more than once, you can't get them back. This brings into question how many memory wipes Frankie's had. Clearly when Frankie woke up at the start of the series, it was just after losing her memories. So what kind of horrors has she already experienced? We may not find out at this point. Felix originally learned about the symbol when Jeremy asked him to permanently tattoo it onto his stomach so that he could always see see it and prevent memory wipes. Yeah, I guess Felix is an amateur tattoo artist. So Frankie and Felix decide to work together and figure out what's going on so they can escape town. Frankie suggests calling the police or some kind of outside help, but Felix says that he can't call any outside numbers and can't even communicate online. They're physically and digitally cut off. This might explain why no one seemed to notice Frankie's post after she went missing for a couple of days in the woods back in chapter 4. After their newly formed partnership, they relocate to Frankie's apartment to look through Jeremy's notes. Hopefully Felix could make better sense of them and they could find a way out. By the way, we learned that Jeremy's cat is actually named Little Friend. It's kind of a weird name, reminds me of the dog from The Simpsons, Santa's little helper. Anyway, Felix stumbles onto the little love notes Jeremy made about Frankie, and he starts laughing his ass off about it, embarrassing Frankie to death, who reiterates that she barely knew him. Other than that, he doesn't have much luck finding anything. Frankie says that before they get any deeper into whatever's going on in Stagtown, they should at least try to leave, so she marks every exit on a map. Obviously, the tunnel is off limits, so that leaves the train station, the back road through the old covered bridge, the hiking trails to the north, and finally the river. Frankie asks if Jeremy ever mentioned trying to escape, but it seems like they mostly just hung out and played video games together. Felix did notice that something was up with Jeremy though. He clearly wasn't getting any sleep and seemed off toward the end. The two decide to test one of the town exits, and in the meantime, Felix has made up some temporary tattoos of the eye symbol that they put on their arms so they don't get memory wiped. Chapter 6, The Way Out. Frankie and Felix meet up the next day at the train station to see if they can get out of town by train. We get a sense of the difference in personality between the two when we see their luggage. Frankie has a full backpack and suitcase, and Felix just has a small sack which is mostly taken up by yarn. I guess it's one of his hobbies and he might want to knit on the train. Well, they head up to the station and find that it's boarded up and shut down, even though it should be running several trains a day. They check out the schedule on a nearby board and see that the next stop is 10 miles out. They could walk it and still get there by nightfall. Frankie immediately starts looking at the plan to head back home and grab more supplies, but before she finishes her thought, Felix
I really thought this, I didn't say it, but I was thinking it though.
They go now. She calls him reckless, but he says, hey, reckless gets things done, and starts heading down the tracks. Frankie reluctantly follows behind him. After walking a while, they see something up on the tracks. A dead deer. On a closer look, they find the animal is full of holes. It's pretty disturbing, and Frankie suggests they go back, but Felix convinces her to just keep moving. So they move along for hours until reaching a spot where the tracks had given out. The rails are oddly bent out of shape, leaving only the wooden railroad ties left as a path. Frankie warns Felix that this is what they do. They lead you in circles till you go crazy, but he takes her hand and drags her along. As they walk along...
Isn't that what all spirits kind of do? They're mostly torturous souls of hell. So they make you do like things over and over again with no real rhyme or reason. It's just the same looping thing. Ain't that what hell is? Doing the same thing over and over and over again till you go absolutely mad and some shit.
Along the path, the track boards begin to sink into the ground deeper and deeper until finally they descend into a large hole in the ground, at the top of which lay a marble. After the Marble House incident, this small sphere is a pretty creepy thing to find. After a moment of staring into the abyss, both Frankie and Felix refuse to go down and stop to take a break and eat lunch. Felix begins to knit something, and Frankie looks uncomfortably at the marble she found. She suddenly recognizes a connection between all the recent events. They all lead underground. The Marble House kids were digging into the foundation under the basement. The security cameras led into
so they're all connected. Let's go.
The tunnels that she escaped from.
They're not
As
random.
she speaks, we start to hear a gurgling noise, and then a black liquid rises from the hole in the tracks. They watch in horror as the liquid reaches the top and pours onto the ground. Then, out from under the black, something starts to crawl out, although we can only make out its knife-like appendage. The duo run like hell back down the tracks as the unseen monstrosity follows behind, its sharp limbs piercing the boards as it moves. They ran the entire way back, but whatever was chasing them never attacked, as if it was only herding them back to Stagtown. They finally reach the station, and Frankie physically breaks down, covered in sweat. Felix picks her up and carries her to his Jeep before speeding off. At the edge of the woods, we can see once again the legs of the creature. It seems like the appendage is actually made up of several pieces of junk, including a pair of scissors. After this frightening encounter, the two don't leave Frankie's apartment for 3 days. They're both too afraid to be alone, and so Felix has been sleeping on the couch. Finally, he decides he's gonna try one of the other exits out of town on his own. That way, if he does end up being led in a circle, he can leave Frankie out of it. So he heads out to the old covered bridge with nothing but a backpack and a baseball bat. It seems easy enough. He can see the exit only a few yards away, and he starts walking across. After only a few feet, rain starts pouring down outside almost instantly. Felix takes a look at his tattoo of the symbol to make sure he doesn't forget what he's doing, and then begins to hear something outside the bridge making its way toward him. It finally appears behind him, and it seems to be the same creature from the tracks, only this time we can see its full body. Its head with a massive needle sticking out and rusty screws protruding all around it. It pounces at Felix, who manages to dodge it just in time. He starts to slowly back away from it, but it lunges at him again. He turns, running for the exit, though it seems like it's an unreachable distance, and the bridge is stretching out in front of it. The creature lunges again and manages to slam into Felix's head, sending him to the ground. It then uses its large spike to stab Felix in the foot. Oof, that looks painful. He kicks it off and stands up, swinging at it with his bat, but the metal fiend dodges and jumps off the wall, then onto Felix's back, pinning him to the ground and jabbing the spike into his neck. Oh my god, I didn't expect that. It doesn't look deep enough to kill him at least. It actually looks kind of like it's injecting something into him. He cries out in pain and loses consciousness. We just see his body laying still while the outside storm quickly eases up and the bright sun shines in its place. Back at Frankie's place, she wakes up late to find that Felix is gone. She tries calling him, but gets no answer. She's pretty bummed out, assuming that Felix bailed on her, and she believes there's no one she can trust in this messed up town. She tries calling him one last time. After a few rings, she realizes...
Why would you assume that he just, like, outright abandoned you? Given the place that you live. Why? That's a weird thing to think of. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, okay, he's gone. Doesn't that actually mean he abandoned you? How do you know some type of spiritual force took him? Why would you assume that he fucking... That's a dumb thing to do.
Is that she can hear a phone ringing in the hallway, and it's getting closer. Eventually, the rings stop just outside of her door, and she sees a shadow coming from under the other side. Is this Felix? Something is not right here. Why isn't he answering the phone or even knocking? Frankie nervously approaches the door and looks through the peephole. She's relieved to see that it is Felix on the other side. She begins to unlock the door when the cat, little friend, starts hissing furiously. Then Felix speaks, but something is up with his voice. He's talking really strangely, dragging out some words and stuttering, to the extent that Frankie wonders if he's drunk or something. It's clear that something is very wrong, and Frankie can't bring herself to open the door. Felix insists she open up and start calling her out by name. It's really off-putting. Tears begin to form in Frankie's eyes as she declares that this person isn't Felix. After a while of this, Felix, or whatever it was, just up and leaves, and Frankie breaks down sobbing, believing that she really is going crazy. Meanwhile, the real Felix wakes up in a basement somewhere, coming to realize he's on the ground floor of Frankie's apartment building. He feels guilty for leaving her alone and rushes up to her apartment to make sure she's okay. Only her door is completely missing. It's just a blank wall. Here we move into another Remember segment. These are little segments peppered throughout the series that give us a little insight from the past of the characters. In this one, we learn a little bit more about Felix and Jeremy's friendship. Jeremy tries talking about the supernatural things that have happened to him, but Felix just makes him a sandwich and says he's got to get more sleep and remember to eat. It moves forward a few weeks, and Felix can't get a hold of Jeremy, but is pretty worried about him. Ultimately, he decides he doesn't need to babysit a grown man. A few months pass, and Felix finally shows up to Jeremy's place with some food, but he won't answer the door. And this seems to be the last attempt at communication with him before Jeremy died.
I am doing a commission for a client. She kind of technically just left. I'm doing her Star Wars OC redraw.
Pretty sad. Chapter 7, Alone. Back in the present, Felix is in shock. What the hell happened to Frankie's apartment? He runs outside and finds that the window and balcony are missing as well. He stops a man who lives in the building and asks him what happened, and the guy's like, I don't know, dude, I'm not paying attention to the outside of the building. Next, he tries knocking on her neighbor's doors, but doesn't get an answer. One of the apartments sounds completely empty by the sounds of the knocks. He tries to call the landlord, but finds that the office is closed on weekends, and it's Friday night. If he calls the police, police, there's no way they believe him, and the wall's pretty solid, so he's not going to be able to just break it down very easily. He finally sits down, feeling out of options, and lets out some tears of frustration. He doesn't want to lose another friend to this madness. He's determined not to give up though, and next we see him wearing a disguise as a maintenance worker. He breaks into the empty apartment next to Frankie's and puts a sign up on the door that says maintenance personnel is working inside. I guess he's hoping to access her apartment through this one. Inside, Felix pulls out a drill and apparently the largest drill bit he could buy. He starts to drill a hole into the wall, hoping that he can at least communicate with Frankie on the other side. After a small struggle, he manages to drill the length of the bit. He pulls out a small flashlight to look through the hole and finds that it's solid wall even beyond where he drilled. He starts to question how it could possibly be more than 2 feet and then beats himself up for even trying. If a whole apartment could disappear, why did he think this would work? He tries to convince himself that Frankie is fine, but can't help but think about her dying in some terrible way. He blames himself for what's happening to her and Jeremy's death on top of it, and in defeat, he leaves the apartment. Looking out from the stairwell balcony, he tries to think up his next move, and in the distance on the grass, we can see some of the mysterious black liquid bubbling up from the dirt. We shift back to Frankie's perspective. Exhausted after the ordeal with the bizarro Felix at her door, she laid down in bed and fell asleep. Now she wakes up and finds that her front door is missing, along with the windows and balcony. She also has no phone service or internet, so out of desperation, she starts trying to break down the wall. Although she just manages to break one of her chairs doing so. She starts beating herself up for not having any kind of hammer or backup plan, until finally she's just telling herself it's fine on repeat. Clearly she's losing it a little, and she starts to remember the time she spent alone in the tunnel underground. This causes her to have a sort of panic attack, and she starts crying and feeling like she can't breathe. While this is happening, little friend crawls into her lap and comforts her, snapping her out of it and calming her down. Thank God for this little cat. She gets her head on straight and starts to assess the situation. The fridge and oven...
but this might be some type of bizarro world genjutsu. Yeah, this is some type of bizarro world genjutsu thing happening. I refer to them as genjutsu because genjutsu, as we know it, is just a hallucination or some form of a manifestation of something. So like, I think this is what's happening. I think it's some type of bizarro world where I forgot what movie it was, but there was a movie did this. I forgot what movie it was. I think it had Keanu Reeves in it. I can't remember. Yeah, it's called Little Friend.
And both still work, and she has food, so she won't starve anytime soon, and the plumbing still works, so that's a relief. She wonders where Felix is and if he's trying to get in. Then she checks her fake tattoo and is glad to see it's still there. Just then she hears a noise from the other room that scares the shit out of her. She slowly moves towards the sound and finds her bedroom is now gone as well. Man, I was expecting one of those scissor creatures or something, but somehow this is worse. I can already feel the claustrophobia creeping up. Frankie starts pacing around and mumbling to herself, trying to come up with a solution. At the same time, tears are welling up in her eyes. Her bedroom's now gone, and where the front door once was, a weird shape has begun growing on the wall.
Don't like that.
If you look closely, it kind of looks like a face. Frankie quits pouting and goes back into planning.
Actually, you know what?
Gone, and where the front door once was, a weird shape has begun growing.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all. That's not creepy at all. That's not unsettling as shit. Okay. Cool.
On the wall. If you look closely, it kind of looks like a face. Frankie quits pouting and goes back into planning mode. She takes the food from the kitchen and divides it up between rooms. That way, if the kitchen or other rooms vanish as well, she'll always have at least some food in whatever room she's in. She still has Felix's suitcase, so she takes the warm items out and divides them up in case it gets cold. After this, Frankie just sits down in the middle room where she could see most of her apartment at once. She's making some smart choices, I have to say. She doesn't know exactly what she's waiting for, and after a while, she can't help but fall asleep. When she wakes up, guess what? The living room's gone. She tries to decide which room she should move to, which will disappear next. Finally, she settles on the bathroom, where at least she has water and plumbing. She calls for little friend to come with her, but as the cat moves her way, the horrible noise sounds again, and the living room disappears. A wall coming down instantly and blocking it up along with the cat. But there's no time to grieve. The apartment begins shaking violently, and Frankie books it into the bathroom. The building is still rumbling, and a strange voice appears behind the bathroom door, moaning. A shape begins to form that looks similar to the shape on the wall by the doorway. The resemblance of a face is even clearer now. Then that familiar black liquid starts dripping from the bathtub, and the voice makes out an actual word. Help. It repeats this as the blackness drips from the ceiling and Frankie looks above to see something shocking. The liquid has taken the shape of a stag and comes dropping out of the ceiling above her. Wow, that escalated very quickly. Next, we're back with Felix. He's sitting in his car and knitting furiously, trying to think of a way to save Frankie. He tries thinking back to what happened on the bridge, but his memory is fuzzy even after looking at the symbol. He goes back through everything he can remember up until he woke up in the basement. Wait a minute, the basement? Why did he wake up there anyway? He rushes into the building and heads downstairs to investigate. There he finds more of the black substance growing up out of the floor like thick vines and making its way into a water pipe. Nearby is a sledgehammer and Felix thinks that someone must have helped this thing in here by busting a hole in the floor. Maybe the Felix outside of Frankie's apartment wasn't a doppelganger, but a possessed Felix. It seems like when that creature pierced his neck, it somehow was able to control him. He grabs the sledgehammer and heads upstairs to see where Frankie's door was. Then he's suddenly hit with a sharp pain and looks down to find his foot is bleeding. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot he was stabbed. He ignores the pain, closes his eyes, and takes a swing at where Frankie's door was. Literally. Luckily, he makes contact with the wall, and when he opens his eyes, he finds that the door is back and he's busted it wide open. He rushes in looking around until finally he finds Frankie curled up in the fetal position in the bathroom crying. He holds her and tries to tell her that whatever she saw wasn't real, but she just sobs in his arms. This poor girl can't get a break. If she does...
I'm not gonna lie, this is at one of those moments where having a cat or an animal is probably the best thing right now. This is where, when you're ever encountering this situation, you grab the cat and put it into like the kennel thing, whatever it's called, the cage. So you use it like a canary in the coal mine, because animals have this innate ability to like sense things that we can't. And I honestly believe, whether you're spiritual or not, that I believe that animals can see past that. And having an animal next to you can be probably a best thing. Yes, animals have sixth sense and certain abilities that we don't have, and I believe they can actually see or communicate, see, or sense spirits way better than we can. They have much more higher spiritual pressure than us. So therefore, I think having a cat or at least some form of animal, a dog, is a good thing to have if you're going to be part of this situation. Put them in having a big dog is great, but having a small dog is just as better, because you can hold the dog with you. And if the dog senses something, it lets you know there's something there. Because a lot of animals do this. They tend to like do this thing where they'll like kind of like have this aggressive tone towards things that you can't see. Yeah, they heard that in many encounters. They can always sense that when an area way before you. Yep. Yep, I would always... This is why having an animal is probably the best thing. Dang, that is like... It's a soul reaper. A lot of spiritual pressure, bro.
Does make it out of Stagtown, she's gonna be pretty traumatized. Chapter 8, Holes. We see Felix...
Oh no. Oh, if only. But like, oh god, this one's gonna be called Holes. Get ready, guys. If you have trypophobia, I can see this coming. If you have trypophobia, Dogman encounters. Yorkies.
Driving somewhere in his Jeep, and Frankie in the passenger seat, and she's not looking too hot. With nowhere else to go, they head to Felix's apartment. At this point, Frankie is terrified of being alone, and panics anytime Felix leaves the apartment for anything. She doesn't even want him to leave the room, worried that he might disappear if he does. She eventually breaks down and tells him everything that happened to her. The tunnel, the Marble House kids, everything. That brings Felix up to speed, and they discuss what happened in the apartment. It all felt so real, but it must have just been in their heads. Felix remembers his full encounter with the metal creature now, and he's sure that when he was pierced with the needle, it injected something into him. He thinks it was the black stuff coming up from the basement and the railroad tracks. It seems that this substance is at the center of everything weird that's happening. Plus, if it did get into the water supply in Frankie's apartment, she probably ingested some of it at one point by drinking the water, which led to their shared hallucination. At any rate, they decide on only drinking bottled water from here on out. Frankie remembers the voices coming from the sink. Hallucination or not, it was odd that they seemed to be crying for help. She notes that...
It's funny, when you think of it now, they're turning out to be more like Jeremy. This is exactly why Jeremy was the way he was. Maybe this is exactly why he was, like, very closed off from everyone. because he knew what was going on. That's why now they have to drink bottled water and all that stuff. They have to bottle water. They have to stay bottled water. Bottled water.
Most of the time, the supernatural presence doesn't actually try to hurt them. It just moves them around. Maybe if they can try and understand what it wants, they'd have a better shot at getting out. Frankie says she's done waiting around and wants to bring the fight to it before they run out of time. Just then, a massive noise sounds outside, feeling like an earthquake. They look out and find a massive sinkhole has opened up just outside Felix's apartment. It looks like they may be out of time already. After this, Felix's apartment was evacuated, and the residents were relocated into hotels. Felix and Frankie planned their next move. The only two exits left to try would be the hiking trails and the river. The trails seem like a bad idea. It's too easy to get lost, and they'd have a hard time escaping any monster they encounter. So that leaves the river. It's not a great idea either, but it's their best option, so they grab an inflatable life raft and prepare for the trip. In the hotel, they hear a ruckus out in the hallway and look out to find that all the other guests are leaving. Apparently 2 more sinkholes opened up and everyone's evacuating. Felix finds a spot on the map that they can drop the boat in the river, but this has become
because probably Jeremy found something that it did not like. That's why all the cameras was around to watch everyone, and that's why he had the most cameras on him when he was by himself. So there's something he found or something it did not like that he found, and then when he was about to leave, that's where they said, oh shit, because whatever he found, I don't know, was knowledge or some type of item, and he probably had it on him at the time, and that's why I attacked him as soon as they got to the bridge. That's probably what happened.
And B now. With the entire town evacuating, they first want to see if they can get out along with everyone else. Believing that the force in Stagtown can't stop everyone, they get in a long line of cars out of town, but soon they realize that it looks like cars are being turned around and sent back. Felix flags down one of the cars heading back and asks what's going on. Apparently, the authorities at the tunnel said it was okay to go back into town, and on a close look, you can tell that the man's eyes are dilated. I guess it can stop everyone. After some discussion, Felix then convinces Frankie that...
Well, Pennywise did something similar to this in Welcome to Derry. Not gonna make any spoilers, don't want to fuck that for anyone, but he kind of did something similar to this.
They need to at least try helping the rest of Stagtown residents by showing them the symbol. They don't know if it'll work,
or inside him, yeah. Or is this inside him? I didn't think of that.
On the boat in the morning.
Oh my god, I didn't think of that.
The two buy some spray paint and begin spraying the ice symbol around town. Frankie's first attempt isn't great, but they continue on painting the symbol all over town. They avoid placing them directly near roads in case the shock of it caused an accident and killed somebody. As they finish tagging up the side of a building complex, Frankie is just tired and wants to give up on all of it. But Felix gives her a hug and reassures her it's going to be okay, even making her laugh. It's hard to tell at this point whether they're kind of into each other or if this is just purely a platonic friendship, but anyway, they sit in Felix's car in the center of town.
Well, if you're kissing her on her head, that's going to lead down to those lips eventually. I'm just saying. Trauma brings people together, as we all learned. Look at Jonathan and Nancy. Trauma brings everyone together. Trauma bonding is a great way to get a girl. Tell you what.
Overnight, waiting to see what will happen when people spot the symbols in the morning. They wake up to the sound of screams. People are freaking out everywhere when they see the symbol. Some even collapse.
Oh, which lips?
After a while,
good
Frankie
question.
starts to feel bad for what they've done and wonders if this is actually helping anything. Suddenly, a car smashes into the side of Felix's Jeep, and in a panic, they speed off. They were sure they didn't put any symbols where drivers could see, so what happened? Felix heads for the spot that they plan on leaving on boat, but they need to go the long way around since driving straight through town might be dangerous. He's clearly guilty about how many people might get hurt. At the edge of town, just by the carousel field, they find another car accident. Okay, they for sure didn't put any signs this far out, so what's going on? Nearby in the field, a rumbling occurs, and they look over to see a massive pole erupting from the ground with a deer skull on top of it. It looks just like the one Frankie saw underground. It rises up into the air, and the skull opens its mouth and makes a dreadful noise like a dying animal. It continues to scream, and suddenly Frankie's arm starts to burn. She pulls down her sleeve and finds that the tattoo of the symbol is melting off of her arm. Everyone in town seems to hear the noise and turn toward it, all of their eyes dilated, and Frankie says it was at this moment she realized there was no one left in town to save. Chapter 9, Welcome. After the horrifying encounter with the skull, Frankie and Felix drove off toward the drop point for the boat. It looks like the effects of the creature's scream completely burned off their tattoos, leaving civilians severe burns on their arms. But at least they're in the shape of the symbol, so they can still see it. They leave the car at the edge of the woods and make for a short hike to the riverbank. Surprisingly, nothing strange happens on their way. Felix starts setting up the inflatable raft, and Frankie pulls little friend out of her kennel. Oh man, I completely forgot about the cat. Well, at least they brought it a little cat life jacket. They gear up and head out onto the river. There's no turning back now. It would actually be a fun and beautiful trip if they didn't happen to be fighting against a supernatural force to escape with their lives. The closer they get to the town's border, the higher the cliffs rise, making it impossible to disembark at this point. Little friend starts making some growling noises, but they chalk it up to the fact that she's surrounded by water. Soon they see a bridge coming up overhead, a marker of the edge of town. Once they make it past that, they're out. Nearby in the woods, however, we see a sharp metallic leg enter frame. It looks like the creature is back. As they approach the bridge, Felix decides it's a good time to have a snack, I guess, and dumps a bunch of food out into the boat, to the disapproval of Frankie. Just then, a bright light shines from on top of the bridge, making Frankie's head hurt. And along the shore, the creature zips by at lightning speed, settling on an overhanging rock right in front of them. They try their best to steer clear of it, but the current is hard to fight, and the creature pounces from the rock directly at them. Felix blocks it with his oar, but it's only inches from his face, and it's viciously stabbing at him with its scissor hands. Frankie watches in horror and freezes when she sees something on the creature's side, a number 5. Why is this significant? Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Right now, Felix is about to die. Out of nowhere, little friend, our favorite feline, comes to the rescue, jumping onto the metal thing and sending them both into the river.
No,
in the process,
no, little friend!
Smashes the boat. But more concerning, that poor little cat is now being carried down the river.
Oh, that little guy, no, don't die. Yeah,
into the
get
water
him.
and swims
Save
after
him.
little friend,
Save
grabbing
little
her
guy.
to the cap
Oh,
before it
God.
gets too far away. However, Frankie was left in the sinking boat, and she's now moving downstream fast. Felix drops little friend off on a nearby rock and desperately makes for Frankie. It's a struggle, but he grabs a hold of her. But soon after, she's pulled by something under the water and dragged towards an underwater cave. They try grabbing onto the nearby wall, but it's no use. They're sent rapidly into the cave like a deadly water park ride, and the light is fading from the opening. They're headed right towards pitch black darkness. I was hoping we were done with the claustrophobic scenarios, but now we've added the possibility of drowning as well. The top of the cave starts to close in, and there's less and less room to breathe. There's a serious struggle to try and get air that is one of the most intense parts of this comic so far, and finally...
I find it funny that the two other characters that fell in the water well, the cat fell in the water because it was helping, and he had to go and get the cat, and then she just falls in the water too for no reason. She didn't do shit. She was too busy being scared. That's just crazy. Hold on to another day.
They're pulled completely underwater and into the seemingly infinite darkness. Surprisingly, we find Felix and Frankie alive and in a dry part of the cave. Somehow they survived. They're puking up water, but they survived. It's pitch black, but luckily Frankie still has Jeremy's light-up keychain, giving them at least a small glow. They have a look around and find that they're stuck. There's nowhere they can swim back where they came from, and the river continues to flow underground ahead. Felix tries to keep a positive attitude, but Frankie has completely given up. She actually gets mad at him for even trying to stay positive and declares that they're gonna die here. More than that, with tears in her eyes, she says that this is all her fault. We're reminded of what Frankie saw on the metallic creature, the number 5. This is the same number that was on the box in Jeremy's belongings, the one Frankie opened with her knife. It seems whatever creature she let out has become stronger by adding pieces of metal to itself, starting with Frankie's pocket knife, which you can actually see at the top of one of its legs. So Frankie blames herself for all of this and adds on the fact that she froze up when it attacked Felix. She breaks down in a marathon of self-hate and blame. Even this is no match for Felix's upbeat attitude though, and he assures her that it's not her fault. No matter how much you plan, in situations as dangerous and bizarre as these, it's a miracle if you make any good decisions. He grabs her hand and tells her that he's made his fair share of mistakes as well, like getting an inflatable raft for instance, or heading to the bridge by himself. But whatever's after them isn't infallible. The ice symbol...
Why does Felix remind me of Gigi? I don't know what it is, but this bro reminds me of Gigi from Dan to Dan. Why does he remind me of Gigi? I don't know why. Does anyone feel that way? Oh, it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Fuck it. Maybe it's just me.
can stop it, so it does have some weaknesses. This little speech seems to raise Frankie's spirits, and they get back on track trying to think of a way out. One good thing is that Felix has some road flares he picked up beforehand, although he's weary to use them in this space, afraid it could consume a lot of their oxygen. They did come with matches, however, which gives them a little more light. At the side of the lit match...
Wait, how the fuck did you guys have matches when you was in the water? Those matches will be useless. How the fuck? What? Wait, what? Wait, what?
It's clear this little speech seems to raise Frankie's spirits, and they get back on track trying to think of a way out. One good thing is that Felix has some road flares he picked up beforehand, although he's weary to use them in this space, afraid it could consume a lot of
it's
their
in a bag.
oxygen.
Okay,
They did come with matches, however, which gives them a little more light.
my bad.
At the side of the lit match, it's clear there's a slight draft in the room pushing at the flame.
No, there wasn't. It was in a bag. It was in a bag. Yeah, but like it wasn't a bag. That's why I thought it was like. Yeah. Oh, there is? I didn't know that. No, it was in a bag this time. It was in a bag. So
the airflow, and sure enough, she finds a small opening at the bottom of a nearby wall. It's just large enough for them to get through and leads into a long tunnel that's weirdly smooth and direct, as if it's man-made. Finally, they see an opening ahead, and as they approach, they hear something. It sounds like a carousel. They reluctantly move forward and see a warm glow coming from the opening. They finally enter and see a beautifully disturbing sight. The Old Town Carousel upside down and wedged into the side of the cavern. Its lights are still on and music still playing. At the bottom, the black mirror that Frankie saw in a vision is visible, the strange liquid leaking out of it and into a large pool at the bottom. It's a haunting sight, to say the least. Frankie moves forward and gets a good look at the pool of black stuff. Then she does something I didn't expect. She starts yelling at the carousel. She can't believe it forced them down here just for this. They've been tricked, dragged, and coerced by it, and for what? To see some garbage amusement ride? She says that their friend is dead because of it, and asks what the hell it wants from them. Suddenly, one of the stags at the top of the carousel turns its head to face them, its eyes glowing white. Its mouth cracks open, and the black stuff pours out as it struggles to speak, finally repeating the words, "Fix us." There's a large rumble, and under the pool of black,
at least it gave us some type of clue. They were just screaming at us. I kind of like that. At least told me fix us. Okay, it doesn't want to kill us. It wants us to help it. Okay, got it.
Ground opens up, and a set of stairs appears in front of them going downward. Frankie is even more pissed off and straight up says, "No, go ask someone else." But the liquid on the floor is slowly closing in on them.
Is that such a smart idea, bitch?
And Felix says, "I don't think it's asking anymore." Chapter 10. Back. Thinking fast, Felix pulls out one of his flares, saying that if it doesn't work, at least he can set fire to some of their stuff. He ignites, and it actually forces the liquid back.
That you will do that? Is that what you say? That's you?
But the flares are only temporary. They need to come up with a plan.
That was a stupid thing to
Frankie
say.
spots an opening nearby, and they don't really have any better options, so they make a break for it. Using the flare to keep the black sludge at bay, they make it into the room, and it looks like they aren't the first ones. There's shelves everywhere full of jars. Felix moves a boulder in front of the opening and wedges the cracks shut with their life jackets, then sets the flare on top, hopefully keeping it from entering. Frankie takes a closer look at one of the jars and finds that it's full of marbles. Okay, always more questions and not many answers. After a moment, they realize there's no other exit and this may be the end. They curl up against the wall and wait to die. Then some of the black stuff starts pouring in from behind a shelf.
Oh, shit.
So something is different about it. It almost has a bluish hue, and it forms into an arrow pointing behind the shelf. Frankie gets the sense that this isn't the same thing they were running from, and they decide to try and follow it. Felix pulls down the shelf, and they find another opening behind it. Inside, there's a strange structure like a large basin, and they freak out when they see what's lying inside.
Jeremy.
It's Jeremy, and he looks completely unharmed, no burns on him anywhere. Felix checks to see if he's alive and does find a heartbeat. He has tears of joy running down his cheeks, realizing that his friend is alive, but Frankie is more skeptical. She reminds Felix that she watched Jeremy die. How do they know this is really him and not a doppelganger or hallucination? They argue over this for a bit, and it's the only time Felix has actually snapped back.
He said, "Are you nuts, bitch? This is my friend." He laid his head on my shoulder when he was playing video game. This is him. I can recognize his head shoulder laying abilities. Don't gaslight me, ho. I only gave you one kiss on the head. Don't talk crazy to me. I'm gonna keep that bad, man. Yeah, I would too, probably. He's just down here.
Frankie. She just asks that they make sure it's really him and try to find some kind of clue. They lift up his shirt to see if the tattoo is still on his stomach, and it's not, but the symbol is. It looks similar to Frankie and Felix's burned symbols, but this one looks a lot worse, like it was branded on or something. Well, this is enough to convince them that it's really him. Since the symbol wards off the Stagtown entity, it seems clear that this isn't a manufactured illusion. Near the structure that Jeremy is lying in, Frankie finds...
If it is a manufactured illusion, this thing went far and wide just to get them. That's crazy.
More jars. This time, one of them has a mysterious dark honey in it. Is this what they fed Jeremy with? Before they can question it anymore...
Ooh, are they gonna make a reference to the Wicker Man? Not the bees! Oh, anything but the bees! Ah, the bees! I hope to God, if they make this into some type of reference to Wicker Man, that'd be cool. Especially the Nicolas Cage version. Not the bees! Anything but the bees!
Liquid comes crawling out from above, bringing the whole damn ceiling down with it. Frankie tells Felix to carry Jeremy, and she lights up a couple flares, throwing one on the ground behind them and running away with the other. They make their way through the tunnel in a rush with no real way of knowing where they're going. They finally make it into a large room where they find mining equipment, realizing that this is why some of the tunnels have felt man-made. It's an iron mine. This is pretty good news because now they know there must be an exit somewhere. It seems Frankie knows a little bit about mines and has an idea of which way they should go, and she points them in the right direction. They find a massive mine shaft and a ladder leading out. The only problem is they have to carry Jeremy up the ladder without falling into the shaft below. Luckily, Felix is pretty strong, and he ties Jeremy's hoodie.
Oh wow, that's kind of smart. Holy shit, that's smart. Might be uncomfortable as fuck for Jeremy, but that's smart. Holy shit, he tied this dude's arm. That looks funny. I'm sorry, that looks kind of funny. That looks, oh god, this will suck. Oh man, that sucks. You gotta do all this. I feel bad for Felix. You gotta do all this upper, like all this heavy lifting. Oh man.
With him still in it around his body, giving him both hands to climb. He starts making his way up, and Frankie throws down the flare behind them as she follows. There's a massive rumble through the cave, and it knocks the hinges off the bottom of the ladder, leaving Frankie dangling at the end. Felix makes it to the surface just as the ladder breaks off behind him, and at the last second, he grabs Frankie's hand, pulling her up as well. They're safe at the top, but the black liquid is slowly filling the shaft below. In one last fuck you moment, Frankie grabs the last flare and chucks it down the shaft directly into the pool of blackness. This causes a massive explosion of fire out of the top.
Bro, bitch, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Bro, yeah, he's gonna have some major neck pain ever. Like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? We don't even know what that thing's made of. It could be straight up oil. That could have just blew our ass out. Gonna blow our ass up. We're in a mine shaft. There could be oil down here, bitch. The fuck? What the hell? Yeah, we would.
Dirt. The three friends make it back to Felix's car, where they find little friend is waiting for them. I was wondering what happened to that poor cat. Jeremy is still unconscious, and the future is uncertain. But Frankie is determined now to fight whatever's torturing them. And now she knows where they live. As she says this deservedly dramatic line, the comic rapidly moves underground, where we see a pool of liquid once again. And then an eyeball emerges from it. So that's basically the end of Season 1 of Stagtown. But there is one more Remember segment to cap it off, and this is actually the most informative of them so far. This time it's from Jeremy's perspective. He talks about the first time he met Frankie when she was moving into the building. Presumably this is the actual first time before any memory wipes, and she looks visibly younger. Her and Jeremy hit it off pretty quick, having similar hobbies and interests, and Frankie seems generally more positive and less cautious. She actually helped Jeremy in his research, and the two would go out exploring Stagtown and making notes. He says that she never laughed at his conspiracies.
Wait a minute. What? This is contradictory because she said she only knew him for 5 minutes. Wait, she hang out with bro and called ill after she thought she was cute? Or you wanted to like her? You couldn't just say that's cute and moved on? Or how sweet? Or some shit like that? You said ill? Fuck you, bitch. You can go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck now. You're a pretty cool character at hindsight, but when you think of you a bitch, fuck you. You don't have to like him. I don't care about that. It's just how she said it, and then we figured out that she knew him. Maybe. Okay, I'll wait for that. We'll wait for that one. Sadly, we won't be able to watch episode 3 because we'll watch that tomorrow because it's fucking late. But fuck this bitch though.
No matter how bizarre they seemed. We also learned that his flying saucer keychain was actually a gift from Frankie to begin with. Apparently they made big plans one day to go on a trip, and he waited all day for her, but when she finally showed up, she was different. She acted like she had never met him before, and no matter how hard he tried, she insisted she didn't know him. After this encounter, she mostly avoided him. Man.
Okay, fine. I retract my statement. I made a poor judgment or lapse in judgment. Okay, I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Silver, you got it, bro. You on that shit. Me, I'm too reactive. I'm gonna say what it is. I'm sorry, everyone. Females are watching or seeing this. I'm sorry. I overreacted. What happens? It happens. I'm human. I'm sorry. All right. I fuck with bro. I fuck with her. I fuck with her. Okay, she cool. I like her now. I fucked with bro. I apologize. I made a poor lapse in judgment. There you go.
And this really puts a whole new perspective on everything. She actually knew Jeremy, but was just memory wiped. Well, soon after this, Jeremy lost his memory too. But one day while doing research at the library, he stumbled upon the eye symbol in an old box, making him remember everything. He says he went through someone's notes named Nova, as if we know who that is, and discovered the effects of the symbol. After learning this, he immediately ran to Frankie's apartment to show her, but it only resets her to when she first forgot who Jeremy was. I guess she already had her memory wiped before, and unfortunately the symbol only restores the last wipe. So Jeremy was forced to just let her go. This is the event
I'm sorry, bro. Oh, she could have been girlfriend material, bro. Oh man, Jeremy, you a real one, bro. I'm sorry, my dude. Oh fuck. And this dude was on fire, got thrown in into the river, and then also got some strays on the path on this story. Oh fuck, my boy Jeremy. Oh my god, guys. F in the chat. F's in the chat, guys. Gotta put F's in the chat. I feel bad for bro now. Holy shit. F's in the chat. Oh my god, bro. Oh fuck. I'm gonna cry for bro. That's so fucked up. Okay, whoever wrote this was smart. You got me. Shit. That was some good writing. That's some good writing. Fuck. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh my god for Jeremy. F for chats for Jeremy. Oh my god, bro.
It sent him into his obsession with finding out the mystery of Stagtown and his depressive downward spiral.
Oh my god.
He still sees her in the hallways sometimes, but she's just a stranger to him now.
Oh, bro, that
she's
sucks.
gone from the hopeful, fun person he knew to someone quiet and serious and sad. The only silver lining in this whole scenario is Jeremy finding little friend in a dumpster and adopting her. But man, this Remember segment really makes the whole situation with Frankie and Jeremy so much sadder. Well, that's where I'm going to end it today. Don't worry, I'll be finishing.
And what makes matters worse, she seems to like Felix. That even makes shit even more worse. Man, fuck Felix. That would be me. I'm like, fuck him. Fuck Felix. No, I fuck with Felix. He's cool. He's a cool bro. But shit, I'll be mad as fuck. Oh man, this is evil. Oh man, it sucks to be a dude. Anyway, with that said, we're done for today. I'm gonna finish the rest of this tonight on my own. This is practically done. So we're pretty much done. I'm gonna just say it's done because I put in the wings and everything. I'm gonna clean it up and give a little bit more detail to it. But I think I got pretty close to our initial character. I will put details on the helmet. Don't worry. I got you. I think, is that a Mandalorian head? No, it's not Mandalorian. All right, take care, guys. Take care. I appreciate every last one of you guys. I appreciate it. You guys are amazing. You guys are an amazing audience. I love hanging out with you guys. This is fun. I like the creepypasta stuff. It's really fun. It brings out, like, awesomeness. All right. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Keep safe. We're about to finish this. Oh, I'll finish this tonight, and then we'll finish the Gacha Kuda Animac tomorrow. All right, I'm out. Keep safe. Later, guys. Love y'all. I'm out.